Hey guys and welcome back to my channel. This is part 1 of What If Naruto Was the Forgotten Son, the Gremory in High School DxD. Before we begin, don't forget to like, share and subscribe, and also go and support the author, link in description. The Gremory mansion was nothing short of lavish. There were carefully trimmed hedges near the front of the entrance, along with a multitude of spurting fountains. If one went to the back of the mansion, they would see a circular fountain with even more land branching out behind the said fountain. Further on, there were huge mountains that continually astounded passing devils with its massive size. On the smooth roads leading to the Gremory mansion, a carriage could be seen, its wheels silent as it seemingly glided towards its destination. Inside the carriage was none other than Naruto Uzumaki, soon to be known as Naruto Gremory. He was dressed in new, casual clothes, which was odd, as he had been living in poverty all his life. His normal fit consisted of tattered rags and plastic bags. Luckily for him, this Grafia insisted that he be all cleaned up for the Gremory family. And so, he was cleaned, groomed, and then fitted into clothes, all for the sake of appearances. That wasn't the only difference, as he was unconventionally silent, even more so than usual. The reason? He had been informed that he was the son of Zeoticus, and a meeting had been arranged between him and Zeoticus and Benelana Gremory, the parents of the Mao, Seer's ex-Lucifer. Next to him was the supposedly strongest queen of the underworld, Grafia Lucifuge, wife to the said Mao. If her majestic, goddess-like looks weren't enough to make him nervous, her strict and stoic personality was enough to make him wet his pants. Thankfully, he had control over his bladder, but it didn't take anything away from the tension of meeting his family. Family. The word tasted so strange in Naruto's mouth. As a boy growing up in the streets, he hardly knew what family meant. He was deprived of the bare essentials that only bonds could give him: love. Fighting other half-devils for the barest morsel of food and water was a daily occurrence for him. Apparently, that was all going to have to change. At least, that was what Grafia had told him. But of course, Naruto didn't trust the silver-haired princess's honeyed promises of a comfortable lifestyle with his new family. There was that word again. Family. The carriage had stopped. It was time. With his heart pounding, Naruto carefully stepped out of the carriage and was shortly followed by Grafia. In front of him were 3 figures that would change his life forever. Welcome. While Zeoticus looked confident on the outside, he was inwardly sweating, and the nervousness he felt threatened to eat him up from the inside. It was his son, for Mau's sake. Would Naruto hate him for not being there for him for the first 6 years of his life? Once Zeoticus laid his eyes upon his son, all thoughts vanished, and only one thought ran across his mind: he has my hair. Hearing the greeting, Naruto looked up and saw them. His new family. He was going to have to get used to saying that word. While Naruto didn't respond immediately, he took this chance to look over these figures. Zeoticus, his father, had taken the appearance of a middle-aged, handsome-looking man. He had long crimson-red hair tied in a loose ponytail along with bright blue eyes. Naruto instantly deduced that he had gotten most of his looks from this man. To his left was a buxom, brown-haired woman with light purple eyes. For some reason unknown to Naruto, her beautiful face was marred by clenched teeth and a barely held-back fury. While Naruto could sense some sort of parental care and love from Zeoticus, he only felt enmity radiating from this woman. Yup, that definitely wasn't his mother. To the right of Zeoticus was the Seer's ex-Lucifer. While Naruto lacked education, even idiots with an empty head in the underworld knew who Seer's ex-Lucifer was. He was the Lucifer and said to be the strongest of the 4 Maus. Using his power of destruction, he played a pivotal role in fighting the old Satan faction. He was the ace for the anti-Satan faction and rightfully treated as a hero. Appearance-wise, he was a handsome man who seemed to be in his early 20s. He had shoulder-length crimson hair and blue-green eyes, that he obviously inherited from Zeoticus. He had a more curious and thoughtful expression and, luckily for Naruto, didn't appear to be outright disgusted by Naruto's presence. Thank you, Grafia. I'll take it from here. Zeoticus closed the distance between him and for a while, stood there awkwardly. He didn't know what to do. Should he hug him? Maybe a handshake. Quickly making up his mind, he then placed a hand on Naruto's shoulder. May I be excused, dear husband? Zeoticus frowned and turned back to face his wife. Don't you want to welcome our son, my dear? You mean your son? Venelana had a frosty look on her already twisted face, clearly unhappy with the current circumstances. Yup. Definitely not his mother. Zeoticus winced and a bead of sweat slowly dripped down his temple and then to his cheek. This wasn't the greatest start. In an attempt to diffuse the rising tension of the situation, Sairaorg stepped up and said in a kind voice, "Nice to meet you, Naruto. My name is Sairaorg Lucifer and I'll be your older brother from here on out." Zeoticus inwardly praised his eldest son and was elated that the situation wasn't completely ruined. His happiness was bound to crash and burn, as Venelana merely scoffed and turned back to the house. DxD. Venelana was furious. She was never on board with the idea of raising a child that wasn't even hers. To make it worse, it was her child. Kushina Uzumaki, a red-haired harlot that nearly stole away Zeoticus from her. Kushina wasn't some weakling either. She was a woman that could back up her talk and then some. She was exceptionally strong for a human and her sacred gear chain jail made her as strong as Venelana. Her sacred gear was capable of restraining the most ferocious yokai and there were rumors of Kushina being able to restrain even Yasaka. Her stunning crimson hair and beautiful, purple eyes didn't help either. As Venelana stormed inside the mansion, her expression and body language quickly sent all maids and butlers scurrying out of her way. Clearly, she was looking for something, or better yet someone. The question was what, or rather who was she looking for? Where is she? Where is she? Venelana mumbled under her breath. No matter how unladylike it was, she had no other choice. It was vital that she got to Rias before anyone. She yelled, "Rias!" A young 6-year-old pureblood devil quickly presented herself in front of Venelana, as she knew that this just wasn't the day to push her mother's buttons. Why yes, mother. Rias's tone helped Venelana realize that her daughter was scared of her and she quickly restrained her anger to the best of her ability. Rias, there will be a boy coming into our residence very soon. Do not, under any circumstances, associate yourself with him. No matter what your father or Sairaorg tells you, he is not your brother. He's just a mistake. Do I make myself clear? With her tirade finished, Venelana fixed a stern glare on Rias. Rias, visibly scared and worried about her own well-being quickly responded with a, "Yes, mother." Of course, she could have questioned her mother and asked why. Why is he a mistake? What did he do to get you so mad? But her 8-year-old instincts overridden her curiosity and shut her mouth shut. After hearing her response, anger was seemingly drained from Venelana's face and all that was left was a cold, determined look. It was time to show Naruto his place. DxD. Venelana walked back out and as she made her way back to the entrance, she witnessed her husband finish setting the ground rules and what the future would look like for Naruto. The timing couldn't have been more perfect. "Dear husband, would you mind if I talked to young Naruto alone?" Her underlying tone made no room for argument and Zeoticus hardly put up resistance as Venelana dragged Naruto back into the mansion. "Walk with me." Again, her words came out as a command and Naruto was forced to keep up with Venelana's brisk pace. After twisting and turning around the mansion's seemingly infinite walkways, Venelana suddenly stopped and Naruto took that as an unspoken command and stopped as well. "Do you know why I brought you here?" For Naruto, it seemed like a lose-lose situation. There was no doubt in his mind, if he opened his mouth to respond, she would fire back a derogatory statement. If he didn't say anything, it was more than likely that she would sneer at his inability to talk. Either way, she hated his guts, that much was clear. From here on out, whatever he did would never please her. The sheer hostility she was exuding made that much clear. "I brought you here to tell you something." She sneered and started to circle him in a similar manner a shark would do to an injured prey. "You're nothing." Her bluntness surprised even herself. "I don't know what possessed my husband to bring you here, but you should know your place. You're just a mistake." "A mistake." She carefully observed his face to make sure her words had been understood. After her brief analysis and with her speech finished, she turned around and left, intending to meet up with her husband and son. A mistake. That's what she called him. A mistake. Did that mean he was one? Naruto mused as he blindly followed Venelana back to Sairaorg and Zeoticus. TCH. Not a chance in hell. No one told Naruto what he was. He was Naruto fucking Uzumaki, and he'd rather kill himself than listen to that poor excuse of a woman. No, he'd break through every obstacle she set in front of him and ask for more. No, Naruto wouldn't settle for being a mistake. Naruto was going to rise past all these so-called pure-blood devils and show them what he was capable of. Once he was stronger than everyone, he would march back to his home, find Venelana, and ask if he turned out to be a mistake. Yes. That sounded wonderful. But first, he was hungry. He just had to find out if they made ramen here. DxD. Timeskip 2 years later. Naruto was now 8 years old and remarkably fit for his age. The days of being a malnourished thief were behind him, as he could now pass off as a good-looking, well-mannered high-class devil. Even though Naruto was missing for the first 6 years of his life, Zeoticus pulled some strings and arranged for Naruto to receive his peerage set at the age of 10, just like everyone else. When Venelana had heard of this news, she was an inch away from blasting both her husband and Naruto and dismantling their atoms until they were nothing. For once in his life, Naruto was truly grateful for Grafia stepping in and calming Venelana down. After that incident, Naruto truly realized how outclassed he was in the grand scheme of things. To Venelana, he was a mere annoyance. To gods and goddesses, he would be nothing more than an ant. A normal person would be scared shitless after a near-death experience. Naruto was not normal by any means. Instead of fear, he felt excitement and curiosity. Excitement because he wanted to test the limits of his powers. Curiosity because he wondered how he would reach that level without a powerful bloodline like that. But again, Naruto was only motivated by these events. While Naruto wasn't a super devil by any means, it didn't take away from his prodigious abilities. While his demonic reserves and muscles haven't fully matured, he trained both aspects. While Rias was busy indulging in Caesarch's doting and watching anime after anime, he honed his control over his reserves, practiced elemental attacks, and conditioned his body as well. As a result, his control over demonic energy was exceptional for his age, and he certainly wasn't a weakling in the physical aspect. Normally, a devil would choose one area to specialize in, maybe two if they were motivated enough. Naruto, on the other hand, had it all planned out. He knew that specializing in only one area of expertise was a bad idea. If he focused purely on his demonic manipulation and gave physical training none of his attention, he would have no defense if a physical-type opponent managed to slip by his magical attacks and took the fight to a close-range one. At the same time, conditioning only his body would eventually lead to a scenario of him being bombarded with elemental attacks by a long-range specialist. Naruto showed remarkable foresight by thinking about the positives and negatives of being a pure specialist and of versatility. Even though these thoughts swirled around his head, he couldn't help but be drawn to certain types of attacks. For example, his control over fire and lightning was better than his control over water, earth, and wind. There was just something that drew his attention to those two elements. The sheer heat and power fire emanated and the pure, stinging pain and paralyzation one would suffer when encountering lightning were all aspects that stole his attention. In general, Naruto preferred his magic over his muscles, though he reluctantly pulled himself together to run, do squats, and finish his push-ups. Not only that, but Naruto also yearned to find an ace, a unique ability that he would use when there was no other option. Despite his intense research and training, he failed to discover his ace. He was equally excited and frustrated. No matter, Naruto was young. He had plenty of more opportunities to search for a unique technique or fighting style. If that wasn't enough, no one knew of his capabilities and enormous potential, which was Naruto's intentions in the first place. His family doted on his half-sister, Rias, and that in itself presented a perfect opportunity for him to refine his skills while not drawing any unwanted attention. Though, Naruto couldn't help but feel a tad bit jealous of all the love and adoration that was showered upon Rias. He had to continuously reassure himself that this was for the best, which didn't always help. Of course, Naruto couldn't blame himself. For all his maturity and intelligence, he was only 8 years old, and like other 8-year-olds, he craved attention. With his willpower, he pushed these desires away and focused on his training. Speaking of Rias, due to Venelana's influence and interference, the relationship between her and Naruto was strained. While she didn't go out of her way to belittle him, the interactions between them weren't pleasant. She refused to be around him and did her best to avoid him. As if Naruto cared about his relationship with a spoiled princess. He had plenty of things to do and accomplish. As for right now, Naruto had to wake up. Beep 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 beep. Crash. Naruto was barely awake, as he really pushed himself last night. Experimenting with new spells without supervision didn't sound like a good idea, and it certainly didn't turn out like one. I don't understand why I set up an alarm clock if I'm just gonna break it every damn time. Naruto groaned and half-heartedly began to put on his shirt and pants. His room was spacious, which was expected when living in the Gremory mansion. After all, high-class devils were known for their greed and richness, especially the families of the 72 pillars. His dirty clothes were neatly stacked in a basket, which was located in the far right corner. Near the window was Naruto's desk, filled with various books that delved into tactics and elemental attacks. Next to these books were his notes on how to improve his control and strategies he'd use in the future. In the far left corner, he had a yoga mat and a pull-up bar he utilized daily. Next to the wall was a queen bed with luxurious sheets and a fluffy pillow laying on the top. Naruto then proceeded to make his bed while yawning during the chore. Walking over to his desk, he frowned before taking his notes and placing them in a manila folder. He didn't need anyone peeking at his notes. Not that anyone would dare to associate themselves with him by entering his room. Still yawning, Naruto awkwardly shuffled out of the room and prepared for his daily run. But first, he needed some breakfast. He was a growing boy after all. He quickly made his way down the stairs, made a couple of turns, and finally reached the dining area. For Naruto, the downside to having such a large home was evident. Getting to the dining area was a chore in itself. Making his way to the entrance. Forget it. It used too much effort for Naruto's liking. Of course, he could use the teleportation spell, but he didn't want to reveal that he had that in his arsenal. After grabbing a couple of fruits and scarfing down a simple breakfast of eggs and bacon, he started a light jog in the back of the mansion. The beauty of nature in the underworld was something Naruto greatly appreciated. The groomed flower beds and trimmed hedges provided a sharp contrast to the untamed, wild allure of the forests. The fresh, untainted air always managed to rejuvenate him just in time for his morning exercises. As Naruto got comfortable and stretched out his joints, he picked up the pace. Running was something he enjoyed, even though he'd much rather stay in his bed and relish the warmth and comfort. Feeling the air rush past his face is an experience that Naruto never gets tired of. The feeling of his responsibilities floating away every time his foot pounds into the ground. The feeling of being free. Once the euphoria fades and the run grinds to a stop, Naruto can practically hear the chains clasping back onto his shoulders and torso. Having to deal with Venelana only put more and more stress upon him. Stress that he could escape only when training. With a heavy sigh, Naruto made his way back to the mansion. For most people, a sweat-covered, heavily breathing 8-year-old boy would be a strange sight, but for the Gremory maids and butlers, it was a daily occurrence. As they bowed before his presence, he spoke up. "No, you don't have to bow to me. I haven't done anything to earn your respect. Besides, I'm not that kind of person." Before the maids could respond, he put on a burst of speed and quickly ran up the stairs, escaping to the solitude of his room yet again. DxD. Naruto emerged from the shower with his hair damp and a towel around his neck. Standing at an impressive height for an 8-year-old, of 4 foot 6 inches, Naruto had a toned body as well. While he didn't quite have a six-pack, he still packed some muscle. With his piercing blue eyes and spiky red hair, Naruto certainly wasn't ugly either. Most maids and women agreed that he would grow up to be a handsome devil. He quickly changed into dark blue sweatpants and a crisp, white t-shirt. Taking his towel, he meticulously folded it before placing it in the laundry basket. After taking care of his hygiene, he sat down at his desk once more, opened a book about lightning manipulation, and turned the pages. 2 hours later. Naruto was fully immersed in this book. It stated a couple of key points that Naruto quickly noted. He was fascinated with the possibilities of lightning application and wondered if he could combine his physical aspects with lightning manipulation. Crap. He realized it was 2 o'clock and faintly recalled that he would be having a guest over. He closed the book shut, put away his notes, and made his way to the dining area. As he walked down the stairs, he explored the possibilities of this opportunity. He did remember that this guest was his age and briefly pondered if he could befriend this new guest. But he had to meet this guest first. He quickly shut off his thoughts for the time being and focused on making his way to the dining area. And this is my son, Sairaorg Bael. Naruto heard a feminine voice that was clearly not Venelena's or any other females he was familiar with. I am honored to meet you, Lord Gremory and Lady Gremory. This seemingly monotone voice that most likely belonged to this Sairaorg Bael echoed in the unnecessarily large dining area. Naruto broke into a light jog and burst into the meeting. And there he is. My son, Naruto Gremory. Zeoticus boomed, visibly pleased, and relieved that Naruto made it on time. Yo. Am I late? Naruto spoke in a nonchalant tone. You're just on time. Naruto could recognize that voice from anywhere. Venelana Gremory. He turned his gaze to his stepmother and witnessed the visibly restrained rage and disgust on her face. Internally, Naruto scoffed. He never really understood her hate towards him. Sure, he was a half-devil, but so were the reincarnated devils and they were never on the receiving end of this special anger. As far as he knew, he didn't kill anyone important to her and his manners weren't the worst. Okay, maybe his manners were pretty bad, but they didn't warrant this kind of hate. Naruto was interrupted in his impromptu musing as his father asked, why don't you entertain young Sairaorg? Sure. Naruto waved to the boy, trying to appear as amiable as possible. Follow me. Sairaorg turned to his mother and she smiled back at him. Go on. I'm sure hanging out with people your age is better than talking with us. Of course, mother. He bowed and stiffly walked over to Naruto's side. Naruto took that as the signal and started walking to his room. Right, this is an opportunity to make allies. If I manage to befriend him, I'll have someone to help my ambitions in the future. Naruto scratched his cheek and wondered how to start this conversation. So, you have any hobbies? Training, was his curt reply. He's even worse than me at this friend-making thing. Naruto internally sweet-dropped and started to brainstorm other ways to get him to open up. Luckily, they both reached his room. Naruto opened the door and let Sairaorg in. He robotically walked in and Naruto took the time to observe his guest. There was no doubt in Naruto's mind that Sairaorg was more of a physical fighter type and this was confirmed when he walked over to Naruto's pull-up bar and started one-handed pull-ups. So, you're part of the Bael clan. Was Naruto's awkward way of trying to start a conversation. Unfortunately for Naruto, this comment seemed to offend Sairaorg, as he tightened his facial muscles and continued his exercises with even more vigor. While Naruto did indeed notice these changes, he was inept to social skills and only poked the sleeping bear even more by asking, you guys got the destruction power thingy, right? Sairaorg, in a show of strength, nearly pulled the bar out of the wall and jumped down to the ground. I fucked up, didn't I? Naruto sweet-dropped again. Is that your way of mocking me? Sairaorg whirled around with a near murderous look in his eyes. Don't act all innocent. You know that I don't have the destruction power thingy. So I'll ask one more time, are you mocking me? With each word he spat out his throat, Sairaorg's tone grew more dangerous and the volume got louder and louder. Naruto knew his next words were important, so he carefully chose his words before speaking again. Unfortunately for him, he once again proved his inability to interact with others. I'm sorry but I think this is all a misunderstanding. Is it a problem that you don't possess the trademark of the Bael clan? Sairaorg's fists clenched hard and there was practically steam coming out of his ears. Naruto at least showed that his head wasn't completely empty as he recognized the killer intent coming from Sairaorg. While Naruto remained calm on the outside, he tensed his muscles and got ready for a physical response. In a deceptively calm voice, Sairaorg growled, you are mocking me. Naruto was now really worried. How did the situation spiral out of control? But before he could say anything, Sairaorg rushed towards Naruto with his fists raised. Fast. Naruto barely avoided the bulrush as he rolled to the side. Sairaorg didn't stop there, as he attempted an axe kick that again, barely missed Naruto's head and instead, crashed into the floor with a resounding crack. Naruto was really confused. What did he do? Why was Sairaorg so mad? But this wasn't the time for that, as Sairaorg unleashed a barrage of punches and kicks. Each strike was dangerously close to landing its mark, as Naruto evaded them and felt the wind behind each one. Naruto was doing well for the most part, but he made a fatal mistake. He underestimated Sairaorg's strength. Ducking to dodge a roundhouse kick, Naruto then attempted to block his follow-up punch by putting his arms in an X formation. Kiirk. My forearm is broken. Not only that, but my right arm, which was placed underneath the left in the block, also hurts too. What is his mom feeding this kid? Naruto internally panicked. No other choice, then. I have to use magic, but I'll stick to the smaller scaled spells. I don't want to destroy my room. With a flick of his right wrist, 4 magic circles appeared behind him and from them, 4 thin, flickering dragons emerged. Idiot, with a linear attack like that, dodging it will be a joke. Sairaorg scoffed and slowly sidestepped. He was wrong though, and the 4 lightning dragons quickly homed onto Sairaorg. Latching onto his limbs, they burst into pure voltage and shocked him, paralyzing him for a good 2 seconds. Seeing that opportunity, Naruto rushed from his position and landed a powerful punch to his solar plexus. With Sairaorg visibly winded, Naruto took the chance and started talking. Look, I really don't know about the situation and I can swear that I wasn't trying to be condescending or anything. Naruto stepped forward with his hands raised up. Naruto took that as a sign of non-aggression and continued. I understand that this is a personal and sensitive matter for you, but talking about it will make you feel better. Trust me. Naruto was about to try and convince him in another way, but Sairaorg started to talk and Naruto sat down on the floor, making himself comfortable. As you know, the Bael clan is famous for its destructive powers, but I was born without it. As a result, I was shunned and my mother was exiled along with me. His teeth clenched and slammed his fist on the ground. He treated me like trash. He roared. He threw me out like I was nothing. What kind of world do we live in, if a father kicks out a son for something he had no control over? He softly uttered, and at this point, tears were freely streaming down Sairaorg's face. The room was silent, and all that could be heard was drip drip. For once in his life, Naruto could relate to another person. He knew exactly what to say. Ya know, I lived in pretty bad conditions for the first 6 years of my life. I didn't know my parents and I had to fight other devils for food and water. Naruto shook his head, took a deep breath, and continued. After a couple of beatings, I was ready to take my life. But there was just something so vulgar about the action I was about to commit. He shakily breathed in, his eyes glazed as he relived painful memories. I hated myself for that. I couldn't believe that I was going to take my life just because I got beat up a couple of times. But it was so hard to keep on going, to keep on fighting. So instead, I made a blood oath to myself, that I would never ever give up and I would never go back on my word. Naruto raised his head up, determination, and pride shining in his eyes. I can't say I understand what you've been through, but I've had my share of hardships in my life too. Naruto stood up and walked over to Sairaorg. Let me tell you something, this whole time, we're running a race called life. Some people have a head start, but guys like us, we have a handicap. But to give up because it's too hard, Naruto shook his head. That's cowardly. That's the way out for losers. The true test is whether you can brave the obstacles and keep on running. If you can do that, trust me, you'll come out stronger. You'll come out as a winner. Naruto offered his hand to Sairaorg. So tell me, are you a winner, or a loser? Sairaorg looked at the hand and a faint smile crept onto his face. He took his hand and Naruto pulled him up. A new friendship was born. Time skip another 2 years later. Ha ha. Naruto was kneeling on the ground, panting. The last attack took a lot out of him, and while his control was refined, his reserves weren't at the level he wanted them to be. Pushing himself every day and night could only go so far. He was only human, after all. Well, half human at least. And not bad. Sairaorg was in a similar situation, as he was on one knee with his clothes fried and sizzling. The elemental combination attack of fire and wind was frightening, to say the least. With Naruto summoning a large magic circle and a colossal wave of flames shooting out of it, the attack was widespread and thus, something Sairaorg couldn't avoid. To make it even worse, he fanned the flames with blades of wind. At this point, it was safe to say that the friendship between Sairaorg and Naruto was blooming. Every chance they got, they fought each other in intensive battles that others could only describe as death matches. In their free time, they trained even harder in an attempt to shock each other with their newfound strength. I see can keep going. Naruto forced himself to stand, though he was slightly swaying due to his exhaustion. Sairaorg could only scoff at his friend's determination and pride. As if, you're about to collapse any second. In most battles, Sairaorg attempted to get in close to make the fight more personal, as his strength, speed, and durability could easily shift a physical battle in his favor. On the other hand, Naruto preferred to keep his distance and barrage Sairaorg with his arsenal of elemental attacks before going for an elemental combination finisher. However, it didn't mean Sairaorg could outright ignore Naruto's strength. Naruto hadn't slacked off at all in his conditioning. While not quite on Sairaorg's level, his physical attributes were nothing to scoff at. Naruto then promptly collapsed on his back, facing the dark purple sky. He definitely shouldn't have said those words. It came back to bite him in the ass. Even with his vision obscured, he could see Sairaorg's smug smile stretching across his face. If he wasn't so tired, he would have stomped over to him and punched him right in the mouth. Sairaorg collapsed as well, his bulky torso shooting dust everywhere on impact with the ground. Naruto was somewhat satisfied with the outcome. He wasn't able to beat Sairaorg this time, but a draw was better than a loss. You win some and you lose some. Besides, he couldn't exactly turn back the time and change the outcome. What he could do was review his mistakes, learn from them, and beat Sairaorg's ass next time. Sairaorg's voice cut through the silent peace like a hot knife through butter as he spoke. So what's the scoreboard now? I think it's 76-75 in my favor. Naruto somehow found the energy to sit back up and argue. What is this blasphemy coming out of your mouth? Naruto harumphed and crossed his arms, clearly unsatisfied with Sairaorg's statement. As far as I'm concerned, this match ended as a draw. It's still 75-75. Sairaorg choked on his own breath but composed himself easily. I don't think so. You fell down first, so it's my win. And so, the two so-called, mature, 10-year-olds devolved into an argument over the outcome of the battle. After a good 5 minutes of squabbling, Naruto decided to take the high road, and gave the win to Sairaorg. Naruto was winded now, as he yelled himself hoarse over a petty quarrel, but he still managed to converse with Sairaorg. So tomorrow, huh? I still can't believe we're getting our pieces tomorrow. I'll bet my peerage will turn out even better than yours, believe it. As a close friend of Sairaorg, Naruto knew exactly which buttons to push and what to say to make Sairaorg snap. Naruto hid his smile as Sairaorg's face grew red from arguing yet again. The beauty of friendship. Well, this was fun and all, but I think I need to head back. Naruto stretched his arms and carefully stood up. Come back stronger, eh? I don't want these fights to get too one-sided. Sairaorg sat up and his eyes twinkled with playfulness. I don't have time for this. Naruto quickly cast his teleportation spell and vanished. Sairaorg fell back down and put his arms behind his head. The night sky was unusually beautiful tonight, as the stars shone with abnormal brightness, complementing the deep purple color of the sky. Man, if I knew this was what friendship was like, I would have befriended him ages ago, Sairaorg told himself as he slowly but surely drifted away into dreamland, still laying on his training ground. Gremory Estate. An intricate, crimson magic circle materialized on the floor of Naruto's floor, and a split second later, Naruto appeared in the middle of the circle. Not a second later, he collapsed on one knee, still fatigued from his spar with Sairaorg. With inhuman willpower, Naruto pulled himself up and practically threw himself into his bathroom. He quickly stripped out of his dirty clothes, unceremoniously throwing them into a random corner. With his body exposed, he quickly made his way past the toilet and sink and entered the shower. Naruto's hands gripped the handle and turned it, allowing the heated water to cover him like a warm blanket. Now in a comfortable position, Naruto mused over his thoughts as his normally spiky hair flattened under the water. He was growing stronger, he was sure of it. Standing at a height of 57 inches, he was an inch taller than the average height for 11-year-olds. His muscles have grown even larger, though Sairaorg had him beat in that department. Sairaorg. They were definitely rivals, as both strove to best each other in each spar with vigor and enthusiasm. But were they friends? Naruto certainly thought so. They joked around and shared their various problems and insecurities. If that didn't mean they were friends, what did? He tapped his chin with his finger as the showerhead continuously sprayed hot water upon him. Enough about Sairaorg. Whether we're friends or not isn't the pressing matter. No, the problem is me finding my ace. Naruto was growing frustrated with each passing moment. Even with the massive library in the household, Naruto was unable to develop his calling card. One of Naruto's stepping goals was to make a name for himself in the underworld. He didn't want to remain a brother of Lucifer, or a mistake, as Venelana frequently called him. Not that he cared what Venelana thought about him. Like Sairaorg, who gained the name of Crimson-Haired Prince of Destruction, Naruto desperately wanted a moniker of his own. He obviously couldn't give himself a nickname. He needed others to witness his power and spread the news of his power. From there on, people would give him a title he'd be known by. But he couldn't do that without something special. Something that would absolutely stun every. Naruto snapped out of his thoughts and looked up at his hands. His hair was already soaked, along with the rest of his body. Naruto slowly smiled and then chuckled in a low voice. He had gotten really good at that, letting his mind wander while his body would take care of the more menial tasks. It saved so much time and let him research all about his elemental attacks and the endless possibilities of applying them too. Naruto chuckled again. There he went again, all lost in his thoughts. Deciding to speed all this up, Naruto quickly scrubbed himself clean and rinsed himself with the water. The handle soundlessly turned to the right and the water flow ceased. With droplets of water rolling off his slim yet muscled body, Naruto stepped out of the shower and dried himself. Click. The lights went off and Naruto stepped out of the bathroom. It was nearly 11 p.m. And he could only sigh in disappointment. He just had to get all caught up with Sairaorg and now he'd have to sacrifice precious hours of sleep. He made his way to the bed and promptly fell on the silky blankets. It was only a matter of time before he fell asleep. As Naruto's vision darkened, he faintly heard an ominous voice in his head. Soon, 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 soon. With these words chanted in an almost ritualistic manner, Naruto tried waking himself back up but his own body succumbed, as it had been pushed beyond the natural limits. Soon. DxD. Light faintly streamed through the room's single circular window. The blinds tried blocking it to let Naruto rest in his peaceful slumber, but it was a futile attempt. The rays of luminescence struck the young devil's eyelids and Naruto was forced to wake up. Huh? Naruto mumbled under his breath, visibly confused for some reason. I actually woke up before the alarm clock. To avoid any unnecessary noise and pain, he quickly made his way to the clock. In big, red numbers, they read 6 o'clock. Glancing at it for a second, Naruto made sure to hit snooze. He then looked down at his hands, feeling a brief rush of adrenaline, despite the strenuous workout he'd participated in yesterday. Am I really this nervous? He quickly clenched his hands in an attempt to strengthen his resolve. Besides, I have other things to worry about, like that voice in my head last night. Just what the hell was that? Pushing aside his worries, for now, Naruto quickly freshened himself and found himself sitting at his desk, looking over his notes, again. He just couldn't help himself. He was so close to using the element lightning for his fighting style. He had an incomplete version of this new mode, and theoretically, it would enhance his speed and reflexes. With it, he would be able to match Sairaorg's speed and possibly exceed it. Unfortunately for Naruto, the technique presented problems on its own. As it involved shrouding his entire body with pure voltage, the danger of permanently damaging his nerves was present. His 10-year-old body just wasn't ready for that. It didn't stop Naruto, as he attempted to prepare his body by continuously shocking himself with low amounts of voltage. It didn't stop there, as the danger isn't the only problem. Even if Naruto had a body sturdy enough to handle and contain the lightning, it would take around 30 seconds to prepare the magical circles and fire lightning out of them. After sparring with Sairaorg more than a couple of times, Naruto realized that 30 seconds was much longer than you'd think it'd be in the heat of a battle. Well, one step at a time. He'd have to be able to hold the lightning in the first place. Small magic circles appeared on the ceiling and shot thin streaks of lightning at Naruto. Multiple sparks of voltage crackled and popped before fizzling out in the air. Still sitting on his chair, Naruto convulsed and writhed in pain, before slamming his hand, dissipating the magic circles and lightning. Fucking shit. Naruto panted and paused to catch his breath. Few stray sparks danced around his body as he continued to suck up air. Even though the pain was unbearable, he continued. Lightning crackled as Naruto suffered and agonized silently. DxD. It was time. Thankfully, Naruto was observant enough to change out of his blackened clothes into new ones. Still, no matter how much cologne he sprayed upon himself, the smell of ozone lingered around him. He ditched the cologne idea and showered after taking a sniff and getting a dizzying scent of confusion. Now, dressed in black slacks, a crisp, white, buttoned-down shirt, and a pair of black dress shoes, Naruto cast the teleportation spell. Normally, he would don sweatpants, a t-shirt, and sneakers, but he knew Graphia would flay him alive if he dressed like that and appeared in front of the Ajuka Beelzebub. Naruto. Sairaorg tried to smile and greet him in a friendly tone. Exciting day, isn't it? How are you feeling? Sairaorg wanted to like Naruto. He really did. But there was just something about the boy that set off his instincts. And his instincts were never wrong. Naruto nodded. I'm fine. Sairaorg could only sweat drop at Naruto's short response. Shortly after, another magic circle appeared on the ground, with the Gremory emblem. Standing inside was Rias Gremory. An admittedly beautiful girl with crimson hair but spoiled, nonetheless. As far as Naruto was concerned, she never trained her body or magic unless forced to by her parents. Anime marathons, presents from her older brother, and Japanese culture were the only things that made up Rias's lifestyle. In Naruto's book, she was a failure. A girl that took advantage of her family's wealth and never pushed her limits. Of course, in reality, she was viewed as the beloved princess of the Gremory clan. Bullshit. Rias. Sairaorg was noticeably happier and much more enthusiastic with his greeting, as he crushed his sister with a hug and squeezed the life out of her. She can't breathe. Rias choked and pounded on her brother's back with all her might. Rias, my cute little sister, are you okay? Where's your boo-boos? Don't worry, your brother will kiss them and make the pain go away. Sairaorg, now panicked, was a second away from calling a medic. I'm fine. Rias dusted herself off and blushed in embarrassment. Honestly, do you have to act this way all the time? She crossed her arms and tapped her foot. Sairaorg whined. But, Ria. Are we going to leave, or what? Naruto interrupted. I don't know about her, but I'd like to receive my peerage set as soon as possible. Both Sairaorg and Rias were both slightly shocked by Naruto's slight impatience. Normally, he was much more reserved and quiet. Sairaorg coughed. Right. Well, let's hop in the carriage and get moving. All three siblings climbed in the awaiting vehicle and found that there was much more room than needed, at least, that was the case for Naruto. Once inside and settled, Naruto asked, why can't we just teleport to Ajuka, Sairaorg? Well, my cute little brother, it's often considered rude to just pop into other people's houses. Sairaorg chided while wagging his finger. But isn't he a friend of yours? Do formalities matter that much when you're at that stage of friendship? Naruto countered. True, but why would I squander an opportunity to showcase my dear siblings? Both Rias and Naruto sweet-dropped at the stupidity of that statement. He could showcase them without the use of the carriage. Besides, what did he mean by showcase? Naruto certainly didn't like the idea of being a trophy to show off. Well, there was no point in arguing with Sairaorg now. For a cis-con, he was really stubborn when he put his mind to it. While Sairaorg continued to bother Rias by asking her to play with him, Naruto closed out all the background noises and sunk into his thoughts. Though he didn't show it on the outside, his lightning problem was really starting to irk him. Naruto thought and thought and thought, and before he knew it, they had arrived. Naruto. For Mau's sake, what? Naruto snapped irritably. Sairaorg had a hurt expression on his face. I was just letting you know that we arrived. Are you okay? You were spacing out there. Okay, maybe he was a little too harsh there. I'm fine, Naruto muttered. Sorry for yelling at you. Sairaorg's expression shifted faster than Naruto could yell ramen. Oh, my cute little brother apologized. Is he warming up to me? Sairaorg squealed in a high tone that didn't suit him at all. Naruto's eyes twitched as he held in the urge to facepalm. How could one man be so unbearable? How did Grafia deal with this mockery of a Mao? Why did she marry him in the first place? Can we just go? Sairaorg pouted, which was something Naruto hoped to never see again. It just didn't look right on his older brother. Follow your big brother. Sairaorg walked towards a mansion and the doors immediately opened, as if Ijuka knew they were going to be there. Naruto looked at the handsome, green-haired man as he greeted and welcomed them into his mansion. The first thing Naruto noticed was an aura that he could only describe as mysterious. Naruto pushed these observations to the side and instead focused on what he knew of the evil peace system. He knew a peerage presented a number of responsibilities and thus prepared accordingly. Apparently, the evil pieces were created by Ijuka Beelzebub to help replenish the number of devils after the Great War. They were modeled after chess pieces and each different piece had its unique boost. Knights were worth 3 pawns and gained increased speed and mobility. Bishops were also worth 3 pawns but gained enhanced magical abilities which could be used to conjure up a multitude of spells. Rooks were worth 5 pawns as they gained superhuman strength, leading to high offense and defense. Pawns were able to be promoted into a queen, rook, knight, or bishop in enemy territory or with the permission of their king. Queens, being worth 9 pawns, possessed all the characteristics of rooks, knights, and bishops, making them the most balanced piece as well as the most powerful. Naruto had planned out for this as well. See, each piece, besides the queen, had their weaknesses. First, pawns don't gain significant boosts besides the ones given by being a reincarnated devil, enhanced strength, night vision, language. Knights weren't sturdy and a well-placed hit to the legs would take them out. Bishops were often vulnerable to physical attacks if she exhausted their reserves or if the opponent slipped under the guard. Rooks were more balanced compared to the previous 3 pieces, but they were slow. Besides, being durable did not equate to being indestructible. Once Naruto had read up on their strengths and weaknesses, he made sure to remember that his peerages would not have those weaknesses. His knights would be able to tank a couple of hits. His bishops would learn physical combat and work on their physical conditioning. His rooks would be fast and have a few magical spells in their arsenal. His pawns. He would put them through hellish training. He would break them down with sadistic glee and then put them back together as warriors. Okay, maybe he wouldn't break them down. But needless to say, training would still be very, very hard. He would make sure of that. But above all, his peerage wouldn't be a peerage. It would be a group or an organization. His pieces wouldn't be servants. They would be his comrades, his friends. And he would never, ever force someone into his peerage if he could help it. If they were strong and held plenty of potential, he would follow them around and annoy them about it, but he wouldn't force any decisions. Naruto was so absorbed in his thoughts that he failed to notice that Rias had already received her pieces. ND now for Naruto. Ijuka smiled at the young devil in what he hoped was a charming, dazzling grin. Naruto stepped forward and laid his hands on the replacement king piece. After a brief period, his pieces emerged and Naruto couldn't help but gasp. They were beautiful. Instead of the crimson-veined pieces Rias had, he had completely different ones. They were deep blue with flecks of red-orange in random places. Pure white shone through several veins, as each piece practically pulsed power. Naruto couldn't help but notice that the white veins resembled bolts of lightning. If one looked even closer, they would see a few abnormalities. Some of his pieces were different in shape and Ajuka took great pleasure in pointing that out. It looks like you have a mutated queen, rook, and knight piece. Congratulations, not many devils have even one mutated piece. Naruto smiled. Eat that, Sairaorg. He followed Searsx out of the mansion and the three siblings stepped into a teleportation circle. Everything was going according to his plan. DxD. As soon as Naruto's feet touched the ground again, he turned to Searsx. There was something he had to tell him. Brother. Searsx turned to Naruto, who had an unreadable look on his face. I wish to leave. That was not what Searsx anticipated to hear. See, can you repeat that? I don't think I heard that correctly. Just to make sure, he dug a finger into his ear to remove any excess wax, an action that greatly disgusted Naruto. I'm leaving, Naruto announced. I've been planning this for months, so you can't stop or talk me out of this. With or without your permission, I'm leaving. Searsx gaped at what Naruto was saying. He was only 10 years old, for Mau's sake. Naruto continued. I know you think I'm just a 10-year-old. How did Naruto know what he was thinking about? But I'll try to stay out of trouble. I'm not an idiot. Naruto finished and looked at Searsx expectantly. Well, I suppose it's alright. Great. See ya. Naruto drew his own teleportation circle and promptly vanished. Wait. Searsx had his arms outstretched, as he was expecting a hug from his brother. How dare he? HMPH. He was going to have to hug Rias even more now. DxD. Naruto sweet-dropped at how easy it was to convince Searsx to let him go. The fewer words he had to use to convince him, the better. Being the organized devil he was, Naruto had already packed his stuff up. His notes were all inside a thick folder and he had a bag full of food and clothes. Next to the bag was a personal invention of Naruto. He had made a crude device that would point to a direction that emanated the most magical energy, whether it was yokai, holy, or demonic. He stuffed his folder into the bag before slipping his arms into the straps. He grabbed his device and quickly made another teleportation circle. He had one last stop. DxD. Thunderous cracks echoed in the training ground. Sairaorg was, of course, training. There was no way he could let his blasted rival get stronger than him. Speaking of said rival, Naruto appeared in a magic circle with a backpack on his back. Sairaorg grinned. Naruto. Trying to spy on my moves. Naruto ignored his verbal jab and stated, I'm leaving. Sairaorg's good-natured smile fell off his face upon hearing those words. He was leaving. Sairaorg had so many questions to ask but couldn't get any words out of his mouth. Naruto continued his reasoning. To search for my peerage members, I'm afraid I'm going to have to leave the underworld. My gut is telling me that I'll find my members there. Besides, I want to explore places. I want to see something other than the purple sky and greenery. I want to be free. Sairaorg recovered from his shock and shook his head. I can't talk you out of this, can I? Nope. Then let me tell you something. A smile crept back onto Sairaorg's face. You better keep up your training. After all, it'd be super lame if my rival became a weakling. Naruto faintly smiled and extended his arm for a handshake. The same goes for you. Sairaorg took his hand. In both of their minds, they had the same thought. I'm gonna miss him. Timeskip 6 months later. Naruto was very irritated. He knew searching for his future comrades would take time, but he didn't realize the sheer effort it took to recruit a member with actual potential. Of course, Naruto could just take a random human off the streets and train him, but that was the same as giving up. And Naruto did not give up. Fortunately for Naruto, he recently had a stroke of good luck and found multiple, linked cases that potentially pointed to a new member. According to eyewitnesses, a nearby village in the forest was completely frozen solid with only one girl left, as a survivor. People dismissed it as a weather abnormality, as many humans were discouraged from entering the forest in the first place due to rumors of roaming bears. As if bears were going to stop him. Naruto stealthily made his way through the forest, holding a map in one hand and his tracking device in the other. So far, the device pointed in the direction of the village. He was close, he could feel it. As he caught a glimpse of his reflection, he quickly realized that there was ice. The trees nearby were all coated with ice and on top of the ground was a light sheen of snow. He crumpled his map with one hand and shoved it in his right pocket. He then looked down at the device and confirmed that he was going in the right way. Blood. He smelled blood. Naruto quickened his pace, broke through the branches, and abruptly stopped before the gruesome sight. So many corpses. There were around 20 human corpses frozen solid and the ice underneath was pink, clearly stained with blood. Walking forward, Naruto could see a mutilated body, riddled with gaping holes. He could see the pained expression frozen on the now dead man's face. If that wasn't disgusting enough, Naruto had a good look at his intestines and organs. Naruto had to close his eyes and hold back a heave. Who, or rather what, had done this? With his eyes still closed, he heard the faint sound of crying. He quickly and skillfully made his way through the various bodies and deduced that the crying sound was coming from the inside of the house. Naruto tried opening the door quietly but much to his displeasure, the door creaked loudly and alerted the girl of his presence. Damn it. My cover is below. Before Naruto could finish that thought, he was violently thrown out with an icy blast of wind. He was sent tumbling and rolling on the cold ground. PFT. Naruto quickly got up and instinctively put up a barrier. It saved his life. A freaking pillar of ice collided with the barrier and Naruto had to support it with 3 more shielding spells. Through the cloud of snow, Naruto saw a girl around his age with long, light blue hair and matching blue eyes. She had tattered clothing that thankfully covered her lady parts and had a blue scarf around her neck. Before Naruto could even recollect his thoughts, she unleashed a flurry of razor-sharp icicles. Reacting quickly with a wave of his hands, Naruto simultaneously dropped his barrier and unleashed a wave of fire from a magic circle. The icicles were quickly consumed but his elemental attack was quickly pushed back by an icy gale. Wait. I think we got off on the wrong foot. Naruto was forced to dodge yet another barrage of icicles. This makes everything so much harder. I have to somehow counteract her attacks without any of my large-scale spells. After all, I don't want to kill her. But at the same time, I have to convince her to stop attacking me. How should I proceed? The ice slowly crept across the ground, as the girl's aura got more and more noticeable. Thankfully, Naruto wasn't an amateur and placed a wide barrier around the village to prevent any outside interference. The girl quietly asked him, "Why do you humans persist in taking my powers?" Naruto put his hands up, trying to clear up the misunderstanding. I'm not even Shut up. Her gaze looked absolutely murderous. You lying humans came into my village, killed my mom and you have the audacity to attack me while I'm grieving. Her power spiked to unbelievable levels as she released a small-scale blizzard in his direction. While thankfully not the size of an actual storm, it was still extremely powerful, as it easily overwhelmed his fire-wind combination attack. Thousands of ice particles and the biting wind stung Naruto's skin and practically threw him away into the trees. Naruto slammed into a trunk before widening his eyes and ducking. Where his head once was a gaping hole. He quickly rolled to the side and summoned his magic circles once more. Just in the nick of time, several fiery projectiles in the shape of dragons barely made it out of the circle before colliding with her ice projectiles. This continued on for a bit, as he continued to roll side to side but was held on the defensive, as his opponent released attack after attack with no sign of fatigue. I have to go all out. At this point, it's about survival. Naruto grimly acknowledged the girl's power and started it. Godspeed. It still wasn't complete but Naruto underwent a harsh training regime that developed his body and lightning enough to use the technique in battle. A circle appeared underneath Naruto and another materialized above his head. Pure blue-white voltage was released from both circles and enveloped him in a shroud of lightning. Luckily for him, the girl was surprised by the turn of events as she couldn't come up with a reason why he was electrocuting himself. After 30 seconds, both circles disappeared and Naruto fell on both knees. Why? Why would you do something as stupid as that? Naruto looked up and the girl gasped. His normal cerulean blue eyes seemed to be filled with electricity and his spiky hair became even more untamed than before. Small bolts of lightning seemed to flicker around his whole body. He was dangerous. She could sense some kind of change but she couldn't tell what it did to him. No matter, she would freeze him and crush his head like a grape. Wait. Where was he? She involuntarily shivered and whirled around, trying to get a glimpse of the redhead. Where was he? Russell. There. She let loose some of her powers and the plants in that area froze and then shattered. Her hair was now flicking around from the amount of energy she was releasing. In a piercing scream, she released thousands of ice needles in all directions. Clink clink clink. She turned around just to see Naruto drop her frozen needles on the icy ground. He's fast. She blinked and suddenly he wasn't there anymore. Although she couldn't see him, she instantly knew that he was behind him. In a split second, her very life flashed before her eyes as she braced for a killing blow. Instead, she felt his arms loop around her stomach and he pulled her into a hug. In response to this heartwarming gesture, she started trembling and sobs erupted out of her mouth. The pair stood there, the girl crying and the boy silently mourning for her dead parents. As Naruto held the girl in his arms, she made no attempt to get out of the embrace. She was tired. She was tired of these intruders that came out of nowhere, ransacked her village, and killed her parents when she refused to go with them. She missed her parents. She missed their hugs, kisses, and good-night stories. She missed going with her mother to gather herbs and nuts. She missed her study sessions with her father, which always ended with a good-natured smooch on her head. She missed love. So when her opponent, in a surprising turn of events, hugged her, her will broke down. Despite her ruthless, inhuman attacks she unleashed upon the trespassers, she was still a 10-year-old. A 10-year that craved warmth. Let's go somewhere else and talk. A soft, warm voice reached her ears and despite her initial aggressive reaction, she steadily agreed. Besides, she was cold, hungry, and sleepy. She didn't think she would last very long without a long, hot shower. Not to mention the smell of the dead bodies. So without any resistance, she let the boy pull her around and watched as he cast a red circle on the snow-covered ground. Before she could change her mind or even let out even a squeak, they vanished. DxD. The girl let out an eep as they reappeared in what she thought was his home. It looked spacious enough with a queen bed pressed up against the middle of the left wall. Gray curtains fully covered the windows, not letting a single ray of light in. Not that it was needed, as the two lamps on the sides of the bed, and a mini chandelier more than made up for the lack of natural luminescence. Well, the bathroom is on the right corner, near the windows. I'll be right back with fresh clothes, so just make yourself comfortable. We'll talk when I get back. Naruto gave her what he thought was a reassuring pat on the back and stepped back to cast his spell. Wait. Naruto stopped his spell and looked up expectantly. What's your name? Naruto. Naruto Uzumaki. He disappeared, leaving the girl to mull over her thoughts and newly acquired knowledge. Naruto Uzumaki, that's a nice name. Wait, doesn't it mean fish cake? DxD. Naruto was never doing that again. Shopping for girls' clothes was so humiliating and just a morbid experience in general. Just enduring the gaping, disgusted looks from the passing shoppers as they all heard his requests, was an unpleasant obstacle he had to go through. Some even had to gall to whisper and gossip to each other whether he was a molester. A molester. He was 10 years old for Mau's sake. Thankfully, a quick memory spell turned their attention to the products they were originally looking for. Although, no spells in his arsenal could help him decide what kind of panties to buy. Ditching all attempts to think about what kind of clothes would suit her the best, Naruto blindly grabbed a stack of shirts, pants, shorts, and underwear, before using a memory spell to get the hell out of there. Once out of the shop, he quickly made his way to an alley, made sure no one was looking and teleported back to his hotel room. Just to see a certain, naked, blue-haired girl coming out of the bathroom. Eep. DxD. After repeated attempts on his life, the girl finally calmed down and got dressed. Though, she still sneaked a couple of glances to make sure he wasn't peeking. Naruto let out a sigh of relief once it seemed the girl wasn't going to be conjuring any ice spears. It was hard enough dodging the attacks and trying to explain the situation with a large stack of clothes in his hands. He was going to have to use a mind-altering spell to explain the various holes in the once unblemished, pristine white walls. So, what's your name? Esdeath. The now identified Esdeath looked at him warily and her eyes flashed with a hint of malice, daring him to try anything. Alright, Esdeath. First off, I understand your caution and wariness around me. After all, it wouldn't make sense to trust anyone after your parents' death. Esdeath stiffened at the reminder of what she had lost but didn't lash out. But I'm not going to hurt you. I know words don't mean much compared to actions, so if there's anything I could do to get you to trust M. Esdeath quickly interrupted him. You said you wanted to talk to me. You've been nice enough to me so far, so I'll hear you out. Naruto smiled at that, but what she said next took his initial excitement away. But once you finish, I'll be leaving immediately. Naruto kept his faint smile on his face as he tried his best to accommodate her with food and water. He walked over to his backpack, still speaking, fair enough, but why don't we talk over dinner? At the mention of dinner, Esdeath's stomach grumbled and a slight blush made its way onto her porcelain white skin. Naruto chuckled at that and pulled out 2 apples and unwrapped a sandwich for her to eat. He made his way over to her and placed them next to her. She conveyed a silent thank you through her eyes and started munching on the fruit. Where to start? Naruto mused and then brightened up. Well, I'll explain what I am, but you have to promise you won't start throwing ice attacks at my face again. It's a touchy subject, to say the least. Esdeath looked up, visibly confused, but agreed to his demands. The most important thing is that I'm a devil. As Esdeath stiffened and readied her hands to resume her attacks, Naruto tried waving her down and quickly reassured her, it's not like I eat babies or sacrifice virgins. I'm relatively harmless. Esdeath stared at him, remembering his wizard-like powers, and blinked. Point taken. But I didn't kill you when I had an opening. That has to count for something, right? Naruto looked at her hopefully and silently begged her to not attack him. Thankfully, she didn't. He took that as a sign to continue. To understand why I'm here in the first place, I have to give you a history lesson. Naruto cleared his throat and looked up to make sure Esdeath was paying some sort of attention. She was. Sort of. There are 3 factions that have been stuck in a 3-way deadlock. Angels, fallen angels, and of course, the devils. My race, the devils, have 2 enemies, them being the angels and fallen angels. The fallen angels or angels that have fallen from grace and unlike their former comrades, have black wings. Angels have white wings and have one mission, destroy the devils and the fallen. Well, they might have some other side mission of spreading God's word or something like that. Esdeath focused on her food but kept an ear out for any useful information. In a war that took place years ago, both devils and the fallen took a steep decline in their respective populations. Well, so did the angels, but I'm pretty sure God can create more. Anyways, luckily for us, a genius known as Ajuka managed to come up with a system based on chess, known as the evil piece system. Even he doesn't know the full capabilities of it, as it's constantly evolving and mutating, but essentially, it allows us to reincarnate other beings as devils. She froze mid-bite into her sandwich. Was he going to force her into being a devil? Don't worry, I'm not going to force you into my peerage. I'm not that kind of person. Naruto smiled warmly at her and she resumed eating her meal. For a young devil like me, I can participate in something known as rating games and rise in terms of power, wealth, and fame. Though, I'm not that kind of person, he mumbled the last words under his breath but Esdeath heard them. In the peerage system, there are various pieces, queen, knight, bishop, rook, and pawn, the queen being the strongest and the pawn being the weakest. Naruto quickly added, but that doesn't mean pawns are useless, nor does it mean queens are without weakness. With smart tactics and training, a single pawn can take down a queen. Esdeath quickly interrupted, the sandwich long gone and impatient with the long lecture. That's great and all, but what does it have to do with me? Naruto blinked. He thought his talk about the peerage system made his intentions blatantly clear. My goal is to recruit you and have you join me as my queen. Naruto announced. He quickly focused his attention on her face, trying to gauge her reaction. Any questions? Esdeath nodded slowly. I have 2 actually. First, why can't devils reproduce normally? Why is the peerage system necessary to repopulate the devil population? That's a good question. Devils actually have a really low fertility rate, so unlike humans, they require decades to even get a single child. Then, It dawned on him. Wait a minute, you know. Esdeath stared at him unflinchingly. What are you talking about? Like, did you get the talk? Is that really important? Anyways, Naruto cleared his throat. You said you had another question. Esdeath fidgeted nervously before she asked, earlier, you said you're not that kind of person. What did you mean by that? Naruto's face darkened and Esdeath quickly deduced that she had reached a touchy subject. She quickly tried to retract her question but Naruto gestured for her to stop. It's fine, everyone has a driving force, some kind of motivation to keep pushing their limits. Usually, it's money, fame, or women. But I'm not like that. Naruto sighed. My stepmother called me a mistake. Obviously, I don't believe her, nor do I consider myself a failure. But, Naruto clenched his fists. I want to prove her wrong. I want to show her my strength and to do that, I need help. I'm not an arrogant jerkwad that thinks I can do everything by myself. That's why I'm here in the first place. Esdeath was stunned. His practically oozed determination and she found herself believing his words. So Esdeath, will you join my peerage? She hesitated. She knew instinctively that Naruto was a kind and benevolent person. He wasn't the type to abandon her or treat her like dirt. At the same time, she valued her humanity and freedom. I'll think about it. Naruto maintained a friendly face and shrugged. To be honest, I wasn't expecting you to accept. After all, this is a life-changing decision. However, I can't let you go after that show of power. Now that you've showcased your power, you'll be a target. I can train you, make you stronger so you won't lose your life. Do you accept? This time, there was no hesitation, only a strong resolve to grow stronger. For her village. For her parents. For herself. I do. Time skipped 6 months later. It was finally time. After training, eating, and laughing together, Esdeath finally accepted his offer to join his peerage. Just thinking about it made Naruto immensely happy. Giddy, even. Are you ready? Naruto had his chess pieces out in the open, ready to reincarnate Esdeath as his queen. Esdeath smiled at him. I am. No time better than the present, Naruto muttered and started the process. I, Naruto Uzumaki Gremory, command you to join me as a comrade. Burn bright with your will to triumph and become my queen. In a sudden blinding light, Esdeath was born anew. Once the light died down, Esdeath observed her new changes. The first thing she noticed was her newfound strength, both physical and magical. She felt like she could do anything. Not only that, after a couple of attempts, she also discovered wings. She could fly. If that wasn't the coolest thing ever. Naruto's explanations of the other benefits she would receive fell on deaf ears. She mentally commanded her wings to appear and bat-like wings shot out of her back. Are you even listening to me? Naruto deadpanned, as he was amused with her antics. She continued to ignore him and he could only sweat drop at the scene. Why was it that his queen ignored his words? Esdeath suddenly smiled and took off into the air. Wait. If you do that, Naruto realized that his words would only be ignored again and focused purely on erecting a barrier to make sure other faction members wouldn't be alerted. Thankfully, they were currently in a green field with no sign of humanity for miles. Still, with Esdeath's now boosted reserves, a decent sensor would easily pick up her magic signature. With his shielding spell complete, Naruto quickly flew in pursuit of his newest member. His newest comrade. His friend. DxD. With Esdeath recovering from her impromptu test flight, Naruto sat down and meditated. It was something he'd picked up while traveling with Esdeath. While it didn't bolster his reserves or grant him powers, he greatly enjoyed the peace it created. Unfortunately for him, that same peace was soon disturbed. His eyes opened quickly. Naruto glanced over to Esdeath who had a grim expression on her face. You felt it too. Yup. The two companions quickly took to flight again. They both felt a slight fluctuation in the natural order of the world. It was a barrier spell being set up. Whether it was a fellow devil or the accursed Gregory, it was in their best interest to investigate the situation. Though, Naruto thought he had sensed the slightest amount of holy energy. If he wasn't in his meditative position, he never would have noticed it. Thankfully, being in a still position helped him concentrate on his surroundings. Wind furiously blew past their faces as air resistance didn't seem to exist against their furiously beating wings. The land was really beautiful, as there were various flower patches in the natural valley. The air was fresh and free of any pollutants. Had there been more time, Naruto would have sat and stretched his legs, basking in the sunlight without a care in the world. He was right. Up ahead of them, there was a slight shimmer in the air, extending down to the ground, and curving overhead, making a dome-like sphere. Stand back. Naruto raised his hands, prepared to destroy the barrier. Lightning Beast's Chase. As Naruto's attack commenced, he was briefly reminded of his encounter with Sairaorg. In their first encounter, Naruto had summoned 4 homing, lightning dragons to paralyze his friend. Those attacks had been small back then. Granted, he was in his room and thus, was deterred from using his large-scale lightning attacks. Still, his newly evolved blitz was exponentially stronger, faster, and bigger. The dome cracked before giving way to the onslaught. There, Naruto quickly observed the situation. 1, 2, 3, 15 warriors. I'm not entirely sure what they are, but they're dressed in priest-like clothes and armed with holy water and crosses. They're some kind of exorcist group. And who's the girl in the back? She has elongated fangs and I'm sensing some dark energy from her. She has to be a vampire, but at the same time, that necklace of hers is radiating powerful energy. A sacred gear. But that means she's half vampire and half human. After all, only humans can wield sacred gears. As these thoughts ran through Naruto's mind, the exorcists quickly took note of his presence and drew their swords. Who are you and what are your intentions? Naruto shouted, all the while readying to activate Godspeed. After putting himself through hell, it was nearly complete. Now, it only required around 10 seconds to activate. While it may have been slight overkill to use this technique right from the start, he had no intention of underestimating his opponents. Who are we? A harsh guttural voice came from the group. You filthy devils may know as the Knight Templars. At the sound of that, Naruto gasped while Esdeath looked over, confused. As for our intentions, the large man, possibly the leader of the group, stepped up. We intend to kill you for your transgressions against our Lord. What transgressions? Existing. With that, Naruto quickly activated his circles and the electricity was hungrily absorbed by his body. Esdeath pushed them back with an icy gale and from the ground, vicious-looking ice spikes erupted, intending to impale the self-proclaimed Templars. 9, 10. A quick burst of blue-white aura pushed both friend and foe back. Naruto's hair was no longer red, as the increasing amounts of voltage changed his appearance. No longer a redhead, his hair was seemingly transparent with blue flickers lining the sides of each strand. His veins, while still red, glowed ethereally from time to time. They're well trained, Naruto noted. To avoid Esdeath's attacks is no small feat. However, we'll see if they can match my speed. They couldn't. Voltage crackled all around them as Naruto seemingly disappeared and reappeared in front of the leader. With a mighty punch, the so-called leader was sent flying and tumbling to the ground. Supported by Esdeath's icicles and spears, the rest of the soldiers were easy pickings. Naruto rushed from enemy to enemy, landing a barrage of punches and kicks that couldn't be avoided, never mind seen. The Dampier wasn't just sitting and twiddling her thumbs, as she displayed her inhuman strength. Punching one of the soldiers, with a sickening crack, his jaw snapped and like his leader, was sent elsewhere. With the battle finished, Naruto and Esdeath visibly relaxed, leaving a chance for the still-alive leader. Sword in hand, the man lunged for a cheap shot from Naruto's behind, seeing an opportunity to bring him down. Unbeknownst to him, Naruto sensed his ill intentions from a mile away. Leaning to the side easily, the man could only let momentum take its course. He was now parallel to the ground and left open to a counterattack. The leader could only pray that his lord would save him. Unfortunately for him, Naruto did not pull any punches, something Esdeath found out the hard way. Naruto brought his lightning-infused elbow into his spine and it snapped like a twig. Naruto dusted off his hands and thought about what to do. Well, more information never hurts anybody, so. At this, Esdeath perked up. He looked over at her and could only cringe at her bloodthirsty grin and sadistic appearance. Never in a million years could he have guessed that the blue-haired girl he took in as a peerage member enjoyed seeing others in pain. At least she did her job well. Secure him, Naruto commanded, and Esdeath was happy to comply. She quickly bound the groaning leader's hands and legs while Naruto walked over to the now brooding Dampier. What do you want? A cold, arrogant voice cut Naruto off before he could even speak. Look, you heard the man. He wants to exterminate all supernatural creatures, leaving only humans. It's in our best interest to work together, so how about it? Naruto proposed. She glanced at him suspiciously before inquiring, how am I supposed to trust you? Naruto was now frustrated. He was hungry and strained after the prolonged use of Godspeed. What he needed right now was a nice, hot meal and a bed to sleep on. Then we'll talk here. He threw his hands up. I need information quickly. If the man was serious about them being Templars, the situation might be worse than I thought. She continued to look at him, eyeing him with caution before sighing. Fine. What do you want to know? Name, why they were chasing you, and why you hate them so much. The Dampier looked at him strangely before answering, Mocha Akashiya. They chased me because I'm a Dampier. They said something about me blurring the lines between humanity and Yukai. As for why I hate them, she scoffed, they were trying to kill me. Do I need a better reason? Naruto thought over her answers. So she was a Dampier. But something didn't sit right with him. No. He answered, but I see something in your eyes. A wave of deep, smoldering anger that's begging to be released. You truly hate them, not just because they tried killing you. You hold some kind of grudge against them because of something they did. Mocha's face darkened, only confirming his suspicions. What did they do? She haughtily threw her silver hair back and stared at him with her blood-red eyes. Maybe I like hurting them, like that girl over there. He looked over to Esdeath and saw her laughing while snapping his fingers one by one. She couldn't hold her inner nature back and started her session early. Not that Naruto minded. They were on a tight schedule and time was something they did not have. Maybe, but I didn't sense any joy when you snapped that man's jaw. Naruto continued, besides, I sense the bitterness and frustration coming off of you. So tell me, what did they do? Mocha remained silent, visibly disturbed with Naruto's accurate deduction. She opened her mouth, prepared to exchange information. Before I answer you, I want you to answer me this. What do you mean by sensing my bitterness and frustration? Naruto grinned. I have no idea. To this, Mocha could only facepalm. It was the truth. 2 months ago, Naruto realized that he could sense energies radiating from others. After meditating and stretching his sensor abilities, he had somehow evolved this skill. So, Mocha was quiet for a few more seconds before sharing her story. The most important thing to understand about us Dampiers is that we're looked down on by vampires. They dismiss us because we have so-called weak blood running through our veins. She was undeniably agitated by her racist thinking. So my mother kicked me out of the household. For a while, I was alone, all by myself. I had no one to turn to, no one to talk to. Eventually, I found some people. She smiled. They were the oddest group I've ever seen in my life. A short blonde male that constantly groped a beautiful silver-haired woman. A spiky black-haired boy that had a much more reserved relationship with a fellow Dampier. Her smile vanished and a livid frown took its place. They were taken by the so-called Templars. They held them off while I escaped. That's why I hate them. Because they took my only family away from me. Tears began to fall down her face as she tightly gripped the edge of her shirt. He made his decision. We'll help you. Naruto piped up. What? I said we'll help you. You're clearly not lying and our interests overlap. I want to get rid of the Templars and you want to save your friends. What's the saying? The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Naruto outstretched his arm, intending on sealing this promise with a handshake. You in? Mocha took his hand. What's your name? Naruto was so embarrassed. How did he forget to introduce himself? He even asked for her name and he didn't give his own. Naruto Uzumaki. He motioned for her to follow him. Come on. Let's regroup and find out what Esdeath learned. Naruto Uzumaki. Huh. What a weird guy. She laughed in relief before following him. A blurred figure stood in front of him. Who was he? Was it a demon? Possibly a fallen. Zacharias couldn't tell. White-hot pain crawled throughout his body, spreading from vein to vein and organ to organ. The sensory receptors in his skin were overworked from telling his brain that something was terribly wrong. Of course was something wrong. Even if he couldn't feel the needle-like agony piercing his very soul, he could still see that his body was deformed beyond recognition. Where his fingers once were remained bloody stumps that were wrapped with gauze to stop blood loss. His toenails were viciously ripped out and the sensitive tissue underneath the keratin was sprayed with salt. The plasma, cells, and platelets that made up the bare essential known as blood steadily leaked out of his body. In short, the blue-haired girl really did a number on him. He had no idea who trained her in the art of torture, but she was clearly an expert. She knew all the non-lethal places to break or stab and made sure that he didn't lose too much blood. He had begged her to kill him and let death take him away with her sweet embrace, but she dismissed him like trash. No, he was worse than trash. After all, he gave up valuable information that would prove to be useful in what he assumed to be their attempt to bring the Templars down. Geez, Esdeath really went overboard with you. The figure exclaimed, visibly horrified at her work. Not that Zacharias could see his expression. Then, everything went black. DxD. Alright, listen up cuz I'm only going to say this once. Once Mocha finished making a temporary alliance with Naruto, they set up camp in the middle of the valley. Naruto had placed several barrier spells along with a system that would detect and alert them of any trespassers. Even with the intricate security system, they agreed upon taking shifts. Esdeath was kind enough to gather some intel, so I think I have a working theory about this organization. Naruto tapped his chin and double-checked to see if he had the girl's attention. Thankfully, Esdeath knew when the situation was serious and Mocha was dead set on getting her friends back. Good. When they first uttered, Templars, my mind flashed to a large organization of devout Christians during the medieval era. Historical accounts described them as fierce fighters and near fanatics for Christianity and God. Naruto winced at the quick, sharp pain at the utterance of his name and Esdeath did the same. Ultimately, they were brought down and dissolved, but few speculated that the organization went underground and remained in existence. Whether these speculations are true or not, the fact that there's a group of rogue exorcists out there kidnapping yokai presents a pretty big concern. Naruto took a deep breath. This next news would definitely hit Mocha hard. With Esdeath's ministrations, the leader I took down, known as Zacharias, admitted that the organization was planning something big. This something, I'm afraid, might involve your friends, Mocha. Mocha, who was silent this whole time, shot up on her feet. What do you mean? She was trembling in fear of her friends' fates. I can't assume what these Templars are planning, but it's possible that they're preparing to harness the power of the various yokai they've captured. Again, I don't know for sure, but I do know this. We'll stop whatever it is and we'll get your friends. I gave you my word that I would, and I'm not one to go back on promises. Naruto promised, with a confident, cheerful visage. Mocha took a deep breath before sitting back down and thanking him. Mere words shouldn't be able to calm her down at this stage, but the confidence and sunny aura coming off of him were infectious. Right now, our priority is finding out where this base is. To do that, we should spread out in different directions and we'll flare our supernatural power. With this Templar group out of commission, they'll eventually send another group to investigate. Each group should be able to sense the supernatural powers we'll be releasing. Once that happens, we'll take them out and gather more information. Naruto made a circular motion in the air with his finger and it solidified into a silver-plated circle with the Gremory symbol imprinted in the middle. He handed one to Mocha before repeating the process and giving one to Esdeath. With these, we'll be able to know where each of us at all times. If you notice a group of Templars or anything that even resembles them, send a pulse of your magic through it and we'll know you're in trouble. We'll teleport right away and assist in taking them. Got it? Both girls nodded. Once we find out where their base is, we'll take the clothing of the fallen Templars and infiltrate the said base. From there on, we'll stick together and search for Mocha's friends. While splitting up would allow us to cover more ground, we need to maintain our cover of being in the same group. Besides, there might be stronger enemies in their lair. They unanimously agreed with his rationale. Well, I'll take first watch, so you girls GE. Mocha cut into his announcement, I'll take first watch. Being a Dhampir, I don't need too much sleep in the first place. Naruto nodded, then I'll take second watch and Esdeath will take third. Esdeath silently agreed but pulled Naruto over quickly for a chat. Naruto, I don't know about you but I have this weird feeling to get out of here. This whole place is just unsettling to say the least. She warned. Naruto furrowed his brow. I'm not sure if I feel the same, and even if you're right, we're moving away from this place anyways. Esdeath bit her lip before looking at him and stalking towards her respective tent. DxD. The night was unusually silent and thankfully, held no disturbances, allowing for a peaceful sleep. Once the sun began to rise, the three determined allies set off in different directions. Naruto was heading to the human civilization and thus, a more urban environment, while Esdeath and Mocha would remain in nature. Now separated, in an unspoken signal, they simultaneously released their power for a few seconds before deactivating it. Hopefully, if it went as planned, they would find Mocha's friends, stop whatever they were planning, and get the hell out of there. Of course, that was only if that would be the case if everything went their way. DxD. Near the two devils and Dhampir's starting point, and deep underground lied a complex system of tunnels and the subterranean passages. Past the various Templars stationed at the mouth of each underpass sat a man on his throne, thinking about the three faint auras he had felt. Next to him laid a blue broadsword with a golden edge and guard on the side of the handle. Deviating from the straight, double-edged blade, it was uniquely shaped and equally destructive. Even now, without its owner's touch, there was a dangerous hum from the almost sentient sword that craved destruction. The very space-time fabric seemed to give it a wide berth. It was perfect for the leader of Templars, a man that yearned for the extinction of all yokai. He sat there and exhaled a cloud of smoke that slowly drifted its way to the ceiling before dissipating in the air. It was a dangerous habit he picked up but it was relaxing, almost therapeutic to feel the cancerous fumes go down his throat and then diffuse throughout his lungs. It was quite a paradoxical thought, to like something so detrimental to one's health. While he detested being in the same presence of any inhuman creature, experimenting on them was a whole another story. After all, his newest test subjects were so interesting. The blonde-haired half-devil possessed a unique sacred gear that worked hand in hand with his anger and used his wrath to produce potent darkness. Though having only seen it in action for a small time produced mixed feelings. On one hand, he was quite sure that the short demonstration did not do the sacred gear justice. Like an onion having multiple layers, there were definitely more stages under the lackluster performance. On the other hand, he was 100% sure that the later stages would have prevented the capture of the group of four. At the very least, he would have suffered huge casualties before having to step in. 2 steps forward, 1 step back. The silver-haired fallen possessed twilight healing. Nothing unique about that sacred gear but certainly rare and useful. While skilled in light manipulation, there was nothing outstanding about the woman, besides her beauty. The other couple was just as interesting. The Dhampir in his possession didn't have a sacred gear but it didn't diminish her strength either. She was skilled in illusions and hand-to-hand combat. Though, her capture gave him the opportunity to learn more about the physiology of Dhampirs where to hit. The black-haired fellow was the catch of the day and more than made up for the Dhampir's lack of sacred gear. Not only was he fast, but he also possessed an equally unique sacred gear that manipulated gravity. It was powerful and it took both members from the hero faction to take him down. He wasn't too sure how it worked but it would change soon. An attendant quickly made his way to the throne room and knelt at his feet, visibly eager to share his news with the leader of Templars. Speak of the devil. My lord, we have finished extracting the sacred gear and have prepared accordingly for you to absorb it. He smiled cruelly as he imagined trumpets blaring, the angels smiling, and the heavenly choir singing about his heroic deeds. He imagined his brother cheering him on to exterminate the pests and prevent them from killing anyways. It was also a pretty good excuse for revenge. All that was left in his plans was to get the stupid little Dhampir in his possession. He scowled fiercely, as he recalled her escape. The feeling of losing yet another rare sacred gear re-emerged. It was no matter though. He had her friends in his possession and if his intel was right, she would be walking right into his hands. He'd even give her a slight push in the right direction. Tell the research and medical branch to start dissecting the two specimens. I want to know all their weak points and abilities you can extract from their bodies. Don't bother keeping them alive. I can always get more. He stood and stepped down the gray, polished steps. Don't touch the other two subjects yet. I want to see the blonde's full capabilities from a safe distance. The female's sacred gear and healing could be useful given the right motivation. Right away, my lord. The attendant quickly stood up and made his way to the ritualistic room, with the leader right on his tail. Gideon. That was what they called him. Though that wasn't his original name, as his parents had named him Megan upon birth, hoping that he would protect them from poverty, intruders, and serve as a shield for his brother from any threats. But he had failed to protect his brother from them and thus, chose himself to rid himself of the name, Megan. No longer was he a protector, though he protected humans from yokai. No, that was just an added benefit. The day they all died was the day he was born anew. Like a phoenix rising from the ashes, Gideon stepped over the corpses of his family and arose as Gideon. In Hebrew, it meant destroyer and he would just that. How fitting, for the wielder of Durandal. DxD. Near the general area of where Naruto was located, a certain blonde-haired, green-eyed man dressed in priest clothes walked around jauntily, clearly in a good mood. The reason? He had made his latest conquest. It certainly wasn't meant in a sexual manner. After all, such a loyal member of the Vatican would never sink to indulge in the pleasures of sex. After all, sexuality had a singular, fundamental purpose of procreation. So unless he was interested in having children, he was to remain a virgin. No, what Giulio Gesualdo meant was tasting new cuisine. As a self-proclaimed food critic, he considered his duty of tasting various foods of utmost importance. Thus, he justified his dereliction of duty of taking a short detour from his mission to taste India's curry for that reason. For a strong exorcist and a possessor of the second strongest Longinus, he was surprisingly carefree and lighthearted. Larking around India cost at least a 2-week delay, showing Giulio as a careless, duty-shirking kind of person. But besides his unhealthy addiction to discovering and tasting unique food, Giulio was skilled in what he did. As of now, he was tasked with retrieving Durandal. Recently, the church had discovered a natural holy sword wielder in Zenobia. The destructive holy sword would be a perfect asset for the young genius. Thankfully, the church and its higher-ups hadn't left him high and dry. They had given him a sheath and told him that the closer he got to Durandal, the hotter it would get. Right now, it was scalding hot and thrumming in anticipation to envelope its counterpart. Giulio was positive that the sword was in the vicinity of this area and his suspicions were confirmed when he felt 3 magical presences, one closer to him than the other 2. If the devils were in possession of the sword, he would have to destroy them, he grimly acknowledged. The future strongest exorcist would not fail. DxD. This environment was not in Naruto's liking. The air was a sharp decline in quality compared to the one he had been previously breathing in. He could feel the disgusting exhaust and fossil fuels making its way through his lungs, diffusing throughout his blood, and tainting its mark upon his body. He shuddered at the thought. It wasn't exactly stellar from a strategic standpoint. There were too many people bustling around with their phones in hand. His arsenal of magic would be limited and to enter Godspeed, he would have to distance himself, lest he electrocutes the soft, untrained bodies of humans. He also had an inkling that the Templars, for all their talk of protecting humans, would not mind hitting them with stray blows, if it meant a better chance of killing him. While half-devil, Naruto was not a monster and wouldn't be able to idly stand by and let the passerby die if he could help it. Naruto stuck his hands in his pockets, occasionally flaring his power for the Templars to sense. Unfortunately, he attracted someone he thought was entirely unrelated to the situation. While passing by an alleyway, he heard a click and felt the cold barrel, of what he assumed was a gun, stick into his back. Naruto quickly stiffened and considered the possibilities of him escaping. He's skilled. He realized. Assuming he's not a regular thug looking for money, he managed to bypass my sensor abilities and sneak up on me. I can't risk teleporting away. Besides, it would take several seconds to cast and I'd be dead before then. He could risk discreetly casting an elemental spell but the 2 would take a second or 2. I'll have to resort to diplomatic techniques. Man, how did this get so troublesome? Look, a lazy voice sighed. I don't particularly like killing devils and you're clearly not a stray, so just answer my questions and I'll be on my merry way. Naruto internally agreed. A Templar would have killed him immediately, so he was clearly an exorcist on a mission. Answering his questions was a fair trade for safety. The unknown figure pushed him into the alleyway and set up a barrier spell to prevent human interference, all while keeping his gun to Naruto's back. Do you know where the holy sword Durandal is? I'm afraid I don't. Why were you flaring your presence? Naruto hesitated. I was hoping to attract someone, or rather a group. What group are you referring to? The Knight Templars. The gun barrel shook for a second before stabilizing. I don't know if you know, kid, but that order dissolved ages ago. Not according to them. They introduced themselves like that and they kidnapped my acquaintance's friends. Can you let me go now? His cheek was starting to hurt after being pressed into the moist, brick wall. The gun barrel disappeared and Naruto turned to observe his would-be assassin's features. He had light, peachy skin with blonde hair and almost feminine features. A white stole was draped around his red, gold-embroidered chasuble and the young man had black pants and shoes befitting of a priest. Here lied another chance to get outside help. We could use some help, ya know. If these well-trained Templars are any indication, the leader and his personal guards are gonna be tough to take down. What do you say? Dulio wanted to help them but he had delayed searching for Durandal long enough. Sorry, but I have a mission of my own. I see, can you at least tell me your name? He answered in a kind voice. Dulio Gesualdo. I'm sorry we didn't meet on better terms. Naruto laughed. Yeah, that kinda sucked but I'm over it now. Name's Naruto Gremory. Gremory. As in the clan of the current Lucifer. Dulio mentally narrowed his eyes before brushing away his thoughts. The devil had been cooperating well enough and given enough information so there'd be no use in interrogating him further. In Naruto's pocket, a silver circle glowed and sent waves of energy, signaling him that one of his allies was in trouble. I'm sorry I have to depart in such a way. Naruto started teleporting away, but not before getting in his final words. But, one of my friends might be in trouble. DxD. Before Naruto was contacted. Boredom and impatience began to overtake Mocha's mind. Sure, the scenery around her was nice enough, with the birds singing their song and the leaves rustling from the slight breeze, but she had friends to save. She clenched her fists but sensing holy energy, dove into the nearest bushes as quietly as possible. Footsteps left slight underprints on the dirt path and occasionally snapped a stray twig. It stopped near Mocha's hiding place and her breaths began to get harder to conceal. With her adrenaline rushing, she tightened her muscles to get the drop on the Templar before the warrior began to walk away. Mocha briefly contemplated calling for help but decided against it. She wanted to spy on the Templar for any information and possibly follow the soldier right to where her friends were hiding. If Naruto and Esdeath were called, they would have no idea of her intentions and would blow the opportunity. Besides, the aura she felt was singular and fairly weak. She could handle a simple foot soldier. She carefully raised her head and observed the actions before her. The Templar had his back to her and squatted on the floor, clearing away dirt and foliage. She then gripped onto something and lifted what appeared to be a secret entrance. This was exactly what she was hoping for. She was half tempted to knock the Templar out and jump right in but quickly calmed herself. The chances of retrieving her friends would be much greater with help. Although, she couldn't help but think that the whole situation was coincidental. But never mind that. She had to save her friends and this was one chance she wasn't going to blow. After the Templar disappeared down the dark hole she waited a few minutes before alerting her friends. DxD. Naruto and Esdeath emerged from thin air, hands raised and ready to deliver punishing blows. Unexpectedly, there were no Templars in the surrounding area. Upon seeing Mocha with her arms crossed and bouncing from foot to foot, they reluctantly lowered their guard but were still wary about the whole situation. Mocha. Naruto was expecting a number of Templars and Mocha embroiled in a fierce battle but instead, was greeted to a rather serene setting. Naruto have so many things to. Whoa, slow down. He put his hands up, now utterly puzzled with the circumstances. Shrugging his shoulders, he beckoned the Dhampir to continue talking but in a much calmer manner. Mocha was so excited and amped up with the recent information but for her friend's sake, reined herself in. Reckless haste would only get herself and her newfound allies killed. She took in a deep breath before informing him of what happened. Naruto was conflicted once Mocha had finished. What was presented to them were two crossroads. Two choices they could make. The first choice was to seize the opportunity and strike while the iron was hot. From what he had seen, the Templars were certainly trained, but with the three of them covering each other's backs and Esdeath there to buy him time to enter Godspeed, the possible skirmishes would be easy to deal with. Without wasting any time, they would be able to quickly infiltrate the base and rescue Mocha's friends. With that over, he and Esdeath would be able to regroup with more information and have more opportunities to cripple and eventually bring down the faction. However, there were too many unknowns, too many X-factors that could be pivotal in them getting out intact. First, the Templars they encountered didn't seem to be that high-ranking. After all their leader revealed was that the faction was planning something big. Other than that, he didn't pick up anything noteworthy. There was a good chance that what they encountered were just foot soldiers, the lowest of the low in the Templar organization. If that was the case, the opponents that lied ahead would be too much for them to handle. Second, this all seemed a tad bit convenient. He had no idea whether Mocha could conceal her presence, and if this indeed was set up, they would be walking right into the lion's den. He made his decision. Mocha, I know this might be hard for you to hear. What are you even talking about? Don't you even finish that damn sentence. Mocha shouted at him, this is a golden opportunity right here. Look, if you want to back out of the alliance, like the coward you are, that's fine. Break your word and go run away with your little girlfriend. Me. I'm gonna save my friends. She scoffed, toying with Naruto's conviction of never going back on his promises. He gritted his teeth. He knew exactly what she was doing and he absolutely hated it. But not because it was an insult to his pride. He hated it because it was true. How could he be the strongest devil to ever exist, when he couldn't even keep a promise? Even with every fiber of his body yelling and blaring at him to turn back, he steeled himself. From a distance, Esdeath looked on with amusement as if the events unfolding before her was a soap opera. She was curious about how Naruto would respond. Whatever he would do, she would follow his footsteps. It was the least she could do as a fellow comrade and friend. Without a noise, he pulled out 3 blood-stained clothing and threw it at them. Immediately, the meaty musk hit their nostrils and both gagged in sheer disgust. If that wasn't enough, he rolled over 2 silver helmets with a cross adorning the front. The mouth gagging, lip-curling sour smell from the top of the inside was. Nope. It was better to not think about it. Mocha hastily put on the clothes, even though the pants were half a size too big, and Esdeath did the same. Unlike the deceased warriors, Esdeath had a slim, lithe body and the priest-like outfit hung baggily around her waistline. With their disguises complete, Mocha threw open the entrance and stepped into the deep depths of murky shadows. Naruto held out his arm, stopping Esdeath from taking another step. I have a bad feeling, so just be on guard. I don't want you getting hurt. Is my king getting worried over his queen? She jested with a familiar cool undertone, making sure to emphasize the words, king, and queen. Naruto scowled and hurriedly followed Mocha. Excuse me for worrying for a friend. A soft chuckle chased Naruto's ears, and in the dark entrance, no one noticed the slightly flushed face. She thought she was so funny, didn't she? Esdeath smirked before gracefully descending. DxD. A certain distance away, Gideon grinned at the sight of the dark, purple orb implanted in his chest. Beneath its swirling violet color was a power that complemented his fighting style perfectly. The full capabilities of the sacred gear weren't explored yet, but from the short test run, it attracted all living things right in front of him. From there, it was child's play to draw Durandal and cut down the enemies. It was now time for test run number 2. 10 Knight Templars surrounded him in a circle formation with their swords drawn. In an unspoken signal, they charged. What a foolish tactic, to charge towards a destructive holy sword wielder in possession of a sacred gear that specialized in bringing the fight close and personal. He quickly outstretched his hand and the orb whirred in response. With sounds of surprise and shock, the Templars were forcibly pulled off their feet towards Gideon, who grinned in anticipation. A powerful strike with Durandal was all it took to thin the crowd to half its population. Bodies were bisected at the waist and hot, sticky intestines spilled out onto the floor. A sickening thud sounded when the top half of the Templars kissed the cold, hard ground. The remaining men gulped and looked at Gideon with trepidation. Legs trembled and failed to hold their weight as they lost the will to fight. With dread and fear clouding their mind, they bowed ashamedly, with their heads pressed down. Gideon looked on with amusement before another foot soldier walked in on the training session. He could barely meet his leader's eyes and with teeth clacking and chattering, narrowly said, My lord, I have done as why you asked. The Dampier should be entering our base soon. Gideon looked up and he gulped before mustering his courage. As you have asked, all 100 Templars have been recalled to the gathering room and have been relieved of watch duty. The smell of bodies was quickly getting to Gideon, so he briskly walked off to his throne room. As planned, the Dampier took the bait and would explore his base before finding her fellow friends, the Blonde and the Fallen. From there, he would allow the Blonde to be freed and unlock his sacred gear. His Templars would then surround the Yukai and there, Gideon would watch the unknown power in action roam the shadows. Once satisfied, he would send his weapon and the two hero faction warriors to clean up the exhausted monsters. Of course, the Blonde would be spared for the sacred gear extraction. Gideon stopped in his tracks. What was the name of his current sacred gear anyways? Right, the childish head of the research branch had called it Ominous Nebula. How he wished to test it in a real battle. The tension was thick in the air as the group of three marched through the dark corridor. When Naruto stepped down the stairs, he was expecting to see guards stationed nearby. Instead, the passage was eerily empty, filled with the soft sounds of their footsteps. This fact was observed by Naruto, and the fear of this being a trap only gnawed away at the pit of his gut. As far as he could see, the passageway only branched straight ahead. There were few sources of light and the coal-colored walls closing on their sides did nothing to ease their nerves. The very floor they were walking on seemed to leach the tinge of life off their faces. After walking for what it seemed to be hours, they finally saw three paths forking off in different directions. To Mocha's and the Devil's interest, yells of outrage and grief drifted from the path on their left. Peeking around the corner, they caught view of a thick, iron door barring anyone without proper clearance from entering. Naruto glanced at the other two paths, to only see nothing in the far distance. Being a devil, Naruto and Esdeath both possessed night vision and enhanced eyesight. That being said, they still couldn't see what the two paths led to. The path to the left at least showed a door, and while Naruto would avoid sounds of distress, noises like that usually signaled the presence of enemy. Deep down, Naruto was a sucker for doing something called the right thing. For all he knew, there could be those accursed Templars in there torturing something in that room. Besides, there was a pretty high probability that Mocha's friends were in there. Speaking of Mocha, she seemed like she was all in for charging through the door, and once Naruto gave a slight incline of his neck, she rushed towards the entrance and kicked it with all her might. While the door was indeed mighty, as it was made out of tempered steel, the Templars had mistakenly left the old, flawed hinges intact. With a mighty crack, the door flew from the impact of the Dampier's foot and Naruto saw what appeared to be a prison. The Templars did not put much effort into keeping the cells clean enough to reside in. If anything, they went out of their way to make the living conditions as inhumane as possible. The bars of each cell were crusted with some kind of black fungi. Naruto had no idea what it was, nor did he want to know. The ground seemed to be soaked with urine, and the stench of feces made Naruto gag. As they passed the cell of each Yukai, they looked at him with pleading eyes and begged for freedom. Others were not so subtle, and with the Templars gone, yelled and shouted at the three to let them loose. Mocha gasped and hurried to one of the cells with hope and relief shining bright as the sun in her eyes. Finally, after years of protecting and sheltering her, she was able to protect and save them for once. Meliodas. Elizabeth. Naruto immediately spotted the people Mocha was shouting at. From the sea of imprisoned, suffering Yukai, these two stood out to him, even with mud and their blood staining and nearly making their faces unrecognizable. With a back to the wall, a boy with messy blonde hair was sitting on the unhygienic ground. His emerald green eyes glimmered with recognition as he caught sight of the silver-haired Dampier. His normally crisp, white-buttoned front shirt was stained red and brown. A shredded black vest hung limply around his shoulders and a red tie was wrapped around his arm, preventing some sort of wound from bleeding out. On his lap was a silver-haired, slender woman and her dark black wings were out on full display. Despite initially being asleep, upon hearing Mocha's shout, her eyelids slowly rose, revealing kind blue eyes. Thankfully, her clothes, while dirty, covered her lady parts and helped her keep her modesty. The now identified Meliodas pushed himself up and grinned proudly at Mocha. I knew you'd come for us. You even brought friends. His green eyes moved to Naruto and Esdeath. Without any hesitation, Mocha ripped the iron bars with her bare hands like it was wet paper, effectively setting the couple free. She rushed to them and immediately knelt to look over Meliodas's wounds. Are you okay? Do you have any wounds? I was so scared they killed you. Mocha sobbed and hugged the short blonde. Meliodas's eyes hardened. Yeah, we weren't touched, but some guy took away Zeldris and Gelda while saying something about experiments. We need to hurry, they might have done something to them. Unconsciously, he tried flaring his demonic power but it was effectively suppressed by his cuffs, something Naruto noted. Those restraints are keeping your powers in check. Naruto narrowed his eyes and walked next to Mocha. There should be some kind of key to unlock them, but there are no soldiers around. Let me try something. The redhead raised his hands and a set of blue runes appeared on the cuffs before flickering away. TCH. Naruto shook his head in frustration. The cuffs are resistant to magic as well, the only way you're getting out of those cuffs is with a key. Meliodas softly smiled. That's all right. I wasn't expecting things to be so easy. The people who took us prisoner had everything planned. They took us by surprise with an ambush and attacked us when we were vulnerable. They're professionals. He hugged the fallen closer to his chest and asked, can you give us your name? Naruto's eyes twinkled with mirth. Even with the prisoners suffering all around them, he couldn't help but smile back. The blonde's happiness was infectious. Naruto Gremory, at your service. He extended his hand for a handshake and Meliodas took it. Meliodas. No last name, I grew up as an orphan. The one laying on my lap is Elizabeth. I hope you don't have any problems with her being a fallen angel. He looked at Naruto and silently threatened him to speak out against him. The crimson-haired devil couldn't help but relate to the experience of growing up alone. Luckily, he had adapted quickly to the harsh lifestyle and picked up quite a few skills involving theft and pickpocketing. As for the fallen, Naruto shrugged. If you trust her, I'm fine with it. Meliodas visibly relaxed and before they knew it, both started small talk in an attempt to know each other better. While the two males were talking about who knows what, Esdeath was diligently scouring the prison for any signs of a key. Freeing the couple would mean extra allies and they could use the manpower. Ignoring the cries of the yokai, she spotted an area in the very back. From what she saw, it was a simple place for the Templars to overview the prisoners and make sure nothing was going wrong. A wooden desk stood right next to the wall and implanted in the same wall was an alarm. Underneath the desk were several boxes and she quickly punched on them. Ripping open the first one, all she saw was a multitude of musty books detailing the works of Christ and Christianity in general. She threw it aside and continued her search for a key. After discovering more journals and papers, she reached the last box. Upon opening it, she finally saw what she was looking for, several silver keys hanging from a keychain. She reached for it and winced when her palm hissed from the painful contact. Was it doused in holy water? Or maybe the metal itself was the cause. Pushing away these thoughts, she grabbed the keychain, rushed to Naruto, and dropped the keys before his feet. Naruto, now interrupted from his briefing of the situation, turned to her. Esdeath explained, I found keys in the back and I'm assuming one of them can free Meliodas and Elizabeth. Naruto punched his fist into the palm of his other hand and exhaled excitedly. Looks like we can get you guys. Wait, Esdeath, are you hurt? He had noticed Esdeath cradling her right hand and briefly saw red irritated skin. She said nothing. He reached out to her arm, gently pushed her fingers back, and tightened his jaw. You should have told me about this. Using his other hand, he conjured a simple healing spell and continued berating her. It's not that hard for me to heal wounds on this level and hiding them only makes it worse. You're one of my precious comrades, so don't ever be afraid to ask for help. Throughout the short lecture, Esdeath didn't move from her position at all and stood stiffly, just like a statue. Instead, her mind focused on his last sentence and particularly on one word: precious. The corners of her mouth quirked up at the sound of being called precious. Did you even hear anything I said? Naruto sighed and looked at the keys. Besides all that, good job on finding the keys. Ignoring the stinging pain, he tried each key into the lock and before he knew it, one of them fit perfectly. After turning the hay and freeing Meliodas, he cast a quick healing spell and turned to Elizabeth to do the same. Alright. Let's get the hell out of here. Meliodas stood up and held Elizabeth in bridal style. Esdeath turned to Naruto to ask what they should do and he nodded. Now that we have Mocha's friends, it'll be better to regroup. But before we leave, we'll set the Yukai free. Mocha. The Dampier happily obliged and tore through the cell bars. Many grunts of relief were heard and further cheers of happiness sounded throughout the hallway. The first chance they got, they ran through the fallen iron door and began their search for freedom. To their surprise, these sounds were quickly silenced and replaced with the noise of metal sinking into flesh. With a grimace on his face, Naruto took off with Esdeath and the rest right on his heels. As soon as they reached the entranceway, they were introduced to numerous Templars ruthlessly cutting down the Yukai, ignoring the screams for mercy. Without any sign, Naruto entered the fray and pushed the Yukai behind him. With a wave of his hand, several magic circles materialized in front of him and a roaring flame erupted, roasting the Templars into no more than black crisps. Not a second later, Esdeath appeared by his side and conjured sparkling, blue icicles to impale the remaining Templars. With a sickening shink, the blue net efficiently targeted the vital points, killing her targets easily. DxD. With Gideon. The now armored man was clenching his fists as he observed the fight through his crystal orb. This wasn't supposed to be happening. The intruders were much stronger than he expected and unfortunately, the magic-resilient ore he used to make the suppressing cuffs was rare, and thus, he had a limited amount. The armor his Templars had on was ineffective against the redhead's magic. If he wanted to see the blonde's sacred gear in action, he would have to distract the others. So far, the blonde was focused on the fallen and only helped when it was absolutely necessary. Sure, he showed his strength, speed, and reflexes, but he had yet to show the capabilities of his sacred gear and it made him so mad. Gideon pointed to his attendant. Call Eric and Urza. Tell them they are to get the attention of the red-haired devil, Bluenet, and the Dampier. They are to leave the blonde and the fallen alone. Do you understand? The attendant nodded and rushed to find the two warriors. Gideon rubbed his hands together and leaned closer to his orb, his eyes giving Meliodas his undivided attention. Show me your strength, devil. What kind of tricks are you hiding up your sleeve? DxD. Naruto and Esdeath were a fearsome pair, as their month-long training honed their individual skills and their teamwork. While Naruto bombarded the Templars with a widespread attack, Esdeath would rush in to sweep up any survivors. Behind the duo, Mocha helped Meliodas carry Elizabeth as the trio hoped to get out of the base and go back to their simple lifestyle. As they neared their original point, to the right corner awaited a girl, displeased with the whole situation but determined to do her job. Naruto stiffened and Esdeath stopped in her tracks. He put his finger to his lips to signal silence and crept to the corner. At the same time, the girl beckoned to her partner and the Templars behind her and lunged at the enemy. With supreme reflexes that could only have been earned from harsh training, Naruto dodged a lethal strike of a sword to his face and raised his arms in response. Two large, black circles formed on the bottom of his palms and slowly extended outwards. The redhead had converted his runes into weapons that served as chakrams. The girl pushed Naruto to the hallway on their right and began swinging precise, powerful strikes. Using his magic circles, Naruto used her momentum to deflect each attempt on his life and waited for her to lower her guard. While the girl engaged Naruto, Esdeath was dragged into a fight with a slender, young male. Without a word, he kicked Esdeath in the gut, sending her tumbling to the hallway straight ahead. To Mocha and Meliodas, it appeared that their companions were ambushed by two skilled opponents. Naruto was now busy fighting an armored girl in the hall straight ahead and Esdeath had been kicked into the hallway to their left. Unfortunately, they didn't have too much time to dwell on the situation, as a large group of Templars blocked their way. Meliodas gritted his teeth. He had to use it. Mocha wasn't strong enough to take on all of these opponents. Mocha, take care of Elizabeth. He carefully handed the silver-haired fallen to Mocha and the Dhampir, with equal amounts of care, held her close to her chest. He closed his eyes and drowned out all noises in the background. Think back to your hate. The Templars looked at each other, confused as to why Meliodas wasn't attacking them. When were you truly angry? They waited for a few more seconds to see if he was going to make the first move. When was the last time you wanted to feel the snapping of bones, splitting of flesh, and the warm sensation of blood? What are we waiting for? Think. One impatient Templar unsheathed his sword and charged. And unleash your wrath. Meliodas opened his now dark violet eyes swirling with hate just in time to see a holy sword slashing downwards. Ignoring Mocha's pleas to pay attention, he caught the blade with just 2 fingers and snapped it into a million pieces. After witnessing this feat, the Templar tried backing away in fear, but Meliodas grasped his head with one hand. This is my sacred gear, Berserker's Rage, Stage 1. He squeezed tightly and the Templar's skull burst into blood, bone, and brain matter. The body fell limply onto the floor and Meliodas glared at the rest of them. Unconsciously, they all took a step back. The same thing will happen to all of you. Your fate was decided when you tried hurting my friends. Each Templar held on to their sword even tighter and tried grasping to their confidence. To their dismay, every cell of their body refused to move as the monster in front of them charged with an explosive first step. There was nothing they could do to stop this massacre. DxD. With Naruto. He was in trouble. Naruto barely had any time to activate Godspeed, as the red-headed girl in front of him refused to back down. She furiously swiped at his head and Naruto was forced to back off further and further until he could barely see his friends. Now, seeing that his friends were a good distance away, Naruto activated his elemental attacks. Lightning Beast's Chase. 4 wolves made of pure lightning rushed towards the girl, who strangely enough, did nothing and merely stood there. It didn't completely matter to Naruto, as he had delayed the spell so the wolves wouldn't hit her all at once. All he needed was 10 seconds and 10 seconds he got. Godspeed. He dropped the black magic circles beneath his palms as he underwent his ethereal transformation. His hair strands lit up the dark hallway with the occasional blue flickers. Naruto smiled and punched his fist into his other palm. Get ready for a beatdown. Even though the hall wasn't the largest nor widest battlefield he could ask for, he ran at her in a zigzag formation in an attempt to confuse her before going for a thunderous punch to her face. At least, that was the plan. As soon as Naruto left the ground to punch the girl, she demonstrated her flexibility by stretching backwards and completely evading his strike. Still in the air, Naruto was vulnerable to an attack and she tried to capitalize on that. A vicious sword strike nearly bisected Naruto at the waist, but he slammed his 2 hands on the flat part of the blade, trapping the weapon. Naruto came down hard on the ground and he lessened the impact by rolling several times. While he was now closer to his friends, he was still confused. His opponent had enough speed to dodge his attack. Who are you? The redhead pointed her sword to Naruto and bent her knees, ready to take off to face her opponent. I am Urza Scarlet, second in command of the Templars. I am merely a weapon, a tool for my master to use. Naruto sweet-dropped. What kind of mentality is that? Without answering, Urza charged at Naruto and thrust her sword in an attempt to pierce him straight through his chest. Still in Godspeed, Naruto dodged each strike and quickly searched for any openings. There. He ducked under a particularly ferocious strike and thrust his hand out. A fiery magic circle appeared and a flaming bullet hit her right in her armored chest. The small-scale explosion pushed her back and a black cloud partially filled the hallway. I had to minimize the amount of magic I put into that. If I made it any bigger, I'd be caught in the explosion as well. However, that attack isn't exactly a pushover and at the very least, should have damaged her armor. What? After Urza stepped through the clouds of ash, she revealed her unblemished armor. There were few gray smudges of soot on her cheeks, but otherwise, she was unharmed. Naruto narrowed his eyes. Is her armor that strong? Was it specifically made to protect her against fire attacks? Wait. My lightning attack from earlier did nothing either. Her armor has to be resilient against magical attacks in general. Is it some kind of enchantment that allows her to tank all this damage? Your amour is resistant to magic. He guessed. Urza tilted her head before nodding. Indeed it is. The several enchantments make it nigh impossible to destroy using magical attacks. Normally, I'd be worried about physical attacks, but your punches aren't the strongest. She took a step closer to him. Fast. Yes, but not strong enough to hurt me severely. While Urza was talking about her armor, Naruto desperately analyzed her body for some type of weakness. Right now, her head is my best shot. It isn't covered with any armor, so she must have brought her armored hands up to block my lightning attack. With his plan in mind, he rushed at Urza hoping to land a punch on her face. Unfortunately for him, after dismissing the openings to her torso, she realized what he had in mind and defended accordingly. Her gleaming, sharp sword kept him from a distance, and with each passing second, he grew more and more frustrated. I can't seem to land a hit on her face. Let's go for some feints. He faked a right hook and pretended to sweep her legs underneath her before jumping back and unleashing more elemental attacks. Rush Rock, and Roaring Flames. Naruto unleashed a sea of flames that rushed towards Urza before shooting jagged pieces of rocks, all aimed at her face. In response, she merely tanked the fire attack and used her sword to cleanly slice the rocks before they hit her. Naruto wasn't finished. As soon as the flames started to die down, with a burst of speed, Naruto sped behind her and attempted to punch her. Unluckily, Urza had noticed the slight breeze that was let off when Naruto ran towards her and took note of Naruto's position. She moved her head to the side and his fist barely clipped her ear. He still wasn't finished. While Urza had dodged his punch, she couldn't dodge the bolt of lightning to the side of her face. While it was significantly weaker than the real deal, the voltage momentarily shocked her with its burning, stinging pain, and Naruto took that opening to conjure another fire attack. With her life on the line, Urza threw her body forwards and barely managed to dodge the searing flames. Tisk. It was Urza's turn to narrow her eyes. She didn't sense any magic circles being summoned when he unleashed that lightning attack, so where did it come from? Could it be his god speed? At that moment, Urza had let her guard down and was struck with tremendous force from behind. She was sent tumbling past Naruto and landed in a messy heap. Not bad. Naruto looked up and saw Meliodas wearing some kind of necklace that was pulsating heavy amounts of killing intent. No longer a shining emerald color, his eyes were blazing with a dark purple color that threatened any enemy to fight him. Meliodas. At the sound of his name, Meliodas turned his gaze to Naruto and his gaze softened for just a second. You alright? I'm fine. Physically, he wasn't too roughed up. His pride, on the other hand, shattered. He had thought his god speed would give him the edge over her, but she had obtained the same speed through natural means, or at least the ability to fight him off in that mode. Meliodas, on the other hand, made it look so easy. With a single punch, he sent Urza flying. It pissed him off. An Esdeath. Meliodas turned around. Time to back her up. DxD. Somewhere in the base. Gideon smiled. What he just witnessed was vastly impressive. This so-called Meliodas had taken his Templars with ease, and the ill intent his sacred gear was quite frankly terrifying. He was able to observe several changes in Meliodas's body, but his Templars were just too weak. They wouldn't be able to push him to show all his cards. Sometimes, you just had to get your hands dirty. Gideon grabbed Durandal and made his way to intercept his test subjects. DxD. Above ground. Dulio was panicking. He had felt the killing internet from a mile away. What was it? Were there devils around killing humans? Was it a stray? Maybe the boy he met earlier. He needed answers, and he needed them fast. Sure, he had a top-secret mission to find Durandal, but that didn't mean he could let innocents get killed, not when he could actually do something. No amount of human lives were worth finding Durandal faster. That was one of the first things the church had taught him. God had created men and women in his image, and thus, every human life was precious. Life wasn't just something you could play around with, it was something to be cherished and cared for. Durandal could wait. He needed to find the source of this killing intent. DxD. With Esdeath. A slender, young man had managed to get the drop on Esdeath, but luckily, she had managed to protect her vital points and avoided major damage. My name is Nathan of the hero faction. I shall be your opponent. He drew a short holy sword and charged at Esdeath. While not a master in wielding swords, Esdeath wasn't a complete novice and knew a couple of tricks. Her opponent came at her ferociously and they met in the middle. Esdeath with a sword made from ice and Nathan with his holy sword. Still locked in the middle, Esdeath chose to back down slightly and sent a wave of icicles at him as a distraction. While he was busy cutting each ice shard into pieces, she focused all her power into the ground in front of her for a frontal attack. Arctic Wonderland. With her prodigal control over ice, the Bluenet had managed to cover every surface in front of her into ice. The ground was now slippery and extremely treacherous to tread on. The walls weren't spared either and were frozen over as well. Nathan slowly looked around him and prepared to fight once more. He widened his eyes when he saw more icicles incoming. Even slipping and having terrible footing, he showed his exceptional swordsmanship by cutting them down. TCH. Esdeath narrowed her eyes and her sadistic side started to influence her mind. Let's see how long you can last. Pillars erupted from the side of Nathan and he had to drop his sword to grasp both pillars, stopping them from crushing him. However, he was now seemingly unable to move and defend himself. Esdeath tilted her head. Try getting out of this one. Even more icicles flew towards Nathan but to Esdeath's dismay, he was not cut down. Instead, his sword he had dropped was now levitating and cut into each icicle. Telekinesis. Is this his sacred gear? Before she had time to test her theory out, Meliodas and Naruto had come to back her up. Thrusting his finger, Naruto unleashed a bolt of lightning and Meliodas swiped his hand through the air, summoning a mysterious, yet ominous purple flame that slowly consumed the ice. Are you okay? Naruto asked and got ready to heal her, in case she was injured anywhere. She huffed. Thanks, but I had things under control here. Well, what are we waiting for? Both Naruto and Esdeath looked to Meliodas. Let's get the hell out of here. I'm afraid I'm going to have to stop you right there. A brown-haired man with an athletic build walked towards their direction and stopped a distance away. His silver armor covered his chest and legs but did nothing to shield his arms. In one hand, he held a blue, gold-coated holy sword and the other grasped a Spartan-style helmet. He stabbed the sword into the ground and it promptly created a crater 3 feet wide. The man was seemingly unfazed by the destructiveness of his sword. Oops. I'm sorry for that. My sword is unusually excited today. He placed his helmet over his head and stared at them. My name is Gideon and right now, you're my test subjects. Meliodas snarled as soon as his boiling, purple eyes caught sight of the man in front of them. You're the ones that took Zeldris and Gelda. What the hell did you do to them? Meliodas was now emanating an aura of death that slightly ruptured and cracked the ground he was standing above. Gideon ignored him and merely gave his holy sword a couple of practice swings. Zeldris and Gelda. I'm assuming you're referring to the black-haired half-devil and the Dampier. Meliodas nodded as he and Mocha both listened tentatively. Man oh man. I haven't had a good fight in a while so I'm hoping you'll give one to me. The Templar leader promptly deflected the question and instead focused on Naruto. Your hair. What of it? Naruto snapped irritably, slightly vexed by the gap of skill and power between him and Meliodas. Gideon hummed. It reminded me of two things. When I first saw your crimson color, I thought of the Gremory clan. I mean, who wouldn't? Such a filthy group of devils yet blessed with such destructive powers. He stopped swinging his sword and held the blade by his side. Then I remembered the other clan, the Uzumaki clan. Their legendary power was indeed commendable but their calling card was their bright red hair. It's a travesty that such a prominent devil clan bears much resemblance to the legendary group of humans. On the outside, Naruto appeared calm and only gave the slightest twitch at the mention of his unused surname. On the inside, however, existed a burning turmoil, one that blazed with curiosity, pride, and anger. While it was true Naruto wasn't too fond of Benelana or Rias, after living for a number of years in the Gremory household, it was natural that he developed some sense of pride in the Gremory name. To have a man praise the Uzumakis to such high lengths but degrade the Gremories with harsh, biting words led to Naruto having a mixed sense of pride and hate. Yet nothing was greater than his newfound curiosity. For years, he was not told of the significance of the Uzumakis, and suddenly, here was a man that had such knowledge. Venelana was in charge of my education and there was nothing about the Uzumakis in our library, so I assume Venelana is the reason for that. But I've asked Sairaorg about my surname and he was equally ignorant as I was. This is my best chance for information. The Uzumakis. Where did they reside? And what power are you referring to? Naruto asked, hoping that his enemy would shed some light on the matter. Gideon laughed. Hoping to wipe them out before they make a move against you. How fitting for a lowly devil like you. Naruto clenched his fists and tried his best to ignore the derogatory comments. Don't you worry. As much as it pains me to say it, the Uzumakis were wiped out years ago. No one knows how or why, but they don't exist. Where they lived. Gideon scoffed. It won't matter. They had powerful barrier spells that even gods couldn't penetrate. Its power still hasn't diminished to this day and only one with Uzumaki blood could even hope to enter. At this point, Gideon's eyes glazed over as he reminisced over his memories. I've been to their home before, or at least their entrance. To the east of Japan lies a string of 3 uninhabited islands, one of which contains the gateway to Uzushiogakure, the village hidden by whirling tides, and boy, is it guarded well. He laughed joyfully as if the tension and killing intent wasn't in the air. It was quite disturbing, in Naruto's mind. After searching for a couple of weeks I found that there was a stone statue near the bottom too. One island is pretty normal, it's got animals, trees, and a stable ecosystem. The other. He shook his head. It's completely barren. You'd better off calling it a really big piece of rock because there are no trees, animals. Nothing. Gideon leaned closer as if he was telling a secret, which he essentially was. But that's a lie. There are way too many protective spells around it to be seemingly worthless, so I've theorized that it's the home of the Uzumakis. You can't fly to that damn island, nor can you teleport. Digging an underground tunnel gets you nowhere since there are spells placed underneath as well. The waters all around the island seem calm enough but if you fall in, it's game over. You'll be whisked to the depths of the ocean, where you'll eventually be ripped to shreds. I've seen it for myself. He scratched the side of his cheek and leaned back, now comfortably leaning on his sword. I'm guessing that the stone statue requires Uzumaki blood to deactivate the barriers and get across. Unfortunately, we're fresh out of Uzumakis so whatever secret powers they're hiding on that island are gone forever. And their powers? Naruto added. Gideon scoffed. Ha. Of course, you devils wouldn't acknowledge their might. The most common power is their sacred gear, chain jail. There were 3 or 4 Uzumakis that inherited that sacred gear and they had some sort of ritual that allowed them to pass it down to their successors. I've only seen it in action twice, but I can testify for its power and versatility. They're extremely well versed in barriers and protective spells but that's not all there's to it. Gideon's eyes now shone with excitement and a slight hint of madness. There's so many rumors of their power. Their founder possessed the ability to manipulate wood. There are even more rumors and old stories that hint at them being able to use senjutsu. Isn't that marvelous? He threw his head back and laughed heartily. To retain their humanity but to also be able to use a power thought to be restricted to those filthy yokai. I worship them. After all, they were the very paragon of what the human race should strive to be. Finishing his lecture, he looked curiously at Naruto. Though, your fascination with them amazes me. Tell me, devil, why do you ask? I'm sure the older generation of the devils should have heard of their legendary might. Am I wrong? It doesn't matter. Meliodas interrupted him and unknowingly saved Naruto from answering the question. I'll only ask you one more time. What did you do to Zeldris and Gelda? Naruto had long forgotten about Meliodas flaring his power, as he was enraptured in Gideon's tale of the Uzumakis. Now that their conversation was over, the blonde had resumed raising his power and anger. Gideon, for the most part, was unimpressed. If you wanted to see them, all you had to do was ask. He motioned to his attendants and they disappeared into the dark hallway with quiet clicks of their feet. The awkward silence between the two foes was overbearing but thankfully, after a few minutes, the attendees then reappeared with 2 things. Naruto prided himself on keeping a calm, rational mind while keeping his emotions at bay. A slight disturbance in his mental mind was all a skilled enemy needed to deal a killing blow. Yet with all this in his mind, even with his small share of battles and witnessing the aftermath of Esdeath's massacre, he was not prepared for the sight before him. He could barely distinguish the gender between the two, bloodied meat bags, for a lack of better terms. Their faces were sliced into and their mouths gaped in mid-scream. For some sick, twisted reason, their eyes were removed, leaving 2 bloodied sockets. Along with their eyes, their limbs had been cleanly sliced from the stump. Their entire body was covered and dried with the scarlet liquid. For the first time, Naruto realized what kind of monster they were up against. Even though he had drilled inside his brain to never take his eyes away from the enemy and never let your guard down, he allowed this one moment of weakness to take over. Closing his eyes, he then took in a deep breath and tried to ignore the stench of blood. He failed. Breathe in. Breathe out. Repeat. He opened his eyes with a fierce resolve to protect his companions. If looks could kill, Gideon would be dead 10 times over. Purple flames glittered, showing its harsh beauty as it wrapped around Meliodas' arms. Not a single word was said as his top was cleanly burned off, exposing his chest and impressive abdominal muscles. Dark red flickers of his demonic energy crackled around him, as he tried his hardest to keep his powers under control. Under his breath, he repeated, "Control," over and over. To this, Gideon looked more excited than scared. He bent his knees and readied his blade in one hand. "This is more like it. Show me your power, Meliodas." Behind the Moku looked emotionally stable at an unsuspecting glance, but at closer inspection, Naruto could see the dull, emotionless eyes, the occasional tremor sending shockwaves throughout her body, and the denial. Her legs couldn't handle the emotional shock and she fell to her knees. The Dhampir's arms hung limply around Elizabeth to offer little protection, but it was clear the girl was out of it. "You did this, for what?" Meliodas whispered. "For me to show you, my power." He chuckled humorlessly and his energy spiked to new levels. "I'm going to kill you." With an earth-shattering roar, the devil disappeared in a burst of speed and punched Gideon. The air burst all around the two as his fist met Durandal. Even as the blonde's fist sizzled from the contact with the destructive sword, he persisted and with all his strength, pushed Gideon with all his might. The Templar stood no chance. He was sent tumbling back into the prison area and stabbed Durandal into the ground, stopping himself in his tracks. Meliodas took his time walking towards Gideon when the 2 warriors, Urza and Nathan, erupted from the hallways from the sides and attempted to strike him down, Urza in her magic-resistant armor and Nathan controlling 2 more swords in the air and another 2 in his hands. They didn't get close. Meliodas skillfully ducked and weaved his way through their slashes and counterattacked. Without even a glance in their direction, 2 purple, tentacle-like spikes materialized from his back and slammed into them, sending them back from where they came from. Before they could recover and halt Meliodas in his tracks, Naruto and Esdeath acted. Running to their respective opponents, they clashed against the 2 warriors. "Leave them to us," Naruto shouted before blowing Urza back with a powerful gust of wind. Meliodas seemingly ignored him and stalked towards his prey, each step cracking the ground with its pressure. He threw his arms back and formed an axe head on his left hand and a shield in his right. He's forming weapons from his demonic energy. Is this another one of his tricks from his sacred gear? How delightful. Gideon stood back up and pointed Durandal towards the blonde. "Show me more of your tricks, devil. I'm going to squeeze every bit of information out of your sacred gear and learn all your secrets before killing you." Meliodas kept stepping towards him, his sacred gear power manifesting his devil powers into pure, tangible darkness. "Kill me." He laughed that cold, humorless laugh once more. "You don't realize it, do you? You're already dead, you just haven't realized it yet." That cold, yet the blunt way of talking scared Gideon, even if he wouldn't admit it. Berserker's Rage. Stage 2. A jagged, black scar-like mark ran down through his left eye and stopped just below it. Gideon laughed. "We'll see about that." He hefted Durandal on his shoulder and lunged. Their battle had begun. DxD. With Esdeath. She didn't have too much time. The magical pressure Meliodas was releasing was straining the entire underground complex, and by using such destructive techniques, they'd be exposed to the upper ground anytime soon. While they were far from human civilization, other entities would be alerted to their presence due to Meliodas's seemingly unquenchable bloodlust and Durandal's destructive aura. Esdeath assumed that there were heavy magic suppressors underground, as the trio of Naruto, her, and Moka were completely unaware of Durandal's holy aura. With a quick burst of her magic, she formed an ice dome that briefly held off Nathan, creating a window for her to come up with a plan. The problem was the lack of intel. She had no idea how Nathan's powers worked. She caught a brief glimpse of him controlling two swords without any limbs. Was it telekinesis? If it was, why wasn't he controlling anything else? There was plenty of rubble he could use as a distraction. Perhaps he could only control weapons. All of these thoughts flashed through her mind within a couple of seconds, as Nathan quickly cut her shield in pieces with his 4 swords. The 2 floating swords threw themselves at her and she barely dodged to her right, the blades now embedded in the ground behind her. He quickly engaged her in a flurry of strikes, most of which missed her body. Clicking his teeth in frustration, the swords behind her flew into action and tried impaling her again. With impressive reflexes, she ducked to avoid the mentally controlled blades while also evading his manual strikes. Breathing heavily, she threw herself backward and bombarded him with hardened ice spheres. Unfortunately, with incredible skill, Nathan manipulated his 2 floating swords and spun them at high velocities, slicing the spheres into glimmering shards. TCH. He was much more skilled with his sacred gear than she thought. Though, this was assuming his sacred gear was what allowed him to control his weapons through mind control in the first place. What to do? Esdeath mused. She could use her Arctic Wonderland to cut off his movements, but he'd still be able to control those 2 swords of his. Not to mention the fact that he wouldn't be completely motionless, the ice would just make movement difficult, not impossible. Of course, for her, the ice would never be a hindrance. Still, it was a good start. Freezing breath. As the temperature rapidly dropped in the hallway they were fighting in, Esdeath raised her palms in his direction and a visible, freezing cloud shot out from her fingers and raced towards Nathan. Not wanting to make any skin contact with the cloud out of fear of frostbite and missing fingers, the young hero faction member gritted his teeth and dropped the swords in his hands. Instead, he devoted all his attention to spinning the blades in front of him to repel the cloud backward. The pure speed of the swords generated a strong enough wind that pushed the cloud back. He dropped his swords. Maybe the strain from mentally commanding his swords to move at such speeds is what forced him to drop his swords. The icy mist covered Esdeath's figure, and when she stepped out she said 2 words that chilled Nathan to the core. Arctic Wonderland. Nathan didn't think the temperature could get any lower. He was dead wrong. Once more, the temperature dropped to freezing conditions as all surfaces around them were frozen instantly. Grudgingly picking up his swords, he braced himself for any attacks. Shink. He narrowed his eyes as he watched Esdeath draw a shining rapier from inside her clothing. She charged right at him, her legs seemingly disregarding the slippery floor. Right before she reached him, twin spears of medium thickness erupted from the sides of the wall and if not for his training, would have impaled him through the sides. Due to unfavorable circumstances, Nathan nearly slipped when moving back to avoid the spears, which now jutted towards the walls in an X formation. Meanwhile, Esdeath slid under the 2 spears and swung her rapier to her left, aiming at his legs, which was promptly blocked by one of his levitating swords. Not letting that faze her, she athletically jumped while slashing upwards. Again, her attempt in grievously harming him was thwarted. Still, her training with Naruto had taught her to keep moving and adapting to her situation. To Nathan's surprise, she dropped her rapier, leaving one of his swords nothing to hold off. With a great deal of concentration, she formed an ice blade from nothing and swung, hoping to bisect him, an action that distracted another one of his levitating swords. While that was happening, ice spikes quickly branched from the twin ice spears and moved to impale him in the chest and head, forcing him to block both spikes with his 2 swords. Esdeath moved to trap her opponent and shot another, freezing breath, at his legs. Checkmate. While Nathan was trained well by his mentors, he was not capable of fighting off so many attacks at once. With him holding off various attacks, he did not have the sheer mental capacity to spin his sword in an attempt to blow away the freezing cloud. As a result, his lower limbs were promptly frozen. Nathan screamed in agony, and while his concentration wavered, she snatched up her rapier and shoved it right through his chest. Blood dribbled from his mouth, but despite the unfavorable situation he was in, he smiled. Esdeath widened her eyes and watched as her rapier quickly pulled itself out and stabbed her in the chest. At least, that was what Nathan thought was going to happen. With a loud clink, the rapier snapped in half as it attempted to pierce Esdeath's heart. Instead of the soft flesh, the blade was supposed to find, in its place was hardened ice. Not bad, Esdeath commented. You had me by surprise there. I'm assuming sacred gear allows you to control weapons that make contact with your blood. He nodded weakly. Too bad for you, I make it a tradition to cover my entire body in protective ice before fighting. While thin and colorless, it's certainly powerful and it'll take much more than a single rapier thrust to break it. Nathan's eyes widened before closing, and as he spoke, there was a slight undertone of respect. Incredible. To have taken so many precautions in a battle, you beat me in the beginning, without me realizing it. He took in a deep breath and spoke in a polite tone, not caring about his impending death. As a dying man's wish, may I know where your strength comes from? Esdeath stood there for a good second and thought over her words before speaking. Technically speaking, my strength comes from my sacred gear, absolute demise. It allows me to control ice at will and conjure it from nothingness. Though I have yet to obtain Balance Breaker, I've trained hard to control it. Nathan coughed in surprise. One of the 13 Longinus. So I never had a chance in the first place, huh? She softly smiled. Perhaps. But I don't think my sacred gear is why I won against you. His utter confusion and silence was a sign for her to continue. My friend, Naruto has told me that true strength comes from the inside, not from flashy weapons or destructive techniques. It's only with the immense will and longing to fight for, no, to protect someone was I able to defeat you. Do you understand? Nathan scrunched his eyebrows but eventually nodded. I see. Your bonds and friendship were what helped you triumph over me. She nodded, and in response, he sighed. Perhaps if I get another chance to live and fight, I will put this wisdom to use. Until then, farewell. With that, his heart stopped beating and Nathan died. Esdeath stood still, her breaths coming out steadily in the form of steam. Pushing the image of Zeldris and Gelda out of her mind, she visualized Naruto. She thought back to his stunning red hair, his willingness to help her, his calm, collected way of speaking, and the way he treated her. It was nice, knowing that she had a person she could count on. DxD. With Naruto. Things were not looking good for Naruto. Not at all. Because of the enormous strain electricity placed upon his body, Naruto could not prolong the use of Godspeed. Even after training and conditioning his body with what he called torture, and he was still unable to use it as his go-to. He didn't have too much time with Godspeed, so he had deactivated it, his hair returning to its vibrant red and his veins no longer glowing. Unfortunately for him, without it, he had no way of keeping up with Urza's speed. She had spent an eternity conditioning her body in magic and it showed. As of right now, Naruto was getting his ass kicked. He had attempted to keep his distance and use his spells as a distraction for him to come in and deliver a blow to her head. Urza had unfortunately seen through that and countered perfectly. Without Godspeed, he simply did not have the physical capabilities to keep up with her. With each opening she exploited, Naruto's body was dealt more and more damage. Eventually, he could no longer stand and now laid in a painful heap near the entrance of the hallway that branched out to the other battlefields. Hitting his head against the floor, he wondered what hurt more, his body or his pride. As Urza's footsteps sounded closer to him, he briefly thought of Sairaorg, his best friend and rival. Knowing him, he would be able to overpower Urza with his brutal kicks and punches. If it means anything, I'm sorry. Please don't take this personally. Urza was just a foot away from Naruto now. Understand that I am but a weapon for Lord Gideon. He took me in when I was just another orphan living with bullies. I had no one. I was meaningless, just another name, swamped beneath millions of ordinary folks. But Lord Gideon swooped in and saved me from despair. He took me in and molded me into something stronger. Since then, he has had my undying loyalty. Naruto spat a glob of blood to the side and looked at Urza. A weapon. You pledged your loyalty to that monster. He slammed his fist on the ground and for a split second, Urza tensed. Did you see what he did to Zeldris and Gelda? Did you see their damn bodies? How can you serve him, knowing he does things like that? She shuddered and nodded slightly. It is indeed unfortunate my master indulges himself in such ways. Her sword trembled ever so slightly before stabilizing itself. However, I am not one to judge him. As I said, Lord Gideon has saved me when no one else would. Only through death will my debt be cleared. Now, if you're done, with a quick flick, Naruto sent a small fireball directly at Urza's face. To his utter dismay, she leaned slightly to the side and easily avoided the attack. She sighed. A valiant attempt, but a failure nonetheless. Please don't struggle. If you lie still, everything will be over in a flash. She lifted her sword and plunged it down at his heart. Milliseconds before it sunk into his body, everything went black. DxD. With Meliodas. A strong swing of Meliodas's left hand nearly took Gideon's head off. Ducking underneath the attack, Gideon tried to swing Durandal towards his chest, but his right hand deflected his attack. Instead, Durandal crashed towards the ground, carving in the ground a new hole. His darkness can stand against Durandal. Gideon looked at his sword in shock. Durandal is one of the more destructive swords. Demonic energy shouldn't have a huge impact unless, right? How could I forget? His sacred gear is more in tune with his anger, and right now, his fury is at an all-time high with me killing his friends. With his left arm stuck in the wall, Meliodas quickly reformed the axe-like shape into a giant fist and tried squashing Gideon like a bug instead. In response, the Templar placed his other hand beneath Durandal to support it, barely holding back the fist. Meliodas's strike was so strong, the ground underneath the impact was strained with cracks spreading throughout the prison complex. His right hand made contact with Gideon, and the so-called destroyer had just enough time to put up an arm to guard the punch. His bones strained itself to its limits as it protected Gideon from a fatal blow. He flew to the left side of the wall and crashed there. Not a second later, Meliodas rushed at him, with his arms now changed into blades. 1000 divine cuts. With this technique, Meliodas surprised Gideon, as it deviated from the usual sheer destructiveness from his other moves. Instead, it completely put Meliodas's concentration to the task, as it took every bit of willpower to deliver such a large number of cuts in an instant. Gideon managed to catch sight of around 400 slashes, but the remaining slashes were unseen. Cuts appeared all around his body and his blood sprayed on the ground. While coughing out a glob of blood. While he briefly nursed his wounds, Meliodas kicked him to the right, now putting himself between Gideon and the prison complex entrance, or in this case, the exit. Are you ready for death? Meliodas cruelly mocked him in a sadistic, cold tone. Have you realized how pathetic this all is? Gideon groaned before picking himself up. Those cuts were a minor annoyance, but the problem was the devil's hits. His armor held no resistance against those bone-shattering kicks, and as a result, his ribs were decimated and there was definitely internal bleeding. Right now, if the noises were any indication, his subordinates, Urza and Nathan, were held off by the other two, Naruto and Esdeath. He didn't know any healing spells either. The situation was much worse than he thought. He had vastly underestimated the kind of power Meliodas had, and it was coming back to bite him in the ass. The darkness he used to create weapons from his own bodies were much more resilient to Durandal than he expected. His sacred gear, Ominous Nebula, was unfavorable, as it drew Meliodas closer to him, something he didn't want happening. Maybe if he had more time to achieve Balance Breaker or discover other properties, he would have put up a better fight. Death was what awaited him. Yet, he was not scared at all. All that remained in his brain was his undying will to vanquish these inhuman creatures of darkness. Gideon made up his mind, and the gleam in his eyes changed. There was no longer desperation or a willingness to live. Rather, his singular purpose was to bring down as many yokai and devils with him. If Meliodas was in his regular state, he would have realized the danger Gideon imposed upon his friends. After all, an animal with its back up against the wall with no way out, a man who knew death was his fate but refused to let it hold his mind, that was the moment he was most dangerous. Quickly shedding his nearly shattered breastplate, Gideon took his bloodied hands and frantically searched for his last resort. From his robes, he retrieved a small, metal sphere. Inscribed near the middle were the words, "Death is but an illusion. Our loyalty will extend even from the shadowy realms of darkness." Meliodas tilted his head, the condescending look in his eyes still existent. How curious. Do you think such a trinket will be enough to defeat the likes of me? Hey. Gideon clicked a button on the top and enormous amounts of holy energy compressed itself throughout the whole sphere. You shouldn't underestimate humans. Though, I regret not killing more of your kind. He apathetically shrugged. Maybe if I spent more time practicing Zeldras's sacred gear instead of dissecting those fools, I'd be able to defeat you. The sphere was tossed towards Meliodas and promptly exploded, showering the entire prison with its blinding light. And for the second time today, Meliodas shocked him. Full counter. With those two words, he cruelly mocked Gideon, deflecting all the life energy of his dead comrades and pure holy light he captured from the corpses of angels. The explosion altered into a destructive light beam that doubled in size before disintegrating Gideon and bringing the entire underground base down. DxD. Inside Naruto's mind. What the hell? Naruto rubbed his eyes to make sure he wasn't dreaming. Is this the afterlife? Wait, do devils even go to an afterlife? Interesting questions. A familiar voice rang all throughout whatever place he was in. What the? Wait. It's you. Naruto shouted and jumped to his feet, clearly recognizing the voice. You're that voice I heard the day before I got my pieces for my peerage. How perceptive of you. I am indeed this voice you heard that day. I will admit, I am slightly surprised you remember our brief encounter. TCH. Naruto rapidly looked at every corner of the blank room he was currently in, only to find nothing. Just nothing. How could I not? Repeating, soon, in such a creepy way, I'm surprised I was even able to sleep after that freak show you made me go through. Freak show. The voice sounded amused. It was a brief repeating of words. Stop overreacting you, baby. Whatever. Naruto sat back down. How am I even here? Wasn't Urza about to send me 6 feet under? And what do you even want from me? The voice silenced itself for what it seemed to be hours before speaking again. To answer your first question, this is a part of your mind. This is where I reside. And yes, Urza was going to, as you eloquently put it, send you 6 feet under. Quite a pathetic showing you put on there, by the way. Before Naruto could even protest, the voice continued in answering his questions. As for what I want is for you to grow stronger. Naruto contemplated the new information he got. What in the Mao was this thing? Was it some sort of entity sealed within him? Why did it matter to this entity if he got stronger or not? Because I want you to show everyone how strong you can be. I want them to see how wrong it was to dismiss you for not inheriting the powers of destruction. I want to see you triumph over Rias and her pathetic peerage. So be grateful I pushed a certain awakening to happen earlier than it was supposed to happen. Take this strength and show the world what it means to be Naruto Uzumaki. Before Naruto could even respond, a blinding white flash forced him to shut his eyes close and he disappeared. Honestly, I don't know why I even bother. It's pretty pathetic to see such a weak version of myself. I should just take the reins and show you how it's done. Dark miasma coalesced in the center before forming a replica of Naruto, right down to his toned muscles, slightly tanned skin, and crimson hair. The only difference was the eyes. Instead of the usual vibrant blue, it was replaced with pure darkness. But then again, Naruto's clone shook his head. Your kind never gives up. To break that will and take your body from you is just too much work. It's time to try something new. I'll show you, Naruto. This dark version of Naruto promised. Unlike all those other Narutos fighting it out and accepting each other, I'll try something different. It makes me sick, accepting one's darkness, my ass. I'll drag you into the darkness and we'll both be on top of this pathetic world. After all, I never go back on my word. DxD. Back in the real world. Right as Urza was about to stab Naruto, a tsunami of power threw her back, and when she recovered, she couldn't stop the sharp intake of breath. Strapped to one of Naruto's hands was a simple, glistening shield. It was perfectly round and there was no fancy design on it or whatnot. It was a simple black color, but its lackluster looks did not mean it was lacking in power. Urza knew instantly that the shield was bad news and the battle turned for the worse. 1. Divine Nullifier. Naruto searched for the source of noise and saw it. What the hell are you supposed to be? An equally midnight black orb bobbed in the air as if it was apologizing. My apologies, Lord Naruto. To answer your question, I am merely an extension of your sacred gear, jack of all trades. It seems you have awakened your sacred gear. You have no idea how much joy it brings me now that I am allowed to assist you. Naruto was lost, confused and utterly puzzled but undeniably exuberant in discovering his sacred gear. Wait, that voice mentioned an awakening. Is this what he meant? Can you even speed up one's awakening? How did he even do it from a figment of my mind? Now, time to kick ass and take names. Let's save the questions for later. Naruto stared at the orb from angles, trying to find out just how it was an extension. Other sacred gears didn't do this right. At least, that was the case with Esdeath's absolute demise. I have a sacred gear. That's, wow. He quickly pushed down his feelings of happiness and readied himself for the incoming battle before noticing something else. Barrier spells. But when? I never cast them, is it Urza? The orb quickly zoomed around Naruto. Ah. My apologies for not informing you, Lord Naruto. While I have many more things to tell you, this is one of many versions of your sacred gear. You have rolled a 1 foot and your 1 foot just so happens to be a shield. It is known as the 1 Divine Nullifier and automatically puts up several barrier spells around a certain radius. Not only that, but it also can nullify any magical attack and is incredibly resilient against physical attacks. Even if it breaks, your sacred gear will evolve, in a sense, and adapt to future attacks of its caliber. Naruto looked at the deceivingly simple shield in disbelief. Evolve. But that means the potential for this weapon is. Ah. The orb stopped still. You were right again, Lord Naruto. There is no limit to how strong your sacred gear, and the best part. You have 7 other forms you have yet to discover. Snapping out of her shock, Urza used every ounce of her strength and sped towards Naruto, swinging her sword downwards. Sparks flew as her holy blade failed to even crack the shield. Lessening the pressure on the shield, she seemingly bounced from the ground to the wall and then to Naruto's back. From there, she slashed downwards, hoping to get Naruto. Instead, a familiar glow surrounded Naruto and he matched Urza's speed, to her surprise. Godspeed. But I thought he ran out. Was he purposely holding back on purpose, just for this moment? Impossible. He couldn't have calculated his sacred gear awakening into his plans. Just how? He quickly spun around and pivoted to the right, avoiding the slash. With her guard open, he extended his arm back as far as it could go and used every bit of his strength to smash the shield into her side. The hit was unnaturally powerful, as it sent Urza right into the wall, leaving her in a deep crevice in the said wall. To both of their surprise, her armor shattered into pieces and Naruto took that chance. Still in his reactivated Godspeed, he came up with a last-second plan. With all his might, he endured the pain as he concentrated and condensed all the electrical power into his fist and shoved that hand right into Urza's chest. Chidori. The name of his new technique popped up into his mind and blood sprayed everywhere as Naruto punched right through her flesh. Unable to keep up Godspeed, his brief transformation died down. He had truly spent every last bit of his electricity. Not only that, but his fist that was coated in lightning was also slightly blacked and trembling. Definitely not good. Hey. Naruto looked away from the girl he had just impaled. Even though they were enemies, he could tell Urza wasn't the worst person he'd met. She didn't have a terrible personality and she was against her master experimenting on Yukai. Perhaps in different circumstances, they could have been friends. But this was reality. And reality hurt. I didn't even get to use my T-trump card. Urza helplessly grasped at Naruto's arm before giving up, her arms falling limply to her sides. At least. She coughed up blood. At least, I was able to serve Lord Gideon to the best of my abilities. Whatever your W weapon is, it holds great power. I hold no shame losing to you. And with that, Urza died. With a sickening ***, Naruto pulled out his arm from Urza's chest and quickly summoned a blue circle. A steady stream of water poured out and he slowly began to rub out the red from his hands. He sighed mournfully and put one of Urza's arms over his shoulder. The least he could do was give her a burial. What am I supposed to call you? Ah. My name is up to you, Lord Naruto. Naruto briefly pondered over this matter before absolving the issue. Alpha. Your name will be Alpha. He stopped in his tracks, as his mind flashed back towards him conversing with Urza. What was it she said? Her debt would only be cleared through death, or something like that. If that's the case. As you wish, Lord Naruto. The orb seemingly stiffened. Lord Naruto. It appears that there are enormous amounts of energy being charged up. Naruto, with his sensory abilities, was already on it. He quickly raced towards Esdeath, Mocha, and Elizabeth, before hearing, full counter. To Naruto, it seemed that the energy roughly doubled, and with that, the entire complex collapsed. Boom. Even though the blast was a distance away from him and he had barrier spells a short distance around him, he was knocked flat on his butt. Not a second later, the ceiling collapsed in on him. With his shield held above his head and a powerful earth elemental spell, Naruto was able to avoid extensive damage. But what about the others? I need to find Esdeath. He summoned a greenish circle on the rubble on top of his shield and a powerful blast of wind shredded smaller shaped debris and pushed out the larger chunks of rock and metal. Ah! Lord Naruto. You've survived the collapse and any residual light energy exposure. Though, this does not surprise me at all. Naruto ignored Alpha's eccentric comments and rushed towards the general area where Esdeath was located, Urza's dead body still perched next to his shoulders. Wait. Lord Naruto. Alpha, in comedic fashion, desperately tried catching up with his wielder. You should set up barrier spells so hostile entities are not alerted to our presence. He, or rather, sacred gears didn't have genders, did they? For the reader's sake, Alpha would be male. He definitely sounded masculine. Anyways. Alpha was given not even a sliver of Naruto's attention as he was busy using his wind circles to excavate debris in an attempt to look for Esdeath. If Alpha could sweatdrop or facepalm, he most definitely would. Esdeath. Naruto desperately shouted. He ran from place to place, using his strength to flip any debris his wind couldn't. Esdeath. Are you up? It turned out he was rudely interrupted by an ice pillar. The thick protrusion created a small enough hole for the Longinus wielder to crawl out of. Naruto, due to his training, had managed to put his shield up, absorbing the brunt of the impact and was only sent sliding back a few feet. Urza's corpse inanimmately tumbled a distance from him. You're alive. His shoulders lightened as if he was relieved of a huge burden. Man, I thought you got hurt or something. The redhead looked at her eyes and sighed. She looked back with a near emotionless countenance before softly smiling. I'm fine. She looked away with the barest traces of red creeping up on her face. Thanks for worrying about me. Naruto couldn't help but smile back. Of course. You're one of the people I care about, you know. I'm just glad you didn't die. Ah. I'm glad everyone is alright. Alpha interjected. But my previous suggestion still stands. I recommend setting up a barrier so no hostiles will bother us. Esdeath blinked. Naruto, what is this? And what are you holding? She tentatively tried poking the orb with her index finger before the said orb deftly juked her. Naruto sighed. He hoped to put this conversation for later but it appeared to him Esdeath was not willing to let him go before explaining everything. Ah. Lord Naruto, the barrier. DxD. With Meliodas. Right before everything was blown to Kingdom Come, Meliodas had managed to encase himself in a dark orb of darkness. He was smart to do so, as the deflected light that was intended towards Gideon was so potent, due to the mechanism of his full counter, had eaten away at the hastily made barrier. What happened to Mocha and Elizabeth? Was the first thought that ran through his mind. If the life force energy had done extensive damage to him, he could barely imagine what happened to his Dampier friend and fallen soulmate. The first thing he noticed was that the entire base was in ruins. He looked up and saw the blue sky in all its glory. For a second, he coughed. The damn dust from the dirt and the ruins, he quickly swept his gaze around the collapsed compound. His eyes took in Naruto with a shield of sorts and an orb hovering near him. Standing next to him was Esdeath and they were engaged in a sort of conversation. A slight flicker of relief traveled throughout his body before he was consumed with worry once more. He closed his eyes before extending his senses throughout the ruins. He could feel Naruto's intense life force, coupled with new potent energy. A sacred gear awakening. Next to him was the cold aura of Esdeath, along with her ridiculously powerful sacred gear. Thankfully, he could not feel anything that resembled the life signature of Gideon. For all intents and purposes, he was wiped from the face of Earth. But why couldn't he feel the energy of Mocha and Elizabeth? Where was it? His blood ran cold. This couldn't be happening. Just mere moments ago, he watched Zeldris and Gelda's bodies. Their poor, scarred, desecrated bodies that were no doubt buried beneath all this rubble. How could he keep living if they too were dead? This couldn't be happening. A mere flicker in the air was what Meliodas was. Air resistance lost its meaning on him as he defied every law of physics by moving at breakneck speeds. He had to search for them. He had to find them. Why? Because they were still alive. Yes, that had to be the case. Life wouldn't be that cruel to take his love from him. That's right. Numerous appendages formed from his back and began furiously excavating the ground. Chunks and pieces of debris were thrown haphazardly. Desperation was starting to consume the blonde, as he was getting increasingly worried. Why couldn't he sense Mocha or Elizabeth? Why couldn't he sense them if they were alive? There. A pale hand hung limply between two chunks of debris. His appendages twisted and outstretched itself before curling around the rock. Not a second later, it was thrown behind him where it snapped into smaller fragments. Meliodas seemingly teleported to its direction before shooting out every single possible tendril of darkness. In a matter of seconds, the two bodies were revealed. Mocha and Elizabeth laid next to each other. The Dampier had placed herself on top of Elizabeth, in a futile attempt to protect her from the falling ceiling. Clearly, she had not reacted fast enough, perhaps due to her shock from seeing Zeldris and Gelda. Whatever the reason was, the mountain of rubble had crushed both of them, killing them quickly. No, Meliodas spoke in such a soft tone and the wind carried the noise away from any intruding ears. This can't wait. Before Meliodas lost control of his powers and blew up the entirety of this place into nothingness, he recalled what he had learned about the peerage system. Instantly, he picked the two corpses up and ran towards Naruto. He was the only one who could save them now. DxD. With Naruto. So yeah. Naruto finished informing Esdeath of his sacred gear, all while Alpha interrupted him with unnecessary snippets of information. That's it. The brunette didn't have anything to say. Quite frankly, she was tired and hungry. All that fighting with the Templars had exhausted her. What she needed now was a nice long shower with a buffet full of meat, seafood, and rice. Esdeath. She was drooling. Before she could suffer from any humiliation, wind lashed out at her skin, striking at tender, vulnerable points, making her want to curl up in a ball. Keeping her composure, she cast a thin sheen of ice over her skin, save for her face. She would have to brave the harsh wind if she wanted to breathe. Before even getting a chance to ask what happened, Meliodas was in front of Naruto, his eyes no longer a boiling pit of violent rage, but now cloaked and drowning in deep sorrow and melancholy. Please, Meliodas bowed his head towards Naruto. Please save them. Naruto, at the moment, looked shocked, miserable, and abashed. Shocked because Meliodas chose to throw away his pride to beg. Miserable because he realized the medical condition of Mocha and Elizabeth, death. Abashed because Meliodas was bowing to him. Save them. Naruto looked towards the blonde for some kind of confirmation. As far as he was concerned, he couldn't cure death. Unless he was asking. You can save them by adding them to your peerage. Meliodas pleaded with all his heart. Please, they're all I have left. He sobbed, his sacred gear dissipating along with his anger and wrath. Inside the shell of Meliodas remained just sorrow. Naruto hesitated. Normally, he wouldn't add people to his peerage without their consent. He was essentially violating them and taking away any sense of freedom. Because they were dead, they were in no position to decide whether they wanted to join him or not. Yet. Meliodas saw his hesitance. I'll even join your peerage. Surely, you want someone as powerful as me to join you. Power. In the supernatural, all that mattered was power. By bargaining himself as a part of the deal, he had made a deal a good number of devils would kill for. I'll do it. Meliodas noticeably brightened. But I don't want you joining me. Seeing his visible confusion, Naruto took that chance to clarify. I don't want you joining me because you were backed into a corner. I'll only accept you if you truly want to join me out of your free will. The blonde was certainly puzzled. Who would refuse power in a world where power meant everything? He didn't think about it too much, since Mocha and Elizabeth would be rejoining him in the land of the living. Naruto took out a slick, black box and opened it. Inside were his pieces, ready to reincarnate any potential members into his servants, no comrades. Picking out a rook piece, he placed it over Mocha's chest and chanted. I, Naruto Uzumaki Gremory, command you to join me as a comrade. Burn bright with your will to triumph and be reborn as my rook. Not even bothering to check her condition, Naruto hurriedly took out a bishop piece before repeating the ritual. I, Naruto Uzumaki Gremory, command you to join me as a comrade. Burn bright with your will to triumph and be reborn as my bishop. A huge intake of air was the only sign they were alive. With their chest moving up and down in a rhythmic fashion, it was safe to say they were living once more. There. I've done it. Naruto calmly snapped his box shut before putting it back in his zipper pocket. Most likely, they're sleeping because of exhaustion. I don't know what happened to Elizabeth in the prison cells, but Mocha has been through some unbelievable emotional trauma. They'll live, but for the next couple of hours, they'll be out like a light. Meliodas didn't respond at all, merely cradling both girls close to his chest. To him, Elizabeth and Mocha were everything. Elizabeth was his beautiful, caring partner that allowed his perverted antics. Mocha was the little sister he never had and a girl he could teach and pass down combat tricks. Thank Mao they were both alive and well and in his embrace once more. Esdeath tapped Naruto's shoulder. If that's everything, shall we go to a hotel for the night? Naruto almost agreed before recalling a certain set of memories. Hold on. I still have one more thing to do. From a mile away, he spotted Urza's bright crimson hair and walked towards it. Esdeath curiously looked after him before coming to a conclusion. No way. She breathed out. But isn't she a part of, them? Without looking back, Naruto spoke. Trust me when I say I know what I'm doing. Taking out and opening his box once more, this time, he grabbed onto his mutated knight piece and stopped before the deceased Templar. You said your debt would only be cleared in death, right? I'm sounding hypocritical, but I can't help myself. You're not a bad person, Urza. Besides, if you're really against the idea of being in my peerage, I'll let you go to do what you want. Man, I'm such a hypocrite for this. He mumbled before raising the mutated piece towards Urza. I, Naruto Uzumaki Gremory, command you to join me as a comrade. Burn bright with your will to triumph and be reborn as my knight. One ritual later and Urza was reborn as a half-devil. Now I'm done. Naruto turned back to Esdeath. Let's get out of here. I reserved a hotel room ahead of time, so we should be alright. She nodded and with Urza on his shoulders, Naruto moved back to his friends. Let's get out of here. A teleportation circle that managed to fit Naruto, Esdeath, Meliodas, and the others gleamed brightly for a second before transporting them to an unknown hotel. Outside the base, a certain blonde-haired figure dressed in priestly robes lurked around the collapsed base. The barrier dropped. He mused before dropping his jaw at the unbelievable sight before him. What kind of, wait. The sheath is getting hotter. Determined to succeed in his mission, he leapt down to the crater and began running wildly, guided by the artificial gear. Inside a cozy hotel room and on top of the polished wood planks, a red magic circle materialized and in it were 6 figures, none of whom were human. Luckily for them, no workers were doing their duty in cleaning up that particular hotel room. Otherwise, they might have been questioned for satanic rituals and human sacrifices. The red circle did look ominous after all. Exhaling a sigh, Naruto looked around the room and found that there were only 2 beds. At most, they could fit 4 people, 2 in each mattress. They had to prioritize the injured and the newly reincarnated devils, so Urza, Mocha, and Elizabeth were all sleeping on a nice, comfy bed tonight. Lucky them. Meliodas placed the 2 girls he was previously cradling onto the bed while Naruto did the same with Urza. There was still a vacant spot next to the slumbering Templar. That left Naruto, Meliodas, and Esdeath to fight it out for the bed. There's a couple of blankets in the closet. I'll lay them on the ground and I'll sleep there, so you two will have to find some way to settle this. Naruto made his way to the closet and opened the door. There. Near the ground laid several, crisp, clean sheets that were just begging to be lain upon. Grabbing them, he spread them out next to Urza's bed and proceeded to lay his head down. He briefly heard Meliodas saying something about owing them and taking the floor before drifting off to sleep. DxD. It was a bright early morning, a fact Naruto hated to admit. Streams of blindingly bright light pierced through small cracks in the blinds, making it near impossible for him to stay asleep. Luckily for Esdeath, she was sleeping next to Urza, who served as an effective, meat shield, against the sunshine. Urza, on the other hand, didn't need such crude methods to stay sleeping, since dying and coming back to life took a lot out of her. Meliodas slumbered in a space between the two beds, so he stayed sheltered in that area. Mocha and Elizabeth were on the far side of the room, so the light wasn't powerful enough to venture in that direction. That left Naruto, who was the closest to the windows. He did his best to wipe out the morning gunk in his eyes before sitting up. I should have made Meliodas sleep here instead. Unable to go back to sleep, Naruto chose to use this excess time to the fullest. He made his way to the bathroom, where he performed his daily hygiene routine, taking a well-needed leak, showering, and brushing his teeth. Now thoroughly freshened up, he turned his attention to his stomach. Exhausting most of his magic reserves and not eating for some time took a toll on him. Dressed in a black t-shirt with orange stripes, gray sweatpants, and sneakers, he made his way out of the hotel and found himself in the bustling streets. Man, this place is so busy, even in the mornings. Without needing a phone to find a food shop, he caught sight of a takeout restaurant and made his way over there. The bells jingled as the redhead pushed the entrance door open. Inside, he was treated to the sight of a few customers waiting patiently to order their food. Unbeknownst to the half-devil, most humans turned to look at him and a few girls blushed at the sight of him. Naruto didn't know it himself very well, but devils were creatures of desire. If they wanted something, they took it. If they wanted to do something, they would accomplish it. For this purpose, devils were much better looking than the average humans. Even if Naruto was only 11 years old with the slightest touch of baby fat, he looked a bit older than he looked, with his gravity-defying crimson hair and piercing blue eyes. Utterly confused about the commotion his looks were causing, Naruto ordered a mountain of food, including but not limited to sandwiches, hamburgers, fries, and giant helpings of ice cream. After a lengthy interval of preparing and packaging his order, Naruto carried several, bulging bags, all packed to the brim with food, out of the shop. To his slight irritation, Naruto felt various eyes bore straight through him, all wondering how an 11-year-old like him was physically capable of carrying such heavy-looking bags. Hurrying back to the hotel, he raced through the various flights of steps, unable to endure being in other people's presence any longer. The door slammed open and both Esdeath and Meliodas woke up to see Naruto bringing breakfast. Brought food. Naruto sheepishly rubbed the back of his head after setting the bags down on the floor and closing the door behind him. Sorry about the noise, but he was unable to finish that sentence, as the pair rushed him and viciously ripped open the bags. For the next minute, all that could be heard was the sound of boxes being opened and the unseemly munching on food. Though Naruto was equally hungry, he couldn't help but flinch at the specks of food being spat out everywhere as Esdeath did her best to shove food down her gullet. Picking up his food in a much more reserved manner, Naruto sat down and started eating his share while letting his mind take over. I still can't believe I have a sacred gear. Alpha said something about there being unlimited potential and he told me that there are 8 options of weapons. I'm so excited to see what other kinds of weapons I'll summon. But there's other stuff too. It's not every day you discover Uzumaki was a fearsome clan. Well, he did mention there were islands to the east of Japan and that's all the lead we have. So, I guess I'll know what I'll be doing for the next couple of months. All the while Naruto was lost in his thoughts, Meliodas was busy calling him. Naruto. Don't bother. Esdeath scarfed down another sandwich, her cheeks bulging as it stretched to fit huge amounts of food. He's probably thinking about how to get stronger and what to do next. She shrugged. When he's like that, you can't snap him out of it. You'll just have to wait, till he's finished thinking what he's thinking. Meliodas sweet-dropped. It must be difficult to have a king like that. Esdeath burped and wiped the corners of her mouth with a napkin. Not really. He doesn't care for honorary titles and whatnot and he always treats me like a friend, not like a servant. He never does anything without asking if it's okay with me unless it's really serious. I see. The blonde plopped his hands in his laps. What do you think about him reincarnating this, Urza? To anyone else, Esdeath would have appeared calm and apathetic about his question. But Meliodas wasn't just anyone. Being 16 years old came with more experience, and he could see slight tightenings of her muscles and the occasional twitch of her eyes that wasn't there before. Though, her attempts at covering up her emotions are very good for her age. I'm not one to question Naruto. He's mostly level-headed and makes rational decisions, so he's come to become a person I can trust. For a second, her face darkened and the temperature lowered ever so slightly. Though if she presents a threat to him, I'll strike her down with no qualms. You mean us? Meliodas playfully corrected. I don't know what you're talking about. She huffed, and in an attempt to play off her embarrassment, she changed the subject. So, how are you doing after their deaths? You mean Zeldris and Gelda, right? Meliodas sighed. They were like family to me, and I still regret not being able to save them. At least, by killing Gideon, he spat out the Templars' name like acid. I was able to avenge their deaths. Esdeath looked on with sympathy. She saw their mutilated bodies, but she didn't have such a close relationship with them. Still, how were you able to keep your cool after seeing them like that? The burger in his hands was crushed into pulps, leaving sauce and meat chunks in his hands. Before Esdeath could apologize for being so insensitive, he answered, I wasn't. I still hated Gideon. It's just, I controlled my rage this time. Years ago, something similar to this happened, the death part, not the body mutilation. I couldn't rein in my anger, so I nearly killed Elizabeth and the others. Luckily, I had help from my friend. They helped me reforge my anger into something usable. Esdeath was undeniably curious. She wanted to know what he meant by reforging his anger, but she also witnessed his strength. A pissed-off Meliodas was bad news. The tension was broken by a sharp intake of breath and the sound of blankets being pushed to the side. Where am I? A certain red-haired girl blinked and looked at the eating trio with what Esdeath described as broken eyes. Thankfully, Naruto wasn't completely lost. He abruptly snapped out of his thoughts and stood up. Man, my legs fell asleep there for a second. He yawned and walked towards Urza's bed. Immediately, she jumped out and assumed a fighting pose. Whoa. He put his hands up in the universal gesture as if to say, I'm not going to hurt you. I just want to talk. Where is Lord Gideon? Urza snapped back. I'm definitely at the disadvantage here since they have me outnumbered. Not only that, but this, Naruto, has also awakened some kind of sacred gear that was able to crush my ribs with ease. Wait, that's right. The realization dawned on her. I died. But how am I here? No, my priority is making sure Lord Gideon is safe. Figuring out what happened to me isn't important. He's dead. Meliodas looked at her impassively. I killed him with my own hands. Urza didn't hear the latter half of the sentence, only hearing the word, dead, and immediately fell into shock. Dead. She whispered to herself. But what am I supposed to do now? I failed to protect him, useless. That's what I am. Hold on. Let's take this one step at a time. You're definitely not useless, so just sit tight and let me explain the situation. Naruto took another step forward and tossed her a wrapped sandwich. Still in shock, it comically hit her face and no reaction was emitted. Urza looked down at her hands. Lord Gideon was the one who saved me, and I promised him my loyalty and strength. Without him, I have no purpose. I'm nothing but a broken tool. Urza. Naruto shouted, evidently fed up with her self-deprecation, and she flinched at the sudden loud sound. Look, you're not useless. Meliodas, he gestured to the unapologetic blonde, is just really strong, and if I'm being 100% honest, your master never even stood a chance in the first place. Don't insult him like that. She yelled at him. Lord Gideon would never lose too. A wave of killer intent and energy crashed into Urza like a wild wave, taking her body and battering and smashing it against a metaphorical ground. The mere bloodlust he emanated presented a mountain of despair and hopelessness that appeared to be impossible to conquer. She was going to die. 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 Smack. It stopped. OWW. Meliodas half-whined and protested, holding the back of his head. You didn't have to hit that hard. And with a bat too. In Esdeath's hand was a bat completely made out of ice. It reflected the sunlight from various angles before shattering into imperceptible pieces. The small ice flakes that once made up the crude melee weapon slowly faded into nothingness. You were scaring her. And me. See. Naruto gestured to the blonde, a figure who, just a moment ago, was emitting such a ferocious, potent killer intent, paralyzing her body down to her core. Look, I know Lord Gideon was your idol or whatever, but Meliodas is out of his league. Just accept it. It wasn't your fault. Urza looked down on her hands. It was certainly true, the amount of aura and power the blonde contained was more than enough to slaughter her beloved leader. She'd witnessed her leader go all out before and it had amazed her to see such a human control such power. Yet, it was nothing compared to this, Meliodas. Was it true? For years, she had seen Gideon as an unstoppable force. A man with strange hobbies and nearly no morals, but possessed power. Standing before Meliodas, even she could slowly understand how Gideon had lost. Even so, the redhead started slowly. I suppose that, an issue that has been, resolved. Naruto took that moment as a silent victory. Look, there was nothing you could do in that situation. And don't beat yourself down just because I was able to hold you back. Even if you made it past me, what could you possibly do against Meliodas? Still, tears dripped down her face. Do you expect me to shed no tears, to not seek revenge? Naruto thought for a while before speaking. This was all tricky business. One wrong move and Urza would snap like a rubber band. You saw how his friends were killed. You saw it yourself. Can you honestly say Meliodas didn't deserve justice? She hated what she was about to do and say but shook her head. I understand. Even if I hate him for it, I can see why you would despise Lord Gideon for it. If there was one thing I could change about him, it would be his treatment of Yukai. But, it still hurts. It still hurts so much. She sobbed. The group remained silent, allowing her to cry out her feelings. For the next hours, they ate their food in silence, giving Urza time to recuperate. Now eating his ice cream, which had melted but was frozen back to its normal state, courtesy of Esdeath, Naruto plopped himself on the foot of Urza's bed. Maybe I should have left her death. She's nothing but a former husk of herself. Seeing her look like this, no. I've made it this far. I can't stop now. At the very least, I have to present her with the choice. He broke off from his inner turmoil and took another healthy serving of ice cream. Are you okay? He internally cringed. What the mao was that? Of course, she's not okay. Even if he was a killing scumbag, Gideon meant something to her. Naruto mentally berated himself and it played out just as he predicted. Okay. She scoffed and sniffled at the same time, producing an almost alien sound. Of course I'm not okay. Though if you don't mind me asking, how am I alive? This was the tricky part. How would she react to turning into a devil? Would she hate it? Well, that's a very good question. Esdeath lightly slapped his back. Stop stalling and just tell her already, she whispered. I know that he whispered back, rather loudly. It's just. She rolled her eyes. Must I remind you that this was your idea? Stop drawing this out and tell her already. Naruto let out a childish grumble before turning to a confused Urza. I'll be honest with you. I turned you into a devil. There, he dropped the news. How would she react? I see, Urza mumbled before playing with her blankets. Naruto could only sweat drop at her lack of shock. You aren't surprised or anything about being turned into a devil. I've suspected it ever since I was able to recollect my thoughts. She sighed, picking up her sandwich, and then unwrapping the plastic. Urza took a bite into the neatly stacked meat, lettuce, tomato, and bread. I feel this new strength running through my blood and there aren't many ways to bring people back to life. Besides, Lord Gideon has gifted me with the knowledge of the other factions. I am not unaware of the peerage system and its capabilities. So, are you happy? Unhappy? Unsatisfied? Angry? Naruto probed quickly, wanting to know her opinion on her status. Urza took her final bite, gulping down the last portions of her food. I, unlike my late master, do not hold a grudge against any of the other factions. At that, Naruto smiled and dared to hope for a second. Though I am surprised by your decision, I have failed my duty to protect Lord Gideon. What would you gain from acquiring such a broken weapon? Naruto shook his head. You need to stop that. I thought we went over this. Just because I stopped you doesn't mean you're weak. And stop referring to yourself as a weapon. You're not some tool that can be thrown away or picked up just as easily. Urza laughed hollowly. This is your last chance. I'm warning you, using me will only lead to your downfall. I'll join your peerage. After all, what purpose do I have left, with Lord Gideon dead? As far as I am aware, members of your peerage are your slaves, and I will be whatever you want me to be. At least in that sense, you have granted me a new purpose. Naruto shook his head. Did you mean all that? She said nothing. The now determined Naruto pointed directly at her. I suppose I'll take that for now. But that won't always be the case, mark my words. You'll see eventually that you're my friend, not a servant. A comrade, not a tool. I'll make you understand that, if that's the last thing I do, believe it. Urza looked up, slightly surprised at the pure conviction he spoke his words with. Me. A friend and not a tool. She stood up and stretched her limbs before making her way to the bathroom. Just before she entered the door, she stopped, not looking back at him. Don't bother, for your sake. The door opened and closed. A moment later, the sound of her clothes being shed and the water droplets smattering against the tiled floor filled the air. Meliodas burped loudly. Nice speech. Did you practice it beforehand? Naruto pointed at him, a tick mark forming on the side of his head. No way. A man like me doesn't need to prove anything. All I have to do is open my mouth and the words just flow out. Briefly hearing their bickering, Urza couldn't help but cry again. Her failure and her master's death. The reality hit her hard and she just couldn't stop the waterworks. She was thankful for the shower. The water hid any tears that dared to escape her eyes and the noise of the water against the ground drowned out any sobs. DxD. When do you think they're going to wake up? Naruto threw a card into the middle of the pile. Uno. Oh, and I change it to blue. Esdeath scowled at him. Another one of those blasted draw 4 cards. When and how did he pick all these up? She reluctantly slid her hand to the middle and picked up 4 cards. Who knows? By the way, why are we doing this again? Urza meticulously placed down a blue 6. Lord Naruto has stated the purpose is a team bonding exercise. He has also mentioned, and I quote, someone has to get dinner tonight. How this builds any bonds, is beyond me. However, Lord Naruto has ordered us all to partake in this meaningless exercise, so I have no choice but to participate. Meliodas, in his best poker face, drew the last card from the withdrawal pile and tucked the corners of the disposal pile before shuffling it and placing it aside. Mocha should be waking anytime soon. Now that the sun's going down, she'll have a little more strength, being a Dampier. Elizabeth on the other hand. He shot a dirty look at Urza that was missed by everyone but Naruto's perceptive eyes. She's pretty malnourished and tired from the whole ordeal. She might not wake up until tomorrow. Naruto blew his stray bangs out his face and reached out to the withdrawal pile. That is, I lied. Uno out. He triumphantly threw down a blue 2 and stood up. Well, I suppose you, scrubs can battle it out for the honor of fetching the dinner. Esdeath scowled even fiercely before standing and materializing and chucking an object that eerily resembled hail. Crash. Okay. I'm sorry. Geez, it was just a joke. Naruto, to his credit, did look somewhat apologetic, though him whistling a jaunty tune otherwise ruined the convincing image. Esdeath narrowed her eyes before widening them, realizing her blunder. By standing up to throw her projectile at him, she had revealed her cards to her 2 opponents. One look at Meliodas's slight smile told her he did not fail to capitalize on her mistake. A foot-long, wicked-looking dagger began to elongate into a 3-feet-long spear and she clutched it in one hand. Her normally pristine blue hair clumped into long bangs, covering her eyes and overall, giving her a terrifying image. The killing intent leaking out of her didn't help either. Naruto tilde. She emphasized each vowel of his name and gripped even tighter to her weapon. Naruto gulped. I think I'll go get dinner so you guys just sit tight. He quickly rushed out of the room, all too eager to escape Esdeath's wrath. She sighed and sat back down before narrowing her eyes at Naruto's return. Just here to get my wallet. He slowly pulled out the money from his bag and backed away, with his palms up, as if he was dealing with some kind of rabid beast. No need to resort to violence. Once he left, Esdeath harumphed. He'd better bring back ice cream. DxD. As Naruto came back holding even more bags of food than this morning, he heard Meliodas' low voice explaining the situation to two girls, most likely Elizabeth and Mocha. I'm sorry for being selfish and placing you in a compromised position, but I couldn't help myself and Naruto isn't one to take advantage of the system, so I thought this would be the best course of action to take. Naruto stopped before the door, wanting to hear the unbiased reactions of his newest bishop and rook. I trust you, Meliodas, was the immediate response he heard. This voice was most likely Elizabeth's, as it held no tinges of arrogance or pride at all. It was harmonious and deserving of an angel's, even a fallen. If you can trust him, I can as well. Mocha's response was much more subdued and hesitant when she spoke. I suppose this isn't the worst outcome. I can't blame you, after everything you've done for me. I don't think Naruto's a bad person either. I can't. Zeldris and Gelda. She went silent after that. The door swung silently on his hinges and the group looked up to see a familiar redhead holding bags of food. I brought dinner. DxD. So, Naruto chewed on a particularly tough piece of steak. Did Meliodas tell you everything about our situation? Both Mocha and Elizabeth nodded. And are you aware of the standings of Devil Society and all that? They shook their heads. Well, listen up. Naruto cleared his throat, momentarily stopping the steady flow of dinner. You need to understand that we devils, as much as I hate it, are all about old blood and untainted bloodlines. For that reason, all of you will be discriminated against because you aren't considered important. To the old geezers and conservatives, you'll be known as low-class servants, so everything will be against you. Mocha scowled. TCH. No surprise there. Vampires are even stingier about all that crap. She looked down at her hands. It's the reason I was kicked out in the first place, for being half-human. Naruto sadly nodded. Even though I'm considered a high-class devil, a lot of people are against me because of my human blood. Lucky for me, my old man pulled some strings so I got my pieces when I was 10, just like everyone else. You're half-devil? Elizabeth asked, visibly shocked. Yeah, Naruto confirmed. Now, there are a few ways you can be promoted to a high-class devil, or for you guys right now, a mid-class devil. The first way is by showing your power worthy of a promotion in a battle of sorts. Unfortunately for us, or fortunately for us, we're not in war, so unless there's a high-scale battle shortly, you'll all have to do it the hard way. And that is. Mocha prodded. Contracts. Naruto beamed at them and conjured a piece of paper with the Gremory crest on it. I haven't focused on it too much because I was more concerned with training. However, one important thing for rising devils like you will be establishing contracts. Once you've reached a certain threshold, you'll be eligible for a mid-class test. Is that what we're going to do? Mocha asked. It doesn't sound that hard. Naruto stayed silent for a moment. Immediately, Esdeath knew what his mind was on. Sure, it nagged at the back of her head as well, the fact that Uzumaki was a clan. When she was first reincarnated as a devil, she heard Naruto use Uzumaki as a part of his name but dismissed it as an ordinary surname. Now though. Everyone, I'm sorry. He suddenly apologized. I wish to confirm what Gideon has said. If you recall, he mentioned a home for the Uzumakis to the east of Japan. Even if he was our enemy, I still want to make sure whether what he was saying was true or not. He clenched his fists. I've grown up thinking Uzumaki was just another name. I need to make sure if they're all dead or not. Even if there's no one left, there might be something waiting for me at this supposed island. That's why, if it's okay with you all, we'll be going to Japan tomorrow. I'm fine with it. Esdeath popped up. This is our only lead and I've always wanted to go to Japan. Me too. Elizabeth cheerfully added, with her serene, almost bubbly voice. I haven't interacted with you too much, so I don't know what kind of person you are, but I can feel you're a good person, Naruto. I'm fine with going to Japan too. As am I. Meliodas butted in. After all you've done for us, a short trip to Japan isn't much. Besides, I've got to make sure Elizabeth is safe. Naruto looked towards Mocha for her opinion. She stared at him blankly. If Meliodas is going, I have no arguments. I can't lose them either. Everyone focused on Urza who gazed back with not much emotion, which was surprising, because she was recently bawling her eyes out in the shower. Not that anyone heard her. Wherever Lord Naruto goes, I will follow. The redhead stated with no shame. Even if I pose more danger to him being a broken weapon, I will do my best. Everyone, Naruto looked at them with his brilliant azure eyes gleaming with happiness and relief. Thank you. Naruto smiled brilliantly at them and couldn't help but wonder what waited for them in Japan. DxD. Naruto and his peerage walked down on a bridge-like passage that connected the plane to the airport. To many of the other passengers, they were quite an unusual group. Meliodas was dressed in a normal enough outfit, with his usual white button top, black dress pants, and boots, and to the side of him was the kind-hearted Elizabeth, dressed in a nice blue shirt and jeans. Meliodas thoroughly ruined the pair's normal enough appearance by groping Elizabeth's breasts once in a while, earning scandalous glares from passers-by. Urza wasn't any different, as she insisted on carrying a sword by her hip at all times, which was poorly concealed with a white cloth, earning suspicious glances from everyone. It was only thanks to a significant number of memory spells and concealing spells that allowed Urza to get by the metal detector. Thankfully, Naruto, Esdeath, and Mocha were all normal, in terms of their appearances and actions, though the trio earned more than one glance due to their good looks, a trait that did not leave the others out. Alright, I ordered first-class seats, so we should be comfortable enough. Get ready for a long trip. Naruto and the others made their way to their respective seats, which were all in the same row. In the middle of the row were 4 seats. Urza insisted on sitting to the left of Naruto, for the purpose of protecting him if the need arose. Esdeath sat to his right and Mocha sat on the far right of the middle row, the closest to the other pair. Meanwhile, Meliodas and Elizabeth were seated next to each other, being a couple. For the majority of the group, impatience was non-existent. The comfort from such luxurious tickets helped stagnate any boredom. Naruto was a whole different story. The plane trip couldn't have felt slower, his body practically overflowing with restlessness. You need to calm down. Naruto nearly jumped out of his seat upon hearing that same dark voice he heard before his awakening. Wait, do I need to speak out loud or can I just think about what I want to say? Yes, you imbecile. I'm a part of your mind, so I can hear all your thoughts. Well, aren't you just a ray of sunshine? Naruto thought back grumpily. That doesn't put me at ease, you knowing all my thoughts. It's not like I can tell anyone what you're thinking about. Naruto sat on the edge of his seat, contemplating over what this voice had just told him. Do you have a name? Calling you the voice is gonna get old fast. You can call me Yami. Yami. Naruto rolled the name over his tongue and decided that he liked this name over voice. Doesn't that mean darkness in Japanese? How perceptive of you, Yami answered, amusement dripping out of voice like a leaky faucet. Moving past my name, what worries you? Your constant anxiety has been bothering me, even from here. I'm just confused. Naruto confessed. I suspected Uzumaki meant something since Venelana reacted subtly every time I brought it up. It irked me when everyone I knew said it meant nothing and that I should just drop the subject. I'm confused as to why they lied to me. Yami snorted, or at least that was what it sounded like to Naruto. Don't you remember that man's speech? He said the Uzumakis had great power, something all the factions feared. Not only that, but their barriers also repelled all deities without discrimination. Such power in the hands of us humans, Yami metaphorically shook his head. It scared them all. No doubt, those devils didn't want you awakening such powers. But why? Naruto burst out angrily. Why not? Aren't I a part of their faction? Why would they want to deny one of their one power? Good questions and points. Yami shot back gleefully. To Naruto's irritation, Yami's refusal to take the situation seriously was starting to irk him. But you have to understand that devils are pretty stubborn. They have unrelinquishing belief in the powers of the original 72 pillars, or the still existing 32, and refuse to acknowledge any other possibilities. Take your friend Sairaorg as an example. Have you ever noticed him arrive at one of your spars injured and exhausted? Naruto slowly nodded. Most likely, they were assassination attempts by his father, who cast him out from the family because of his lack of the destruction bloodline. Now even though he's grown strong in other ways, he refuses to acknowledge his strength and instead tries to wipe him from existence. After all, he doesn't want to lose face and suffer damage to his reputation. That's stupid. Naruto mentally yelled. Why does it matter if you gain strength through hard work instead of being born with it? Yami shrugged. Who knows? But what you need to realize is that devils are unusually stubborn in their old ways. In my humble opinion, they're probably threatened by the existence of your Uzumaki blood and its threat to the precarious balance of the conservatives and reformists. The conservatives want to stay believing that reincarnated, or low-class, devils are inferior to what they call pure devils. Even if you're classified as a high-class devil, in some eyes, you'll never receive that acknowledgement because of your human blood. The potential of having power in that same human blood is frightening to them. The redhead scoffed out loud, drawing looks from awake passengers. That's unbelievable. To think even Zeoticus kept this from me. Does that mean the Gremories are conservatives? I thought they treated their servants well. True. Their unusual compassion and kindness to servants have made them well known, but I think there's another factor we haven't considered. Naruto narrowed his eyes. What could it be? Perhaps Venelana holding unknown animosity was the case. Most definitely. For some reason, we can deduct that Venelana holds much enmity towards you, most likely due to your lineage. Though, peer pressure from conservatives and extra motives from them might have influenced even Zeoticus to keep quiet about your parentage. It's even possible Zeoticus was forced to act this way due to Venelana. TCH. It always comes down to that, bitch. Naruto spat out the curse word out loud, drawing even more attention. Yami was amused as ever. To use such a vulgar term, do you hate her? Of course. How could I not? And Rias. Yami prodded further. Naruto thought for a second before answering. Not to the same degree of hatred I hold for Venelana. She's a kid, and her Venelana most likely had something to do with her attitude towards me. Though, I still hate her pompous way of talking when she awakened her powers of destruction. To me, she's not a sister, not a person I care about. At the same time, I won't waste any time hating her. No, she's insignificant to me. Yami couldn't help but smile, an action that thankfully went unnoticed by his other half. Yes, keep feeding me power and we'll rule together, Naruto. Just you wait, I'll drag you into the darkness with me. DxD. Naruto grabbed his bag of supplies from the conveyor belt and the others did the same. Sticking together tightly, the closely knit group made their way to the exit and saw Japan in its full glory. The bright colors and tall skyscrapers amazed all of them, even Naruto. Cars whizzed past them in smoothly paved roads and Urza couldn't help but tense at the high-speed vehicles. Let's head over to the park. Naruto beckoned to the others. We'll talk over our plans while walking through there. Luckily for them, it was near pitch black, and thus, not many people were around the path they were walking on. So I've set out plans for us, Naruto spoke up. Right now, we're in Kyoto, which is ruled by the Yukai faction. We'll head on over to Yokohama and there, we'll move to Chiba through the Tokyo Bay. Once we're at Chiba, we'll head east until we reach the oceanfront. We should be able to find a boat there and we'll set sail for the islands. Any questions? Esdeath raised her hand. Are you certain of the island's whereabouts? Naruto, to the utter dismay of all his peerage members, shook his head. Not a clue. Gideon was pretty vague about the coordinates, so we'll just pray that there's some sort of magical signature that we'll sense once we set sail. Esdeath couldn't help but gape at her king and savior. Are you kidding me? She half shouted and whispered with a certain intensity that nearly made the redhead flinch. Just pray. Are you just going to wing this operation and hope you sense some kind of energy that'll lead you to the islands? Meliodas raised his hand. We could always fly. Naruto stopped in his tracks. That thought had not occurred to him at all. Of course, flying was a much more convenient way of traveling. Although, that opened a whole another wave of problems. How long would they be able to keep flight? There would be no islands they'd be able to take breaks at, so their endurance would have to be top-notch. There was also the problem of being detected by humans. Naruto had made sure to read up on the unaware group of flesh bags that made up half his blood and found that they have created a technological wonder known as a satellite. He had no idea whether they would be able to detect a squad of devils soaring through the air. He breathed in and out slowly, calming his brain and going through each problem and solving them. Meliodas was, no doubt, the strongest of his group and would have no trouble flying for ages. Elizabeth, as he found out, had 3 pairs of wings and was previously a fallen angel. She too would not have too much trouble flying a large distance. Esdeath and he had trained their bodies fiercely, so they too wouldn't have too much trouble. The problem was Mocha and Urza. Being a creature of night, Mocha would have a boost in strength and endurance, making it more likely to last through the journey. If they departed during sunset, Mocha would have enough energy to keep up with them. Urza was just as fast as him in his god speed, so there was no doubting her physical capabilities. However, she had just been made a devil recently and would be quite awkward with her wings. She would have no choice but to get acquainted with her new appendages in a short time. The satellites were a relatively minor issue, due to his recent awakening. With his 1 divine nullifier, he would automatically have several barrier spells around him and his friends. That would take care of any humans being aware of their existence. Though, that wasn't the biggest deal, as many higher-ups knew devils existed and formed contracts with renowned devils. I suppose that would work, Naruto admitted slowly, somewhat acting as if the idea wasn't that obvious. Although, now would be a better time than never, I have to ask you all, what you are capable of. Any sacred gears, special abilities, etc. Meliodas, Elizabeth, and Urza all nodded, willing to divulge their techniques of their choosing. Mocha, on the other hand, seemed much more secretive and sensitive around this matter. Is it okay if I leave out some parts? She asked grudgingly. Their leader nodded eagerly. Of course. And that goes for the rest of you too. I would like to know your general capabilities, so if you want to hide your trump cards, I won't ask. However, it is welcomed, since, as your leader and comrade, knowing your secret techniques and aces would help me formulate plans on the fly much easier. They silently agreed and looked at each other, to ask who would go first. Naruto put a stop to that quickly, however, as he was unwilling to talk about such things in such a compromised setting. He proposed to go to a hotel and set up privacy spells there. DxD. The room they were all staying in was, to put in simple terms, a nice one. There were 6 queen-sized beds, perfect for fitting all of them without much trouble, and a perfectly fitting blanket to go along with it. Though unneeded, a delicate glass chandelier hung almost precariously above the middle of the room, lighting up any corners with its teardrop-shaped crystals. The well-furnished floor of the bedroom was covered with a white, fluffy rug. If they'd explored further, they would have seen an unnecessarily vast bathroom, tiled smoothly with shining marble. Setting down their bags by the beds, the group, save for Naruto, sat on each bed, bouncing and exclaiming about the comfort of each one. Said redhead quickly and efficiently cast wards that would not only conceal their presence but also make hearing or seeing anything within their room impossible. With his security rituals finished, he made his way over to the group while dragging a chair. Mocha, Elizabeth, and Meliodas all hunkered down in one bed with Elizabeth in the middle. Esdeath and Urza both sat next together, not saying much to each other, staying in the same, almost monotone manner. Naruto set the chair down between each bed, wordlessly announcing that they should begin. Who wants to go first? Elizabeth, who Naruto quickly discovered was a trusting, almost naive girl, went first. Well, Naruto-san, I am half human and half fallen angel, so I have a sacred gear known as Twilight Healing, which allows me to heal injuries from any person. I can also manipulate light energy, like most of my fallen brethren. I believe I can make projectiles and create illusions by shaping the light. I'm not a frontline fighter, Naruto-san. Naruto-san. Just when did they start using Japanese honorifics, right? When they entered Japan. Devils could speak any language in the world, and right now, they were in Japan. It would seem that the innate ability adjusted to wherever they moved to. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. Thank you for trusting me with this information. Naruto clasped his hands together on his lap. And for future references, and this goes for all of you, please drop the Japanese honorifics. Honorifics? Esdeath slowly asked. Yes. As you have noticed, Elizabeth has unconsciously switched to the native language, Japanese. You all haven't realized it because us devils can understand any language, so communication with humans in any country will go seamlessly. Switching from a professional, I have a lecture tone, Naruto made sure to sound more soothing. Now who wants to go next? I shall go, Naruto-sama. Naruto couldn't help but facepalm at Urza's continuance to address him by such a title, even after he'd just insisted not to. I am also in possession of a sacred gear known as Requip, armor construct. It allows me to create armor for my choosing. In a sense, it is like sword birth, just with armor. So that magic-resistant armor you used back then is all thanks to your sacred gear? Naruto asked, mentally taking notes. She nodded. That was my Hell's Bane. It was specifically designed to counter devil-like energy, so your elemental attacks did not affect me. Do you have other armor? Esdeath butted in. Again, Urza nodded. I only have two others, Rival Mercury and Beast Slayer. Rival Mercury enhances my speed while Beast Slayer makes me resilient to chakra and senjutsu enhanced attacks. Naruto softly whistled in awe of his mutated knight. That's pretty impressive. Anything else I should know? She hesitated for a split second before divulging what little information she had left. I am a wielder of a certain holy sword. Because of my incredible affinity to it, I can store and bring it out of a pocket dimension. Why didn't you use it in our battle? This time, Urza looked embarrassed and her cheeks bloomed with red, showing her shame with her incompetence. I am unable to wield its power. Naruto looked relatively unfazed. We'll work on that shortly. He turned to Meliodas and Mocha. Next. This time, it was the blonde's turn to speak up. You probably saw it in action, my sacred gear, Berserker's Rage. In a nutshell, the angrier I get the stronger I get. It enhances my physical energy and I also gain a higher leveled form of darkness manipulation. Naruto nodded and shelved that information for later. Most likely, he would have to use his mutated rook piece for Meliodas, assuming he'd want to join his peerage. He stared at Mocha, who looked back with a small degree of hatred, which was a given. Even if Meliodas had explained the situation and stated that it was his responsibility, being in forced servitude to a devil was certainly unfavorable. At last, she spoke. I have a sacred gear that enhances my physical strength, limited control over the fog, and can transform into a flock of bats. That's it. Even though her explanation was brief and vague, Naruto learned much more about Mocha. He hadn't researched vampires that intensely back at the Gremory estate, so he didn't know Mocha could control the fog and transform into bats. This was extremely valuable to him as a king. Not only could Mocha be used as reconnaissance, but she could also use her fog once practicing and honing her abilities as a widespread distraction. Alright. Naruto stood up and dragged the chair back to its original place. Throughout her explanation, he had ignored her stares of enmity and open hostility, knowing that it would take much effort in cracking her tough, cold visage. I'm all done so you can do whatever, we'll reach the oceanfront in, how long? However long it takes. The entire group, showing incredible coordination and synchronization, sweet-dropped at the same time, the salty beads of moisture rolling down their sides of heads. DxD. This is it. For the past couple of days, Naruto had pushed them all through long distances, unable to contain his impatience. Making their way through the Chiba and Yokohama was no easy feat, but Naruto had made it up for them, buying local delicacies and items. Now decked out in stylish kimonos and bellies full of ramen, dumplings, and sushi, the entire group faced the ocean ahead. I'm feeling a small presence in the distance ahead. Naruto opened his eyes and stood up, breaking his previous cross-legged formation. This could be a long distance and there won't be any breaks. He warned. With grim determination, everyone stubbornly refused to flinch and instead, looked at the gray waves pounding the small granules of sand against each other. Again, Naruto closed his eyes and looked deep inside his mind. Finding a certain cache of power, he pulled and awakened his sacred gear once more. 8. Relentless Oblivion. Naruto looked at the katana laying his hands when he expected a gleaming shield, not a similarly black sword with red veins pulsating through the blade. Even though the sword was a part of his sacred gear, he couldn't help but shiver at the slightest touch at it. What is this? Ah. Naruto-sama, you have rolled an 8, and this just so happens to the weapon you have rolled. A familiar orb waved around Naruto like a pesky fly. Are you telling me that I can't choose what number to roll? Naruto asked in a dangerous tone, his right eye twitching. Of course. Alpha chirped, completely unaware of Naruto's now foul mood. Your sacred gear is completely random and each number has an equal chance of being rolled. Naruto wanted to take Alpha and slam him into the sandy terrain. What was the point of a sacred gear if he couldn't choose his damn weapon? By having no choice in your weaponry, it makes you unpredictable. While the enemy would eventually learn all possible roles of your sacred gear, they will still have no way of predicting what kind of weapon you will use. That made some sort of sense. After all, if he couldn't tell what kind of weapon he would draw, how would the enemy know? Still, this threw a wrench in his plan. Naruto. Esdeath nudged his ribs, drawing a small hiss of indignation. You still there? He rubbed his forehead before nodding. The situation isn't that bad. We'll just have to fly without a barrier spell. Hopefully, the satellite won't catch any images of us. His tone grew careless towards the end. And even if they do, that won't be our mess to clean up. The sun was just starting to set, its radiant colors beautifully lighting up the sky, painting the fluffy white clouds a shade of orange and pink. With the waves rolling out towards the shore, it all made for a pretty sight. Just looking at the scene made Naruto feel a smidge better. He tightened his grip onto the katana before sprouting his wings from his back. Not a second later, his peerage followed him. There's no way I'm backing down now. He muttered before raising his voice for the others to hear. Let's start flying now. Naruto, showing an inkling of compassion to the vexing orb, asked him if he would be okay, to which he replied he'd be fine. As a part of your sacred gear, you simply cannot escape from me. Alpha proudly announced. Unless you deactivate me, in which case, I'll fly back into the deep recesses of your body. That's an interesting choice of words, Meliodas commented before taking flight into the air. Naruto shortly followed him, still holding on to his newly acquired sword. Let's go. With that, the small gaggle of devils flew into the sunset. DxD. What does this sword do? Naruto childishly waved around the midnight blade, which blended perfectly into the shadowy covers of the night. Its red lines occasionally lit up, giving off an ominous vibe to all that flew near it. Ah. What good questions, Naruto-sama. Alpha comically tagged along the backside of his wielder, shaking from the backlash of flying at such speeds. Even so, his voice remained calm as ever, giving away no stutters or breaks over the noise of the wind. Your 8. Relentless Oblivion has the potential to damage anything. As of right now, your katana is only able to clash with physical objects. However, should you try cutting into an animated object, Naruto slid the blade along his arm, hoping to draw some blood, but watched the katana bounce off his skin. It will bounce off. I'm assuming there's a catch to this. Ah. As expected of my wielder, always looking underneath. Alpha devotedly praised, not seeing, or rather ignoring, Naruto's dramatic eye roll. However, your sword has just learned how to damage entities like you. Try cutting yourself again. Naruto did as he suggested and found himself surprised as just a small glance into his skin drew a drop of blood. Fascinating. It is, isn't it? Alpha moved up and down, trying his best to imitate a person nodding but failed to realize that he was now to the back of Naruto once more. This is the ability of 8. Relentless Oblivion. Your blade now understands how to damage devils and humans. To those two species, you will no longer have any problems cutting them down. To other species you haven't touched yet, while the first slash of your katana will do absolutely no damage to your opponent, the second cut will pierce their flesh, whether they are yokai, angels, or even gods. Naruto couldn't speak for the next couple of seconds. The power to damage gods. This was nothing short of unbelievable. What about a regeneration factor? Will my sword learn to deal with that? Of course. Alpha, by the sound of his tone, would have been grinning in absolute delight if he could have. Once you cut, or at least attempt to cut, a being with immense regenerative properties, like, say a Phoenix Devil, your sword will be able to deal with such obstacles. Naruto focused all his excitement into pumping his wings, propelling him further and further. So let me get this straight. Let's take an angel for example. If I try cutting her with my katana right now, it'll do nothing. But from then on, I'll be able to damage all angels. Is that it? Naruto-sama catches on quick. Thanks, Alpha. With nothing else to say or comment on, Naruto silently flew on, doing his best to ignore the dull aches that spread throughout his flying appendages. Alpha silently bobbed around his back, trying to come up with something to say but unable to. Naruto focused on his wings, moving them back and forth, pushing himself through the air, the possibility of seeing his homeland being his only motivation. To his left was a flock of bats that clustered around each other, flapping and generally making a racket. Behind him was Meliodas and Elizabeth, the fallen having a little trouble due to the imbalance caused by her mismatched wings. The perverted blonde held her hand, making sure she stayed in the air. To Naruto's right was Urza, flying diligently and not making any trouble at all. In front of him flew Esdeath, the first person he welcomed as a comrade and his queen. Before he knew it, Esdeath stopped abruptly in her tracks, hovering in the same place. Land. She murmured to him. This must be the island Gideon was talking about, Naruto announced to the rest of the group. We'll recuperate here and resume our journey once we're refreshed. Even Naruto, who tried his best to maintain a cheery visage to appear welcoming, couldn't help but sound weary. Not sleeping for around a day and flying for a long period had taken a toll on him. Being the leader, Naruto was the first to descend to the ground. He promptly collapsed on the cool sand, running his hands over the smooth sand grains and letting them sneak their way into his clothes. A simple tug of his hands brought the bag on his back on the ground. His companions made their way to him not a moment later. Where are we going to sleep? Elizabeth tentatively asked. Meliodas nodded in agreement and looked to Naruto for an answer. Of course, Naruto had prepared for such situations and pulled out enough sleeping bags for all of them. He tossed the tightly rolled bags to each of them before trudging to the greenery part of the island. Stay here for a moment. I'll try preparing some kind of shelter over there. They didn't hear much of his last sentence, as they passed out on the bags once they were set up. Too bad Naruto didn't see them falling asleep. Even though he was exhausted, he found himself gazing in awe of the purity of nature. Here, there were no pollutants or chemicals that would taint the cleanliness that was self-maintained by the ecosystem. Beautiful trees sprang up from the ground, providing substantial cover for any animals that wandered throughout the island, looking for a home. In the distance, he could hear seagulls cawing and a rush of waves. He could even... Wait. That wasn't magic he sensed, was it? Ah. Naruto-sama, I sense some sort of spell far from here. I believe it lies in the north. Most likely, there will be islands other than the one we're inhabiting. Alpha confirmed his suspicions. Uzushiogakure was close. This spell Alpha was talking about was most likely the barrier spell covering his ancestor's home. To enter Uzushiogakure, he would have to find the stone statue and give a drop of his blood. If he was truly an Uzumaki and hadn't just been given the surname for the sake of it, he'd be able to enter the island. Thank you, Alpha. Naruto took one last look north before summoning a controlled flame, burning foliage, and driving out insects and animals. He dumped a small water dragon on the dying embers and smoothed out the dirt, attempting to make the ground as comfortable as possible. Taking a step back, he realized that the space might not be large enough to fit everyone's sleeping bag. Let's head back for now. Naruto turned and made his way to their landing point only to find all his friends sleeping soundly in their respective bags. He smiled briefly at the sight before setting up a barrier spell to ward off intruders. Next to Esdeath, he snuggled into his bag, falling asleep shortly after. DxD. How is the project coming along? We have made substantial progress, Master. Good. Very good. Dog. The mysterious figure called out. The intended entity stiffened before devoting his collar with his attention. Yes, Master. Oh, how it infuriated him. To serve under a fallen angel. The kind that dared to dirty themselves before God and his kingdom. To sully oneself with sin and falling from grace, turning their backs on Christ. It was too bad he had no choice. With many of his followers wiped out, he had no choice but to ally himself with questionable beings. Beings that had a mutual goal of killing devils but inhuman beings. But make no mistake, his time would come. The people you were talking about have entered the first island. He gritted his teeth. To beg such a tainted figure was sickening to his stomach and soul. Yet, it was the only way to get his revenge on the fools that dared to try and kill him. He got down on his knees and placed his forehead on the ground. I humbly beg you, Kabil-sama, to give me permission to wipe these dirty creatures from the face of earth. And what makes you think you can do it this time? A sadistic gleam shined in the elf-like Fallen's red eyes. This so-called Meliodas was able to deflect your attacks back to you, wasn't he? Quote. Don't have an answer. Kabil laughed, conjuring and flinging a light spear into his shoulder in a millisecond. Answer me, dog. The bright yellow projectile dissipated into twinkling molecules that dispersed from sight. I have practiced my sacred gear in hopes of destroying these devils. Still in the bowing position, he took one hand and tried stopping the flow of blood from his shoulder. I believe I shall be successful. Now. Kabil stood up from his black throne and dusted himself off. Honestly, I should strike you from where I stand. Your repugnant blood is getting all over the floor and I can't stand the sight of you harping on about God and his beliefs. He sneered. God. What has he ever done for me? Always forbidding me and my brothers from war. Enough about that. Go on, dog. Kill as many of those devils as you can and if they manage to kill you. Kabil tilted his head and his crimson eyes lit up in the darkness of the room. Well, I suppose they'll be of some worth killing. The mysterious man bowed once more before briskly walking out of the room. Oh, he would have loved to slay Kabil with his own hands, but there was no denying his power. Even that blasted Meliodas didn't compare to the biblical figure. He clutched his chest where the dark orb was implanted. This sacred gear would come in handy, especially after discovering some of its tricks. The fallen angel immediately turned away from the former Templar before snorting. That man, Gideon. How pathetic. Him and his string of followers, claiming to be the Templars and victoriously praising the deeds of God. Although, this Meliodas seemed to be worth killing. Even he'd have to admit that Gideon with Durandal would be of some threat. Yet this devil shrugged off its destructive properties with his sacred gear. How exciting. Valper. Yes, Kabil-sama. Give me your official report of Plan Finex. The elderly man dressed in priest clothes cleared his throat. We have successfully determined the part of DNA that grants the Finex devils their partial immortality. However, it seems that this genetic sequence is very specific, allowing only a small amount of people its power. How many successful subjects? Only one. His name is Tawa, a human that possesses a sacred gear with tremendous affinity to fire. This is most likely the reason why the DNA responded to him. Kabil put his hand up, effectively silencing the mad priest. I don't need the hows and whys. Is he awake? Valper shook his head. Not of the moment. I see. Kabil unfurled his 10 wings in all its terrible glory. And how goes the Holy Sword project? Valper's face broke into a smile, evidently happier discussing such a topic. Very well. I've found a boy that possesses a sacred gear known as Sword Birth. I believe he'll be effective, a template, of sorts. We'll have Excalibur users in no time, Kabil-sama. Kabil let out a chuckle before blowing up in full-out laughter. How beautiful. With this kind of power backing my side, the possibilities are endless. He calmed himself down and clapped his hands. Now the only problem is instigating a war. Any ideas, Valper? The deceivingly sincere-looking man pushed up his glasses and shrugged. Alas, my expertise lies elsewhere. Like experimenting on children. All for a good cause. I concur. Really? Naruto nodded. He had informed the others of his discoveries once they were fully rested. He too had slept for a while before waking up earlier. Due to his habit of exercising in the mornings, Naruto had awakened much earlier and prepared breakfast for his friends. Alpha confirmed it too. It turns out Gideon wasn't lying. That's great. Esdeath softly congratulated. But haven't you considered the possibility of this being a trap? Same. Meliodas agreed. This all seems too convenient for my liking. We're not telling you to back out, but we should have our guard up. Naruto mentally berated himself. He had allowed himself to be blinded by the prospect of seeing his ancestral home. There was a real possibility of Gideon setting a trap, though wasn't the Templar dead? How and why would a dead man set up such an intricate trap? Meliodas, are you sure Gideon was killed? Naruto asked. Urza stiffened at mental scars being slashed open again, as she was once again reminded of her former master's demise. Sorry, but there's no way Gideon survived my attack. Full counter doubles the magical attack and sends it back to the user. All that holy light and energy, he shook his head. I don't see him surviving that. That's unfortunate. Naruto jumped at the sound of the Dampier speaking. He was so used to Mocha not speaking that he had almost forgotten that she was a part of his peerage. He deserved more than death. Naruto looked back at Urza nervously and back to Mocha, who was almost grinning sadistically. This wasn't good. Mocha was giving off serious Esdeath vibes and Urza wasn't going to just take that lying down. Settle down, Mocha. Let's just forget about all of this and move on. Move on. Urza whispered. How can I move on from such a tragedy? Gideon-sama was my savior and yet here you all are, laughing it off and having a good time. Having a good time. Mocha scoffed. No, I'm not having a good time. That no-good bastard deserved a fate worse than death. After killing my friends like that, I wish I could hear his screams in hell. Shut up. The sound of a sword being drawn filled their ears. I've said this once. I admit he didn't treat people who weren't human the best, but all he ever wanted was death. Mocha harshly interrupted. Sorry, but you're deluded if you think Gideon wanted anything other than pain and suffering. Stop. The usually patient and sweet fallen angel hybrid was now speaking in a harsher tone, signifying how angry and fed up she was with the situation. Mocha, stop being so insensitive. She lost someone important to her, just like us. Let it go. Mocha's next words died down in her throat and Naruto shot her a grateful look. Urza, he turned to his knight. Look, I'm really sorry about all of that. Can we put all that behind us? She stared at him long and hard before sighing, visibly exasperated. Let's get this over with. And so began their trek to Uzushiogakure. DxD. Can you see the next island? Naruto pointed to the barely visible island that was wrapped around in the mist, giving off a mysterious atmosphere. We're getting closer to the magical aura, right Alpha? Ah. Alpha rotated sideways before straightening himself. I believe so, Naruto-sama. Without a word, the devils sprouted their bat-like wings and flew off in the direction of the next island. The flapping of their wings blasted away the lingering fog that rolled around the group. Can't we just fly over the island? Esdeath grumpily interjected. The ice user was extremely agitated about hiking through the moist, damp forestland while swatting away exotic bugs. If that's what you want to do. Naruto shrugged. I was just trying to conserve our strength but if you're that fed up with walking. Yes. The entire group chorused, save for Mocha, who was still in her bat form. Naruto put his hands up in a defensive way. Alright, geez, no need to get worked up. DxD. Do you see them? Gideon whispered to the exorcists huddled around him. All were armed with the Bible, a cross, holy water, light swords, and guns cocked with light bullets. These weapons were designed specifically to harm devils, the greatest enemies of the church. Unfortunately for Gideon, none possessed a sacred gear, making his temporary army more quantity than quality. Strike them down in the name of God. They softly cheered before equipping themselves with their guns, getting ready to shoot down the devils, and bring them to the ground. While his exorcists armed themselves, Gideon closed his eyes and put his hand over the right side of his face. What was once an unblemished cheek with smooth skin, now remained a disfigured half, filled with burns and scars. While he barely managed to escape with his life, it came with a terrible price. His body was now littered with scars from the harsh holy light and his face was no exception. Gideon sucked in his teeth and pulled out his sword. While it didn't hold a candle to Durandal, it would have to make do for now. I've come for you, Meliodas. That ferocious, unquenchable monster within you, I've come for you. He chuckled and signaled them to shoot. Phase 1 had begun. DxD. Once Naruto was in the air, he made his way to Mocha, who right now, existed as a form of screeching bats. It was quite the spectacle to look at, as the winged mammals flew perfectly in coordination. Mocha. All of the bats turned their seething, red eyes to her leader. Naruto gulped, regretting the decision to try and talk to her, tactfully seeing the broiling emotions barely contained within all their eyes. Fortunately, she didn't reply or give any indication that she heard him, something Naruto took as a sign to continue. Or perhaps Mocha simply couldn't converse with him in her bat form. Look, He sighed and looked up at the peaceful sky, the white cloud calming his nervousness and anxiety by a significant margin. I won't pretend to understand what you've just been through. Until Esdeath and the rest of you, I haven't had what I'd call a friend. I was constantly training and studying in the Gremory estate, and before my life turned for the better, I was in the streets with only me, myself, and I. For a moment, Mocha's bats, or was it just Mocha, briefly messed up the synchronization of their flapping, showing their unease and surprise. So I don't know what it feels like to have all that torn away from you, to see such a horrible sight like that. The redhead took a deep breath but kept flying through the skies with his fellow devils nearby. But I've had hardships myself, especially when I was much younger and had to fend for myself. I would have turned out much worse. Bitter, constantly annoyed, and angry at the world. Luckily, I had a friend to talk to and vent on. Trust me on this one, Naruto nodded sagely while giving his advice. It's much better to let it all out, and talk to a friend, than bottling up all those feelings. Behind him, Meliodas and Elizabeth smiled, evidently joyed at the two warming up to each other. They were going to talk to the Dhampir, but Naruto had beaten them to the punch. Meliodas's good mood didn't last long as a slight shiver crawled up his spine. His senses were going haywire, yelling at him to dive and take cover, but he resisted the urge to do so and observed his surroundings. It was too late for that, though. Without warning, the leaves and branches covering his sight from reaching the ground tore, letting through bullets that threatened to pierce the devils. Light bullets. Meliodas forced his nerves down and instead dove at Elizabeth, immediately tapping into Berserker's Rage, Stage 2, and formed a protective dome around him and Elizabeth. The metal projectiles failed to pierce through the dense darkness and bounced off the shield. Naruto, Erza, Esdeath, and Mocha were still out there, however, and Meliodas knew this. Once he heard the stoppage of bullets, he stopped his shield and flew out with Elizabeth behind him. They were okay. Meliodas allowed himself a sigh of relief. Esdeath had summoned a thick sheet of ice, protecting all of them from the light bullets. Mocha had changed back to her regular form and hovered over the ice. Erza had donned a new type of armor they haven't seen before, silver boots with a cheetah face carved into the sides. Her breastplate looked relatively light, and she had no other protective gear. Most likely, this was her rival Mercury, an armor that focused on her speed. Naruto grimly stared down at the ground with his black katana in his hand. For once, Alpha wasn't wisecracking or flying through the air in ridiculous gestures. This was serious. Now, Naruto ordered Esdeath and she dropped the temporary shield. She quickly returned fire with a wave of razor icicles, some hitting their target as hinted by the screams of pain. As soon as the first volley of ice shards was sent hurtling down, Naruto zipped to the ground, in pursuit of their shooters. Meliodas followed him with Mocha at his side and Elizabeth in the back, ready to heal and provide support. The branches tore and gave way to the devils as they all ignored the stings from the pointed branches. Naruto was the first to reach ground and wasted no time in charging and swiping his katana. Meliodas formed an axe in his right hand and did the same, aiming at the enemies behind them. Unfortunately, before they got to do anything, a shout filled their ears, enraging three of the members. Ominous Nebula. DxD. With Gideon. Everything was going according to plan. Gideon was not a foolish man. Nor did he scorn the idea of needing help. Using Ominous Nebula would do more harm than good if he didn't take precautions. Even though the exorcists he was given to command were generally incompetent, the weapons they were armed with were still poisonous to devils. That's why he ordered the exorcists to set themselves in a circle formation and tie themselves to trees in the ground. This way, he wouldn't accidentally pull them in and slice them into ribbons. Even better, they'd be able to fire at the backs of the devils while he pulled them in. Ominous Nebula. DxD. With Naruto. The minute he saw the exorcists in a perfect, neat order and a single man in the middle, one thought flashed through his mind. It's a trap. Then he heard, Ominous Nebula. It was slight at first, the pull. Grains of dirt and pebbles were drawn towards the man, but Naruto was able to hold himself steady. Then the strength multiplied. Again and again. Naruto's feet began to slip and all around him, the trees and branches groaned in protest before ripping apart and giving into the magnetic pull. fellow exorcists screamed as their bodies clashed with Naruto's, all heading in one direction. The devil quickly took advantage, slicing and dicing any enemies getting close to him, leaving only guts and entrails in the air. While his moves weren't completely elegant or graceful, his strength behind each strike was formidable and each movement was precise. Esdeath. Naruto yelled in desperation, having no other choice but to rely on his queen to stop him. Esdeath had already formed a protective barrier between her and the man, while also having Urza and Mocha at her side. As Naruto cried out in help, Esdeath's eyes widened and outstretched her hand, attempting to form a pillar to shield Naruto. Unfortunately, as the pillar grew in size, Naruto quickly recognized that it would not reach him in time and instead chose to dive in head first. Gritting his teeth, he decided on a collaboration technique, one that would most likely damage the opponent but harm himself at expense. From one hand, he summoned a rotating ball of wind that grew in size to what appeared to be a downsized tornado. In his other hand, he fed the tornado with several fire dragons that encircled the whirling winds, increasing the rotation speed while also lighting up the mini-disaster. As the fiery tornado threatened to wipe both Naruto and the mystery man from existence, the pull reversed and began to push. Almighty push. The tornado was pushed back in Naruto's direction, all while burning grass, trees, sticks, and snuffing out any hidden animals that took refuge in their natural habitat. Trees were no longer sucked in, and were rather sent flying back. A cursory glance to his friends alleviated his worry. Esdeath was there to constantly strengthen the icy barrier and Meliodas was enclosed in a black dome. A hasty extension of his senses informed him that Elizabeth was with Meliodas and perfectly safe. All the debris and excess wind glanced off the dome, which just went to show how powerful Meliodas was. Naruto didn't have any time to waste, though, seeing his own technique sent back at him. He cursed and summoned another collaboration technique. Conjuring what appeared to be a wall of water, he ruptured the ground and threw in a heavy gale for the sake of it, strengthening the water barrier and making it much more ferocious. The two techniques met in the middle, and a harsh hiss of steam filled the air, the smoky white floating everywhere, obscuring Naruto's vision, making him unable to determine everyone's status. A quick breeze fixed that and he ended up seeing a man previously thought dead. Gideon. His face was horribly disfigured but there was no mistaking that hateful glare directed toward him and all devils. His appearance had changed a bit, his armor was much bigger and looked much heavier, with spikes adorning the shoulders and a purple orb gleamed proudly in the middle. No longer did he feel that oppressive, destructive aura around him, which was most likely generated by Durandal. Wait, whatever happened to that sword? Never mind. There were more pressing matters, like Mocha and Urza. The damp peer was positively drooling, eager to vent her anger and grief on the man, something she was unable to do last time while protecting Elizabeth. Urza, on the other hand, was ready to drop dead from surprise and joy. There were practically stars in her eyes and Naruto couldn't help but doubt her loyalties. Not bad, Gideon chuckled and pointed his sword at Naruto. Not bad at all, though you aren't the one I'm looking for. A certain dome unfurled itself, revealing Meliodas in all his terrible glory, a black mark running down his face like a scar and purple, pupilless eyes. I presume you're looking for me. Urza piped up. She stepped forward, ignoring Esdeath's growls of anger, and knelt. Gideon-sama. It brings me such joy to see you in good health. This is it. Her heart nearly thumped out of her chest in pure shock. I can't wait for him to welcome me by his side. Though, I can't help but feel bad. She glanced over to Naruto to see a look of betrayal. No. I belong to Gideon-sama's side. Urza. Gideon looked slightly surprised before composing himself. You're alive. But I thought you perished while fighting off one of the, he shook his head. No, unless, you were turned. Urza's bright mood diminished just slightly but she kept up her submissive position on the ground. Don't. You weren't you? Gideon clucked his tongue in disappointment and pounded his sword into the ground. Yes, I can sense the devil blood flowing within you. That dark power, it's unmistakable. You're a devil, aren't you? He didn't look at her for confirmation, already knowing what her answer would be. After all I've taught you, I'm so disappointed. All the training and learning, just for you to squander it, what a disappointment. A failed investment is all you amounted to. With every word he spat into her soul, Urza steadily lost her will to stand, live, or do anything. She felt like drowning in her tears and misery. After all, she was a failure. A failed disappointment. Waste of space. Broken weapon. Shut up. Naruto pulled himself up from the ground. I won't lie, I felt a piece of my soul crack when Urza didn't even hesitate. But, saying these kinds of words, stamping down on her enthusiasm and happiness, you're worse than scum. He concluded and magical circles appeared on the top and bottom. Electrical bolts began to flow into Naruto and he gritted his teeth, holding in the pain. Gideon scoffed. Whose side are you on, little devil? She has forsaken the word of God by giving into your kind. There is no punishment she can go through that will atone for her sins. As of said, failure. For once, I agree with the redhead, Mocha spoke up from behind. The normally apathetic, haughty Dampier had passion sparkling in her red eyes. The occasional stray breeze lifted strands of her shimmering silver hair, barely covering her harsh beauty. I thought badly of you after, no, that's an understatement. I hated you. I despised you, Gideon. But now, she spat at his feet. It's different. Naruto is right. You're worse than scum. Urza. The lightly armored female looked up from the ground, the tears and slight snot tainting the normally majestic and beautiful face. Even if you're a failure, you're not alone. That's right. Naruto couldn't help but smile at the Dampier finally warming up to her companions. You have us, so don't believe this idiot's words. You're not a failure, nor a broken weapon. I've never thought of you that way. In my eyes, you were the best of all of us. Naruto, the flowing river of tears slowly ebbed and the corners of her mouth began to move upwards. Is that so? Thank you, Naruto, Mocha, for believing in me. Honestly, a small speech like that got your hopes up. Gideon unbuckled the sheath of his sword from his waist, dual-wielding his sword and sheath. Whatever. It's not like I came for you. Meliodas. For the sake of humanity, I will slay you. Really now. Meliodas rotated his neck, cracking out any knots. Don't you remember what happened last time? Gideon growled but Meliodas took no heed of his drawls of anger. Before I remove your pitiful head from your neck, answer my question. Where did you get that orb from? The one in your chest, I mean. He clarified, though there was no need to, seeing that it was right there, in front of everyone. Oh. I must say I'm disappointed. He wickedly grinned. To be unable to recognize a piece of your brother in front of you. Well, you devils never really valued family in the first place, so it's not the biggest shock. Meliodas stood there apathetically, not betraying any of his emotions. Then, he spoke, you've sealed your fate. I've made a mistake assuming you were dead. This time, there were the red flickers again. The horrible death aura around Meliodas and the flashes of demonic energy. I'll escort you to the gates of hell. At that moment, several things happened. Naruto sent a knowing glance to Esdeath and made a circular motion to Esdeath. She knew instantly what he meant and acted quickly. Great rumblings of ice being created out of air almost made some of the devils wince but they held it together. Once she was finished, great spikes encircled a certain area. Within that area was Meliodas, Naruto, and Gideon, all enclosed together. While Esdeath was doing all that, Urza zipped into action with her rival Mercury, deflecting the various light bullets shot at them. Mocha roared and jumped into the fray, punching several enemies, and while Naruto wished to observe her sacred gear in action, there was no time to be wasted. The battle had begun. DxD. With Esdeath. The small army of exorcists seemed hell-bent on making Swiss cheese out of Esdeath, so she holed up in a crude imitation of an igloo. Luckily, her ice was clear so she was still able to see what was going on. Thrusting her hand forward, several spikes jutted out from the ground, impaling unfortunate exorcists while the rest did their best to evade the treacherous attacks. Oh my, Esdeath did her best to hide the slight blush on her cheeks. I'm doing my best but I'm unable to hold myself back, Naruto. The screams, the whizzing of spikes, the flying of blood, the adrenaline, I'm falling in love with battle. She giggled, a sound that was unfit for such a dangerous battlefield. Mocha glanced at the blushing Esdeath and decided to not ask. Instead, she would focus on pummeling the exorcists into the ground. 5. She signaled the fifth exorcist. She punched into the ground, breaking several teeth, his nose, and a good fragment of his cranium. He wasn't dead, but without medical attention, he'd die soon. Another exorcist charged to her, shooting 3 bullets, 2 to her face, and 1 to her kneecap. The Dampier, however, saw that coming from a mile away and deftly weaved her way out of the way. She aggressively lunged with her fist outstretched, and missed the chest of her opponent due to another exorcist tackling his comrade to the side. TCH. Her fist impacted the ground and a thunderous crack sounded. You reset my combo star, idiot. Now I'll have to build it back up. She shook her head in annoyment and clicked her tongue. The most humanoid figure dissolved into a flock of bats and quickly flew into the pair of exorcists, biting and scratching their faces before transforming back to her regular self and delivering a weaker, but still painful punch to their gut. Nearby, Urza flashed around the exorcists, taking the lion's share of the group while also protecting Elizabeth. Rather than killing or mortally wounding the enemy, she chose to use the hilt of her sword and knock them unconscious. Next to her, the fallen furiously wove simple illusions and simultaneously threw several light spears, messing up the rhythm of the mini-army. Smash! Urza headbutted the last exorcist, breaking his nose and taking him out of commission. That should be the last of them. For a moment, she thought she felt something on her cheek and sheathed her sword. What the hell is that? Mocha cried out suddenly, pointing to an enormous dragon made of lightning and fire. The sudden blast of heat alerted all of them, making them glacé to Esdeath's prison of ice. Urza looked on with awe. Your guess is good as mine. DxD. With Naruto. The charge-up was complete and Naruto wasted no time in running around Gideon in circles, kicking up a significant amount of dirt and dust. Meliodas watched with slight wonder before hardening himself. He rushed towards Gideon in the front and Naruto took that as a sign to attack from the back. Ha! Ominous nebula. Both devils had their balance thrown off and were immediately thrashed by something while in the vicinity of Gideon before getting thrown back right after. Naruto slammed into the ice wall while Meliodas sprouted tendrils from his back, stopping himself from any damage by digging his extra appendages into the ground. What was that? Naruto couldn't help but wonder out loud and warily observe the man in the middle. Come and find out. Gideon suddenly rushed towards Naruto at unparalleled speeds, immediately deeming him as the weaker of the two. The redhead was slightly insulted by the turn of events but expelled wind from all around him, having cast a widespread wind spell. Before Naruto could even blink, an invisible force met and dominated the wind, pushing him right back into the wall. That again. What is it? It's different from when he pulled me in, but it's dangerous nonetheless. Gideon stabbed his blade at Naruto's face, embedding his sword deep into the ice after barely missing his target, drawing a deep cut. First blood goes to me. Gideon laughed before bringing his sheath down on Naruto, hoping to batter him with the tempered piece of metal. He didn't get the chance, with the redhead quickly releasing a brief lightning spell from his finger. This time though, the attack hit Gideon right in the arm. While it was a weak attack, it momentarily halted the man's swinging arm, giving time for Naruto to protect himself. Naruto quickly brought his katana up, effectively blocking the strike. However, Gideon was much stronger than before by unknown means and Naruto was suddenly aware of that fact. Was he always this strong? I know he's the former leader of the Templars but this is ridiculous. The ground cracked beneath them, unable to hold the pressure of Gideon's strike. Luckily for Naruto, Meliodas delivered a solid punch to Gideon's jaw. Well, that was what was supposed to happen. Instead, the mysterious force threw Meliodas to the opposite side and only drove Naruto further into the wall. At this rate, Esdeath's walls are gonna break down. We need to end this. A much more pronounced human imprint dug into the icy wall and the powdered ice snapped Naruto into action. You've got yourself in some situation. Yami. The brief shock of the ice was countered by Yami's unpronounced visit and Gideon leapt at the chance to retrieve his sword. With a mighty pull, the gleaming light sword was freed and instead of killing Naruto right there and then, he turned his back and held back one of Meliodas's makeshift darkness blades. His reflexes and senses too. I made sure to give none of my emotions away and Meliodas was still unable to strike him from his blind spot. I sense it too. Most likely, he increased his strength by artificial means. Dangerous stuff, Naruto. Need my help. What can you even do? Naruto hurriedly got out of his compromising positions, leaving Gideon near the wall and regrouped with Meliodas. With his friend by his side and out of harm's way, he tried one of his stronger attacks. Lighting Beast's Chase. With the knowledge of Meliodas being next to him and no need to worry about holding back, Naruto unleashed a much more devastating version. 10 blue wolves pounced upon Gideon, tearing up the ground and leaving a small trail of voltage. Once again, the mysterious force forced a majority of his attack to dissipate, but not before one sank its claws upon Gideon. With the painful voltage paralyzing him, Naruto charged once more with his katana in hand and Meliodas to his side. He's paralyzed, so there's no way he can dodge this. Instead of a push, they were both drawn in and sliced by some kind of attack. What? That means this is a part of his magical attack as well. Meliodas chose to brave the innumerable cuts and put both hands together and raised them. A giant fist of pure darkness merged itself into something tangible and he brought it down on Gideon. The routine push didn't happen and the attack clipped Gideon's arm, as he threw himself out of the way. Naruto-sama. This pull attack seems to be creating a vortex using darkness, and the mysterious cuts you've received is due to the force of the winds being revolved around. Alpha had been silent the entire exchange but spoke up now. He's right. Meliodas nodded grimly. With Gideon temporarily incapacitated, he took the time to explain the technique. This is Zeldras's power. He rotates his darkness at immense speeds, creating a small hurricane around him. This is what we've been encountering. And his push technique. I don't know. The blonde sucked in his teeth out of frustration. It seems to be a different trick he picked up. Sacred gears are pretty fickle and respond to every user differently. Though, I've noticed it's a different attack. Naruto nodded in agreement. I have a plan, but you're gonna need to use your tendril to hold onto both of us. Use a long-range attack when I tell you to. Meliodas said nothing, choosing to let his actions speak for him instead. A tendril grabbed Naruto on his waist and the rest floated teasingly above the ground, ready to stab themselves in the ground. Yo Gideon. Naruto waved at the Templar, recovering his strength. That last, ominous nebula was really pathetic. Is this all you can do? No wonder Urza left you for us. He childishly stuck his tongue out in a way to rile up the man. The armor clanked against each other and the steel plates rubbed one another as Gideon stood up. This is nothing, little devil. If you want more, all you had to do was ask. Ominous nebula. The pull was significantly harder as chunks of ground flew up towards him and ended up getting sliced to smaller fragments. Even with the sudden increase, Meliodas extended his tendrils as far into the ground and used his arm to secure Naruto further. For a while, all they could do was stay put and brave the storm. Once the pull weakened, even for a second, Naruto took that as a sign of weakness. Now, he yelled right in Meliodas's ear and conjured an enormous dragon made of lightning. The legendary beast flew towards the Templar and Meliodas did the same, conjuring a decent-sized fireball. Immediately another almighty push fought to push back the two long-distance attacks. Gideon yelled in anger as he poured more energy into his attack, hoping to end the attacks. All while the two forces clashed, Naruto whispered into Meliodas's ear, informing him of the next step. Miraculously, his push attack was able to send the attacks back, igniting the dragon's head on fire. Meliodas smiled. Just like last time. Full counter. The dragon doubled in size and this time, Gideon had no answer. The increased attack slammed into Gideon with all its wrath, burning and frying the man into a crisp. He wasn't the only one who suffered. Esdeath's walls had melted into paper-thin barriers, the sheer heat and force breaking the makeshift arena down. Luckily, Meliodas had the foresight to wrap both of them into a dark cocoon, just as he did earlier with Elizabeth. Clear, Meliodas whispered and unraveled the dome, exposing the wrecked land to the pair. Naruto couldn't help but whistle at the destruction and eventually, his eyes landed upon Gideon. At least, what remained of him? Wanna do the honors? Gladly. Meliodas formed an axe head from his right hand and firmly removed the head, destroying what little chance Gideon had at escaping alive. That was a solid plan. Mind telling me how you knew Gideon wouldn't be able to bounce back that enhanced dragon? Naruto shrugged. It was simple enough. After a while, I noticed that he never used Almighty Push consecutively. There was always a period in which he used Ominous Nebula, so I figured he needed some kind of cooldown. Besides, even if he could use it twice in a row, you could just use full counter again and again. From what I've inferred, your technique deflects the attack back rather easily while Gideon has to amass a force stronger than the one he's defending against. In a game of rallying, we'd come out as victors. Not bad. Meliodas reverted to his base state, his mark disappearing and the dark pupilless eyes turning emerald green. Up top. They slapped hands playfully. Crack. The already thin walls shattered into pieces, the fragments of ice crashing all over each other. The rest of their group came running over to Naruto and Meliodas. Are you okay? Do you have any injuries? Elizabeth fretted over her boyfriend and quickly checked over his body. Her hands glowed as she closed his cuts and bruises from the fight. I'm glad you came out okay. Oh. Are you okay too, Naruto? She made her way to Naruto and did the same, healing any abrasions he suffered from the fight. Well, I'm alright now, thanks to you. Naruto stroked his chin and pointed to the healthier parts of the first. We should take cover now and recover our energy. If this was indeed a setup, Gideon had to have more allies nearby. Seeing that we've made a racket all around here, we need to take cover and lie low for now. Well said. Urza crossed her arms and her figure shimmered as her outfit changed. No longer in her light armor and boots, she was dressed in her normal attire. What are we going to do from here on out? We know this is a trap, so what is your decision, Naruto-sama? Naruto's eyes narrowed. Knowing Gideon, he probably has Yukai prisoners somewhere. Even if it's just a possibility, we need to find out what's going on. What do you think? It's definitely a possibility, Esdeath muttered. I'm in. Someone has to keep you in line. Besides, I gotta see Uzushiogakure. I'm in as well. Mocha surprisingly put out. The thought of people going through the same thing we did, it's sickening. Whatever Gideon is involved in, it isn't good. Elizabeth and I are going too, Meliodas said, an arm wrapped around Mocha and Elizabeth. And I'm assuming it's not even a question for Urza. You presume correctly. Then let's set up camp. Naruto bounded to the forest, Esdeath hot on his tail and the rest leisurely walking at their own pace. At the very back, Mocha cracked a grin. She may have been forced into this group but she was glad it happened. This group of eccentric, crazy devils. She wanted in. DxD. Naruto sat on a vacant log, gazing into the starry night. Behind him, the dying embers of their makeshift flame crackled and popped, interrupting the otherwise peaceful silence. No animals or insects were chirping in the forest tonight. It seemed as if nature herself wept for the loss of life and habitat caused by their skirmish. He sighed. Naruto chose to volunteer for the first watch because it was a chance to review his thoughts and reflect on his strength. Was he a capable leader? Was he really strong? Being gifted such a sacred gear didn't equate to strength right away, but he still couldn't help but feel incompetent. Oh, he came up with a decent battle strategy in his recent fight but it only proved that he had much to accomplish. Could he really do it? Naruto-sama. The clinking of armor and formal address immediately told him that Urza was headed his way. It's my turn to keep watch, so rest up. Did thinking and reflecting take that much time? Naruto nodded, still distracted, and was about to make his way to his sleeping bag. How did they not burn? But Urza stopped him. Naruto-sama. She looked at him with her brown eyes and bit her lip, fidgeting from side to side. I wanted to apologize. You've given me a new purpose and a new life but I spat on that by attempting to return to Gideon. The lack of an honorable suffix attached to Gideon's name was surprising and Naruto showed it, though it was blocked by the flickering shadows. I also wanted to thank you for bringing me back up. When Gideon said those words, I thought something broke in me. But you were there. You and the rest of your friends were there to encourage me and you have my eternal thanks. Naruto crinkled his eyes, pushing his doubt and worries to the back of his head for now. You don't have to thank me. That's what friends are for, no. Besides, it wasn't all me. Urza nodded. I am perfectly aware that Mocha was there as well. I shall be extending my thanks to her as well. However, I am not satisfied with the lack of punishment attached to my betrayal. Huh. Hit me. DxD. I'm extremely sorry, but it seems as if the boy is a failure. His body, while slow, is beginning to reject the Phoenix DNA. Whether it's because of his human physiology or sheer incompatibility, he's showing the telltale signs: vomit, high fever, and boils on his skin. Valper knelt deeply, hoping that Kabil wouldn't strike him down out of anger. His superior tended killing the bearer of bad news, and there was often a bet to see who would be chosen to bring him such news. It was a death wish, to be chosen. I see. Kabil didn't stand up from his throne, nor did he conjure a light spear, thankfully. Normally, I would strike you down for such a failure. Valper wondered whether he'd be able to make it to the doors before the spear would hit him. But you've proven your worth so far. I'm in a pretty good mood too. Those devil brats managed to kill Gideon from what I've heard, and they're heading in our way right now. I'll send a couple of my brethren to confront them as my last test. Valper nodded shakily, grateful for another day of living. And the failure? Kabil hummed before standing up and facing Valper. Tell the fallen to discard him while making their way to Meliodas. He dismissed with a wave of his hand. I care not for such weaklings. Valper bowed once more and walked out of the room. Once he closed the doors behind him, he raced away as fast as his portly body allowed him to. Kabil was such a terrifying boss, and if it wasn't for his lack of morals and fundings for his experiments, Valper would have run far, far away ages ago. Kabil couldn't help but lick his lips in anticipation. You better not die, devils. I'm itching for a good fight, so don't lose to my grunts. DxD. This is the last island before we reach Uzushiogakure. Apparently, there's some kind of stone statue, so keep your eyes peeled out for that. Naruto informed them and hoisted his backpack over his shoulder. It was pure luck that their supplies and sleeping bags haven't been destroyed yet. We can't afford to let our guard down now, so we'll proceed in a straight line. He knelt on the ground, a stick in hand, and started drawing their faces in order. The others huddled around to see what he was planning. I'll be the first in line since I have sensory abilities and Alpha can help me out in that regard. Next, we'll have Esdeath, in case the enemy decides to bombard with long-range projectiles. She'll be right behind me, so it'll be easy for me to alert her to put up a barrier. Behind her will be Meliodas. We'll need your full counter, in case they start using magic-based attacks, and having you in the near middle will make it easier to protect others with your darkness. Elizabeth will be behind him since she's our healer and support. Meliodas will be more than enough to take care of her, and with Urza behind her, she'll be perfectly safe. Mocha, you'll bring up the rear since you're the most vulnerable in your bat form. She scowled at the bluntness and truth of the statement but grudgingly acknowledged the ingenuity of his plan. Any question? Quote. Let's start flying. Once more, the young devils jumped from the shore and let their beating wings take flight. Alpha. Naruto looked down at his katana. He wasn't a sword user, something that would have to change through mountains of training, and preferred another weapon. How do I switch weapons? Ah. Naruto-sama, there is one condition that must be fulfilled before switching weapons. You must successfully use your weapon in its specific function. For example, your katana must taste blood, or in other words, injure a living being. Luckily, you have fulfilled that condition, so you may switch weapons. Right, Naruto drawled. But again, how do I switch weapons? For the first time in his existence, Alpha seemed to radiate disappointment. Naruto-sama, remember, your sacred gear is a part of you. Extend your will and it shall act accordingly. Think about what you want to do and it shall happen. Naruto ignored Alpha's slight chagrin and concentrated on switching weapons, searching for something else to use. A quiet humming was nearly missed by him while his katana disappeared and in its place appeared a book. The cover had an eye painted in the middle and the background was embroidered with golden thread. The edges of the pages were slightly frayed, and when he opened the pages, there was a specific spell on each page. 3. Pure Mend. Is this a healing book? On the first page, there was a simple healing spell that covered its capabilities, being able to heal up to stab wounds and lacerations. It seems so, Naruto-sama. However, if you turn to the near back, cue the flapping of pages. There are instructions for something more harmful. Curse transfer. Naruto read out the name of the spell and went down, looking over the instructions. This allows me to transfer wounds to an enemy if I have a drop of her blood. Naruto's tone sounded much more alarmed at the end of his statement, and Esdeath narrowed her eyes on him from behind. Alpha's tone sounded grim. I'd suggest caution, Naruto-sama. It appears that this uses a good amount of your energy and can be extremely dangerous in the wrong situation. Tread lightly with this kind of power. Naruto nodded in response, not needing any kind of warning. I think I'll stick for the pages in the front for now. He flipped back to the second page, observing a buff spell instead. I think you should do your job, Naruto. Naruto couldn't help but pale at the sound of Esdeath's voice from behind. Maybe keep an eye out for enemies instead of playing with your toy. Her tone made it clear that it wasn't a situation, but Naruto, showing a usual display of no tact, piped in one last quip. It's not a toy, ya know. He huffed. It's a. The killer intent she exuded was more than enough to shut him up for good. The book slammed shut with a resounding slam, and thankfully, Alpha had enough sense to follow his example of being quiet. The rest of the journey was quiet, with the occasional huff or pout from Naruto. DxD. Come along, human. The fallen angel from behind kicked Tawa in the back, clearly agitated with the type of assignment they were given. In response, the human mustered the harshest glare of hate and spat out a glob of blood upon their feet, earning another hit to the face. Ho! You think you're special because Valper chose you to partake in one of his experiments. The bitter fallen shook his head in disgust. You humans are all the same. It's no wonder I fell from heaven. I mean, look at him. He picked Tawa up from the scruff of his neck and turned to his brethren. God told us to bow to these pathetic creatures, those who are weaker. Why should I, the great Raggle, show respect to someone weaker than me? Put him down. A low, clearly furious tone hissed from behind the fallen angels. Oh. Raggle tossed Tawa to the side, where the human hit a tree and fell, unmoving. He was bleeding rapidly and would die soon without professional medical help. Another one of you. No. Raggle held out his hand and a shining red staff materialized in his palm. That dark energy, or you perhaps one of the devils Kabil sent us to kill. A group of 5 more devils walked into the clearing, making the battle much more even. You're going to die now. The red-haired devil promised, with a floating book and orb at the side of him. I'll personally make sure of that. Cocky, aren't you? Raggle and 10 other fallen angels spread their wings. Raggle had 4 pairs, while the rest varied, either having 3 or 2. I'll kick you down a notch right before killing you. DxD. Before seeing a boy around his age beaten and tossed around like a rag doll, Naruto had been pleasantly trekking along the third island. The forest on this one had significantly less bushy and crowded plants. In fact, there seemed to be a trail specifically leading to somewhere. Though, it was safe to assume that it led to Gideon's base. Midway through completing his journey, Alpha confirmed his suspicions of getting awfully close to the barrier. Naruto witnessed the boy being beaten around. It was disgusting to see such former holy beings lower themselves to abusing weaker entities. However, while the boy was physically and mentally undisciplined, there was latent energy within him. What was up with him and sacred gear users? But more important than that, Naruto sensed feelings and emotions within them. Oh sure, they were simple enough, anger and fury, but what made it stand out was its intensity. The boy wasn't just angry. No, this wasn't a baby throwing a tantrum over not getting a toy, nor was it a teenager bemoaning about love issues. This was so much more than that. The emotions were eating him up from the inside, and there was such an intense desire to live, to exact revenge on those who wronged him. No doubt, once he was healed up, he would devote his life to getting stronger, living just for the sake of revenge. Even so, Naruto was perplexed. He knew that all sacred gear was influenced by emotion. Meliodas was a rare exception, being much more in tune with his anger, but emotion had something to play in sacred gear wielders. Naruto could sense the energy within the boy, and it puzzled him as to why it wasn't being jump-started by his emotions. Surely, such intense feelings had to have some influence, no? But what was most important now was healing the boy up after defeating the 11 fallen angels. Immediately, Meliodas took on the leader, dodging the elegant strikes of the staff that indicated that Raggle was extremely experienced with such a weapon. He suffered several blows to the arms and legs before allowing himself to get hit on the face to deal a counterblow. Raggle was sent flying back into another area, and Meliodas quickly entered Berserker's Rage, Stage 1. Urza was locked into combat with 3 fallen, using her blinding speed to confuse them and take all of them at the same time. Moving from one enemy to another, she landed quick, powerful hits while dodging their light spears. Mocha was deftly shifting from her bat in human form, disorienting her opponent. If she was in danger of being hit by a light projectile, she'd transform into several bats that would fly to opposite sides to avoid bisection. However, the enemy was equally skilled, her 3 pairs of wings symbolizing her power and skill, which was only emphasized by her dodges and blocks. Esdeath had chosen to take on 2 fallen angels. While only one had 6 wings, the other having 4, they showed signs of fighting alongside one another for years. The 6-winged fallen was much more hot-headed, brashly lashing out with his light swords and not caring much for his defense. This was because his partner would conjure shields and cover his weak points, allowing him to attack without worry. Already, there were slight cracks around Esdeath's ice armor, which were quickly covered over and repaired in a matter of seconds. Flinging icicles and harsh bursts of wintry winds, she was doing well enough to evade her opponents but not overpower them. She would need help soon. Elizabeth was currently healing the boy on the ground. The green glow lit up in Naruto's side in relief knowing the boy would recover soon. Naruto was currently furiously fighting 2 6-winged and 1 4-winged fallen angels. Cursing with vigor, Naruto leapt away, preventing himself from being impaled by a light spear. Right now, he had no ways of incapacitating his opponents. He didn't want to destroy half the island with his collaboration techniques, and entering Godspeed took 10 seconds. It might have to come down to using a flashy, distractive technique and then entering Godspeed. Or maybe not. Yami. Can you hear me? Naruto sent a small fireball in their direction and dodged a wave of projectiles, twisting and turning his body at unimaginable angles to avoid impalement. His body screamed in protests at having to curve in such grotesque positions. He expelled another wave of wind all around him, blowing the fallen angels back and allowing him a moment of reprieve. Back at the other island, you said you could help me. Mind helping me now? Not at all. Killing some crows will lighten up my day. As for helping you, I can only give advice. Yami's response was eager, almost as if he was waiting to be asked for Naruto to come pleading for help. Naruto shaped his magic circles into his black chakrams, swatting aside a light spear and landing a deep gash on the 4-winged fallen's leg. Letting out a hiss of indignation from being injured by such a lowly devil, he recklessly charged forward, leaving openings to be taken advantage of. Just as they were to be exposed, his allies attacked Naruto's sides, forcing him to backtrack. Why aren't you in the process of killing these meager fools? I am trying. Naruto unleashed a torrent of water that slammed into one fallen before manipulating it into needles to pierce another one of his allies. To not destroy half this island and unnecessarily kill wildlife. Unfortunately, a majority of the needles fell apart due to the difficulty of Naruto multitasking, and the few that held their shape were easily dodged. I never knew you were such a stickler for rules. Yami laughed in his mind. These fallen have already done damage. What are another few trees dead or burned? Just hurry up and give me advice. Naruto blocked a kick from the right, but the force behind the kick lifted him up and slammed him to a tree. Not a second later, said tree was blown to bits. So impatient, Yami contemplated what to tell him. Shadow clones were tricky since it wasn't just copying chakra networks, since Naruto didn't have a damn chakra network. Rasengan was even harder to learn and his devil energy wasn't the same as chakra. Still, there was something he could help him with. Do you know how to compress your attacks? Naruto rolled to the side, avoiding a stab to the chest before leaping up and landing a satisfying punch to a fallen's jaw. Well, no time like the present. Focus all your energy into a solid shape. Take your wind for an example. Shape the energy into, say, a beam or a line. The smaller, the better. So far, you've been using your wind to blow back your enemies with blunt force, but you need to understand that wind is much more than that. With enough time and energy, it can cut through anything. With this new, yet vague information, Naruto set out to do what Yami told him. But first, distraction. Naruto grabbed the outstretched arm that was overeager to land a hit on him and used it as momentum to throw the fallen into his 2 allies. With the use of his wings, he easily righted himself, but the 2 behind him were momentarily forced to pause their attacks. Compress it into a beam. Naruto gritted his teeth as his arms shook in an exertion to force the wind into a line. It was much harder than he thought it'd be. The wind was always moving from one place to another. To force it in one place and still weaponize its force took much concentration. Naruto managed to compress it into a medium-sized beam when he was forced to let it go. The wind beam shot out and struck one fallen in the chest, sending him skidding back into another skirmish where he narrowly avoided a sprouting ice spike. While it still utilized blunt force, Naruto instantly realized the changes. Before, his wind would pick up his enemies and send them flying back. Certainly useful and even more so in collaboration techniques, but by itself, it seldom did serious damage without extreme force. Now, there were light gashes along Fallen's chest, showing that the wind was fundamentally different, much harsher and biting. Before he could smile and pat himself on the back, the other two, who luckily managed to escape the wind attack, now charged at Naruto in a pincer formation. However, because their numbers had now dwindled, even for a brief moment, Naruto had many more openings. Instead of retreating, he met the one coming from his right head first. He dodged the whip-like light shapes and decided to do something risky. When an opponent took advantage of an opening and landed a hit, they would deal damage to their respective enemy, which was self-explanatory. However, if they weren't quick or agile enough, they would also leave an opening for their own opponent as well. This was what Naruto was banking on as he got closer to his enemy. After dodging the light whips and the incoming light projectiles from behind, he noticed a potential stab to his gut from a light spear. To what most people would perceive as a stupid move, Naruto let the stab hit him. Shink. Naruto-sama. Naruto. The offender was so surprised at the intentional mess-up, he was sure that the devil had substantial speed to dodge and was planning other ways to slay him, that he never noticed the re-emergence of the spinning black circles that materialized as chakrams. Chakrams that would slice his head off. With his death, the spear dissipated from his gut and blood spurted from the wound. Naruto coughed up more blood and remembering Alpha's words about sacred gears, quickly willed his pure meant to heal him. Not a second was wasted as the pages flapped before stopping at its respective destination. In a weak voice, Naruto intoned, "Heal, toxins," the title of the spell. The loss of strength and need to spill half his guts across the forest floor disappeared. My light poisoning, it disappeared. He tried getting up but swayed slightly. He looked down. Of course. He mentally slapped his forehead. It healed my light poisoning but my stab wound is still there, idiot. Again, the pages flipped, the book eager to heal its master. It stopped on a page titled, Heal, Puncture, and began to knit his skin, veins, and arteries together. Not stopping there, the pages switched to Restore, Blood, and Naruto no longer felt dizzy, having all his blood restored in his body. All of this happened in a matter of a couple of seconds, the sacred gear proving to be extremely adept at exacting Naruto's will. Just as he finished restoring his body, the two fallen angels roared in rage, eager to avenge their comrades. This time, Naruto had ample time to put Yami's advice to good use. Compress. The fallen were both on him, one using his 3 sets of wings to attack from up high while the other aimed for his legs with a sweep of his whip. Naruto chose to go for the top, jumping up at inhuman heights to get the high ground. Once above both fallen, he released the finely condensed wind bullet. The thin elemental attack shattered any resistance the fallen tried to put up, his light blades and durable body. A small hole remained above his heart, reinforcing the sharpness of his technique. Amazing, Yami watched with awe within the deep recesses of Naruto's mind. To have used such a technique to this extent without intensive training in this field, his potential is unfathomable. I did it. Naruto mentally celebrated before quickly taking care of his last enemy. Once more, he used a rash tactic, catching the light whip with his bare hands, briefly wincing at the stinging pain before using it to drag the fallen closer to him. Even though the holy light manipulator dissipated the light, the damage was already done. Naruto delivered harsh blows to his body, punching him thrice in the chest in rapid succession before chopping him in the throat. The fallen held his choking throat before having his face kiss the ground with a bone-shattering axe kick. Naruto stared with cold unflinching eyes, wondering whether to kill the fallen or not. Coming to a decision, he silently decapitated him before going to help the others. It turned out the others didn't need much help. Mocha had managed to take down her opponent and joined Esdeath as support, quickly striking them down with her bishop and sacred gear enhanced strength. Naruto briefly winced at the various ice protrusions from the ground before noting that Urza too had finished up at her end. Elizabeth had just finished healing the boy's external wounds when Meliodas was sent crashing back, inadvertently rejoining with the rest of the devils. Naruto winced at the sight of Meliodas's wounds before watching in amazement as they healed. The previous light burns faded and the cuts that littered his torso closed shut. So his berserker's rage has a healing factor too. Amazing. Not bad. Ragel commented as he gently floated down, his 8 wings proudly displayed to all. There were various bruises and cuts spread out his body, but despite the damage he endured, he looked relatively unfazed. If anything, he looked happy at Meliodas's strength. Let's see if you're, oh. What's this? He looked around with mild interest and minimal worry. You defeated my brethren. No wonder Kabil is interested in you. Elizabeth helped Meliodas up, fretting over his injuries and condition. Yummy. Any ideas on how to take this guy down? I do have one, though it is dangerous and takes time to set up. Yami admitted. Not to mention that this technique wreaks havoc, Naruto. Are you willing to go this far? Naruto nodded. There's no choice. I'm not arrogant to believe that Meliodas is the strongest of us all. If this Ragel was able to defeat Meliodas without grave injuries, I'm not a battle-hungry, destructive maniac, but I do value my friends lives over anything. Yami hummed and grinned in anticipation. Sorry Sasuke, but I'm taking a page out of your book. If Naruto was able to use Chidori, and high-leveled wind manipulation in his first try, he should be able to do this. He nodded himself in confirmation and cleared his throat, a sound that unfortunately did not go unnoticed by Naruto. Listen up Naruto. You remember Chidori. Naruto sifted through his memories and recalled Urza's death. He did indeed remember focusing his Godspeed lightning energy into his fist. The end result. Naruto's fist punching right through Urza's supposedly magic-resistant armor like a wet paper bag. I do. Hey, now that you mention it, the name of the technique, Chidori, popped into my head without warning. Do you have any answer to that phenomenon? Yami quickly dismissed his counterpart's curiosity. Not the right questions you should be asking right now. Listen up, idiot. The first step involves heating the atmosphere, so fire your hottest, fire collaboration jet collaboration up into the sky. Once you significantly warm up the atmosphere, it'll create a powerful rising air current, which in turn generates thunderclouds. Natural lightning. Naruto widened his eyes at the sound of that. While he wouldn't deny the strength and depth of his magic reserves, there was no doubt that naturally occurring lightning was far more potent than any lightning he could possibly generate as of now. Moreover, the lightning traveled at an estimated pace of a whopping 200,000 miles per hour. This technique would not only be incredibly destructive but also nigh impossible to avoid. Your mind works unusually well, Yami commented. It's quite frightening, ya know. Unusual. Anyways, Yami said in what he hoped to be an uncaring tone. You'll then need to enter Godspeed, and use Chidori, in one hand. Once you've done that, raise your hands to the heavens and direct the lightning to your target by bringing your hand down. This is your first time using Kirin, so the aim might be a tad off but the area of impact is decently large. I see. Naruto clenched his fists in determination, ready to perform yet another new technique. Anything else noteworthy? As a matter of fact, Yami grinned from ear to ear, elated at this once chance. There is. Right before you guide the lightning, you need to recite these following words. Vanish, with the roar of thunder. Remember, you have to sound as cool as possible when saying this. Really? Really? Naruto's questioning carried a heavy undertone of suspicion but decided that risks weren't worth it at this stage. He'd have to follow Yami's instructions word from word. Alright. The devil hybrid snapped out of his thoughts just in time to see Ragel motion to come at him. Immediately, Meliodas leapt towards him in his berserker's rage, stage 2 with Urza right by him, her sword raised. Ignoring all that he summoned the largest fire dragon he possibly could and guided it towards the sky. A heavy wind reinforced the flames and the others could only ponder what was going through his mind as he continued to shoot fireballs upwards. Finished with the first step, he began the process of entering Godspeed. What reserves? Yami was shocked once more, his jaw dropping to the floor. Is it the sacred gear? Well, he's always had such potent magic. Still, to be able to use such attacks in continuation until enter Godspeed. Unbelievable. Esdeath looked over and narrowed her eyes. He's planning something. Not to mention that look in his eyes, it's best to be on guard, especially if he's not going to tell us. There. Naruto dropped to the ground, the heavy voltage arcing throughout his body. How long until the clouds gather around? Give it a couple of minutes. Naruto panted, heavy breaths of air carrying oxygen through his nose and lungs, where it would eventually reach his blood. I want to help my friends, but I need to conserve my energy right now. Damn it. Meliodas. He called out when the blonde was sent back by Ragel once more. Give me a couple of minutes. When I tell you to get back, run away from Ragel as fast as you can. Do you understand me? Meliodas frowned at the idea of running away but nodded. Spread the news. Meliodas, when he found the chance, told them of Naruto's news before battling Ragel in an attempt to end the Fallen's life. It was the longest period Naruto had to endure. Elizabeth did her best to provide support with her light spears while Esdeath shifted from a frontline fighter to support, depending on the situation. It was only her ability to fight and extend with ice spears and versatility with long-range attacks allowed her to do this. Mocha, seeing that she was outclassed and would only get in the way, stood next to Naruto and guarded the unconscious boy, occasionally cursing and pounding her fist on the ground. It was extremely mature, he noted, for her to do that. Normally, vampires were disgustingly proud, to the point of not acknowledging the other factions and species. Most likely, it was due to her harsh treatment and discrimination, along with Meliodas's influence, that swayed her from such an arrogant fact. Still, it showed an ironclad will along with a rational mind to avoid recklessly jumping in the battle. Urza dashed from one point to another, using her rival Mercury to avoid any projectiles and hits. Her speed was for naught, however, as Ragel left no openings and rivaled, if not overpowered her in that regard. While it was sufficient to dodge attacks, it was not enough to actually land a hit. And Ragel himself, even if he was the enemy, Naruto couldn't help but be hypnotized by his fighting style. The fallen angel, like most of his fallen brethren, was experienced, no doubt due to the Great War. He dual-wielded a hammer and an axe. Despite the great weight of such weapons, he managed to look graceful and elegant while fighting with such weapons. With his axe, he deflected Urza's attempts to cut him and his hammer spun with such ferocity, battering Meliodas's body and hissing in contact with the blonde's makeshift weapons. He was no lightweight when it came to multitasking, as he conjured the respective amount of light spears to shatter Esdeath's icicles and Elizabeth's light spears. On the flip side, his friends were doing damage. Occasionally, his multitasking skills would fail him as Esdeath would cut him in various places. Meliodas was proving to be a tricky opponent, shaping his darkness into various weapons, bruising Ragel's arms and legs when landing hits. So mesmerized was he by the fight, that he nearly missed the several raindrops. Rain. That means, thunderclouds. Now. And don't forget the words. Eager to aid his teammates, he focused the energy into his fist and the dull, gray clouds lit up momentarily. Chidori. In his fist was now a chirping bundle of electricity, ready to cut and pierce through anything. This time though, it was meant to guide something far more dangerous. Everyone, get back. That was the signal. Thankfully, they trusted him and heeded his warnings, fleeing the battlefield, leaving Ragel in the middle of the battlefield. Oh. What's this? Ragel seemed relatively unconcerned by the artificial storm but internally, he was showing the signs of fear. You've hurt my friends, Ragel. Naruto poured more energy into his hand, a distant cry sounded from the heavens. Now vanish, with the roar of thunder. To everyone's surprise, a brilliant blue dragon with long whiskers and for some reason, red eyes, popped its grandiose snout before revealing the rest of the scaled body. What the hell? Meliodas stared at the well-shaped and realistic creature that was saturated in energy. When did he? Kirin. Upon seeing the dragon, Ragel was paralyzed. The mythical creature was flowing with natural energy and in awe, he gaped at the sheer length and size of the technique. His wings were dead, unresponsive to his desperate pleas of taking flight. Instead, he stood there, admiring the lightning and awaiting his death. Is this what death feels like? Ragel's lip trembled and it took all his willpower to not cry in both admiration and fear. This overwhelming pressure, murder with murderous intent, I'm facing a superior opponent here, I'm no longer the predator. In 1/1000th of a second, the dragon hit the ground with a fierce shriek, a battle cry that was befitting of such a proud, headstrong, creature that stood at the pinnacle of all other creatures. I'm the prey. The calamitous technique impacted the dirt, wrecked trees, and created a crater, right where Ragel once stood. A blinding light erupted right at the point of impact, forcing all bystanders to shield their eyes. Once the light died down, Naruto opened his eyes. That was awesome. Yami, did you see that? Unfortunately for him, Yami was busy cackling in glee and rolling around the mental floors of his prison. Take the Tem. Your technique is ours now. Ha. Naruto shifted back to his normal state, hair going down and returning to his red color. The loud chirping in his hand died down and he was finally able to observe the damage Chidori did. His right hand was blackened and shaking due to the pressure of enduring an intensive, pressured lightning technique. The Uchiha never had this problem, Yami noted. Then again, Tem never needed to enter God's speed and endure the lightning flowing throughout his body. Still, with twilight healing and pure men, he should be fine. The actual energy cost of Kirin wasn't that high. Naruto analyzed. Besides Chidori, it was just a matter of guiding the attack to the intended target. That's another benefit of this attack. After the lightning touched the earth, the clouds began to dissipate, the gray giving way to a lighter shade and eventually white. Seems like I can only use this technique once before having to heat the atmosphere once more. Once the smoke cleared out and Naruto signaled that it was okay to move in, the devils walked back to the battlefield and found Ragel. The fallen was, surprisingly, not dead yet. He was barely breathing, his chest moving in the slightest of motions. His 4 pairs of wings had shed masses of crow-like feathers, exposing the skin underneath. The weapons he was wielding while fighting had completely dissipated, now holding nothing to defend himself in his grasp. The normally unblemished and alluring face of the fallen was marred with electrical burns due to the scorching temperatures of the lightning. He's still alive, Naruto announced, his right hand hanging limply by his side. Not for long. Meliodas closed his eyes and opened them, staring grimly at the admittedly powerful fallen. Dark claws extended from his knuckles and a quick swipe destroyed the head to bloody bits. Finished with his task, he slumped on the ground in exhaustion. I'll admit, he was pretty strong. Elizabeth ran her hands over his muscular body, healing any wounds his sacred gear didn't cover. With all their troubles taken over, Esdeath stomped over to Naruto with a sinister aura. Naruto elicited a quick, ouch, when she bashed him over his head. Don't you think I didn't see that? Letting yourself get stabbed by that light spear. She shook her head threateningly and grabbed his shirt's collar, shaking back and forth. What the hell were you thinking? I swear if you end up getting yourself killed like that, I'll bring you back just to kill you for your stupidity. Don't do that again. Understand? I do. Promise. Naruto fearfully backed up once she relinquished her grip on his clothing. Girls are so scary, he mumbled, mistakenly assuming that his queen was out of hearing distance. What was that? Nothing. DxD. Did you feel that? I did not feel anything, but I did notice a brief gathering of storm clouds in the near distance. Understandable, Kabil grunted in disgust. Our barrier spells are pretty strong. That energy spike just now, it seems that there is more to Meliodas than we assumed. He'll be somewhat worthy of putting down. He cackled madly and wrung his hands. I've ordered all of our rogue exorcists and fallen angels to not attack or venture outside. I assume you'll be making an entrance of your own. Valper asked, kneeling on the velvety carpet. Kabil looked at him with a nanoscopic amount of thanks. You've assumed correctly. I'll give the pathetic devils a moment to rest up. After all, killing them now will do me no good. I see. When I give you the signal, lower the barrier spell, and muster all of our forces. I want none of my forces out of line and let them wander around the camp is foolhardy. If they interfere in the slightest, they'll die in unimaginable ways. Am I understood? Kabil exerted some pressure to give the human kneeling before him extra motivation. Yes. Then we have an agreement. DxD. For the, hopefully, last time, Naruto brought out the sleeping bags and set up small barriers. With the sun setting soon and light shades of orange and purple touching the atmosphere, the devils set up camp, lighting a small fire for warmth and cooking purposes. Luckily for all of them, Naruto had the foresight of packing many supplies. It shocked all of them when he showed just how many supplies he had packed up. Over-preparation doesn't exist, he told them. Now, they were waiting for the mysterious boy to wake up while snacking on fruits, trail mix, and slightly stale sandwiches. Yummy. Naruto left his sandwich in his hands, leaving no bites in his portion. That technique I just used now, where did you even learn it? No, better question, who are you? You're getting bold, aren't you? Kirin was a technique I witnessed from a rival of sorts. He was a pretty-faced bastard but like you, he had an affinity for lightning. As for who I am. Naruto sat up unknowingly, eager to hear his answer. Don't worry about it. Naruto couldn't help but groan. All that build-up for nothing. Still, he had other questions he wanted to ask. Do I know any other techniques? Yami rhetorically asked. I suppose I do, though I don't think any of them are easy to learn right now. What are you talking about? I was able to learn Chidori and Kirin pretty easily. Are you sure these techniques of yours are impossible to learn right now? I'll admit that you've exceeded my expectations by picking those two techniques up on your first try, Yami said with a tone of exasperation and slight respect. But these techniques require something you don't have. Besides, you've just encountered a high-level opponent and he admitted to working for someone else. Kabil, I think. You should rest for now and focus on living for another day. Naruto agreed with Yami's reasoning. He'd heard tales of Kabil, the renowned Angel of Stars, and a high-ranking fallen angel. Anyone who survived the Great War was bound to be powerful. The problem was not knowing his abilities. Sure, he knew every fallen had control over light and could create weapons, but he had no idea of Kabil's fighting style. Naruto. Meliodas suddenly spoke up, snapping the young devil out of his thoughts. That attack from before, Kirin, when did you learn that? The questioned redhead shrugged. I had a couple of theories. Before he could be questioned further, the newly healed boy, in an incredible moment of convenience, coughed and woke up from his slumber. Where am I? Am I dead? Naruto dropped his sandwich on the ground and stood up, ready to restrain the boy if he had less than savory intentions. No, you're not dead. We managed to heal you in time. Your fallen angel captors have all been eliminated. Eliminated. The boy's eyes widened and Naruto cursed, wondering if killing the enemy so callously was a good idea. Yes. I'm glad. The boy looked down at his hands and smiled. They deserved that. Before we go anywhere, do you mind telling us about the situation? Who are you? Why were you on this island and why were the fallen about to kill you? Naruto questioned. Esdeath had some sense of mind to kick Naruto on the shin. Honestly, her king was so blunt and to the point. It was one of the qualities she admired, but there was a time and place for everything and this was not the time for that. My name is Tawa. The orange-haired male finally spoke up, blinking back unshed tears welling up in his matching orange eyes. I was on this island to be experimented on. Those blasted, Naruto cursed and folded his arms. Not good. They rounded up a bunch of us. Orphans, homeless, anyone that wasn't of importance in the society. This way, no one would be suspicious of our disappearance. Tawa quivered on the ground. They told us that it was all in the name of God. At first, it wasn't so bad. We met a couple of people with black wings and they treated us with respect. We had plenty of food on this island and I made plenty of friends. It wasn't long before they started to disappear. That's when they changed as well. The fallen angels. They were harsher, calling us lowly and disrespecting us at every corner. Tawa continued with his retelling. Soon, I was the only one left. A couple of days ago, I was injected with some kind of liquid. They were talking about how the DNA would change me for the better, but, apparently, I was a failure. I started having boils all over my skin and that's when they were ordered to dispose of me. I see. Naruto stared at him sympathetically before calling over a certain black orb. Alpha. Do you sense it as well? The devil energy within him. Ah. Naruto-sama, I do. However, unlike the energy within you, which is free-flowing and mingling with your human nature naturally, his is twisted. It seems that the material they injected Tawa with was devil DNA. Unfortunately, I am unable to recognize whose DNA it belongs to, but I can see that it's being rejected. Most likely, he will die within weeks. With newfound vigor, Tawa shot straight up. Die. I can't die here. I can't, not when those monsters are still out there. I need to kill them. It's the least I have to do. He babbled on about duty and debt, all while looking back and forth from each person, wondering if they would put him down. Calm down. Naruto raised his hand. There is something we can do. Tawa looked at him suspiciously but calmed significantly. But we need to tell you something important. DxD. You're lying, right? Tawa desperately denied the truths laid in front of him, but Naruto shook his head. I kid you not. We've shown you our wings. What more do you need? But, you're all so normal. He shrieked, flailing his arms and pointing to each of them. How could I believe that you sacrifice virgins and kill humans? That is not what we devils do. Naruto chuckled at the media's portrayal of devils. Contrary to what you humans believe, we aren't evil. No, devils are more creatures of desire. Sure, there are things known as strays that gain power from devouring humans, but they're different. In fact, young devils are tasked with hunting such abominations down. So you're offering a place in your peerage. I am, Naruto confirmed. Though I assure you that I won't use you or anything like that. You'll be my equal and we'll all make decisions together. To clarify, Tawa's eyes darkened and burned with a certain intensity that only Yami recognized. Being changed to a devil will increase my physical attributes, right? Naruto warily nodded in confirmation. There are other benefits, like night vision or being able to use magic, but yes. You'll be able to do feats thought as impossible by humans. I do hope this isn't the only reason why you're joining us. Tawa didn't answer or confirm his suspicions, but Naruto had gotten what he wanted out of the interaction. He sighed wearily and took out a pawn piece before pausing and taking out another. Last chance to back out. Again, Tawa stayed mute and his entire body seemed to burn with determination and conviction. With hands in the air and magic saturating the air, Naruto began the ritual. I, Naruto Uzumaki Gremory, command you to join me as a comrade. Burn bright with your will to triumph and be reborn as my pawn. After a bright red flash, Tawa had changed. In terms of outward looks, he hadn't changed at all. On the inside, there were fundamental alterations that were impossible to brush aside. Naruto-sama, his energies have stabilized. Alpha chirped joyously. I theorized that before the transformation, Tawa was teetering on the edge between human and devil. Even more so than a hybrid such as yourself, Tawa was blurring the lines that distinguish devils from humans, the devil's unique abilities and the human's potential to wield powerful sacred gear. By using one of your peerage pieces, you have firmly established him as a half-devil half-human. Glad to hear it. Naruto thanked Alpha and turned to the rest of his friends. The more important thing to focus on is what we do from here on out. I won't let my obsession with Uzushiogakure blind me. We're going up against Kabil, most likely a 10-winged fallen angel. It's up to you to decide whether we go up against someone of his caliber. I'll let you decide before adding my opinion. Out. Meliodas wasted no time in speaking his mind. If he's a 10-winged fallen, he's definitely around an ultimate class devil. There's no way to defeat him, even with my Berserker's Rage, Stage 3, and your Kirin. Mocha and Elizabeth agreed with him, not at all eager to do battle with an opponent a league ahead of them. Urza, as submissive as ever, retained her opinion and insisted that whatever Naruto did, she would do. Esdeath followed her actions, declaring her devotion to Naruto, making him blush. What about you, Tawa? Naruto couldn't help but wince at the boy's ever so eloquent response, not shocked by his brash attitude. We're going ahead. This might be the only chance I get to kill this Kabil. That's suicide. Meliodas butted in, attempting to dissuade him but only filling his determination to the brim. What would you know? Huh? Tawa shot back, near literal fire spitting out of his mouth. What would you know about losing your friends one by one, only to be unable to do anything? Mocha burst out in outrage. Don't act as if you're the only one going through hardships. As the pair continued to argue and bicker with the interaction growing more and more intense by the second, a slight breeze ruffled the leaves of the adjacent trees and within the wind, Meliodas's words of, I know more than you think, were lost. Stop this silly squabbling before I hurt both of you. Permanently. Urza had finally taken the initiative to step in. The usual red bangs that covered her right eye flew to the side, uncovering her terrible, pretty face for the world to see. The death aura and commanding tone were sufficient in halting the war with words. Thanks, Urza. Naruto sheepishly looked at Tawa, knowing that the boy would not like what he had to say. Sorry, Tawa, but I'm gonna have to agree with Meliodas. We'll pull out for now, but I promise you, Naruto threw in an extra benefit, just as Tawa began to open his mouth. That we'll help you. We'll all train together and you'll be able to wield your sacred gear when the time comes. Besides, Kabil is an extremely prominent member of the Gremory, being a powerful 10-winged fallen. I'm sure you'll get another chance. Believe me when I say this. Naruto stared right into Tawa's eyes, revealing his conviction and seriousness of the whole situation. I hate this Kabil as much as you do, but above all, I value my comrades' lives. Tawa's fiery, hot-headed attitude soon died down, after witnessing how genuine Naruto was. I see, but I will see Kabil dead. And you better help me. Of course. Naruto smiled and put his thumbs up. For now, let's get the hell out of here. Gather round. The red sigil of the Gremory clan glowed before teleporting Naruto and his group of devils to who knows where. Yet another phase of Naruto's life had ended. Yet another one would begin. Shink. In a vacant alleyway, the sound of claws penetrating human flesh was unheard, all but two, the attacker and seemingly helpless victim. The orange-haired male's head drooped downwards, his chin hitting his chest, and the attacker, a behemoth with fur covering every square inch of his rough body and panther-like claws, took that as a sign to pull out. Gurk. Ha ha ha. I actually thought I was in danger there for a second, but it turns out you're just another weakling. The claws were pulled from the chest, rupturing vessels and arteries on the way out, spurting blood everywhere. I can't believe you're a part of his peerage. A cursory glance to all his sides determined no further intruders and the monster began to walk out of the alleyway. Hey, hey. The brightly, yet naturally, colored-haired boy snapped his head up, hands still in his pockets. Aren't you supposed to check if I'm alive or not? The stray slowly creaked his back and nearly popped both sensory organs out of his eye sockets in surprise. PFFT. I'm up against an amateur. Lazy drawls of annoyance grated through the air. I'll make this quick. No one heard the slightest plop the disembodied head made when splatting against the hard, concrete ground. Wounds hissed and an infinitesimal cloud of steam floated from the punctured area, before the gas particles spread out, dissipating the perceptible mist. Ah, fuck. I have to clean this up now. DxD. In a certain mansion, an unknown distance from the stealthy kill committed in the alleyway, a group of 9 was happily having dinner, making mild-mannered jokes and conversing about inane subjects. Silverware tinkled, the almost family-like mingling of devils digging wholeheartedly into their food. The oak-brown doors suddenly were flung open, the same orange-haired boy standing in the middle before walking in. The chattering died down as they acknowledged his presence with smatterings of greetings. Tawa. Idiot. Who said that? Tawa angrily stomped over to the dining area, pulling up a seat next to a pale, petite girl with shining raven tresses. Said girl glared at him for such an outburst and Tawa immediately cowered down, shifting uncomfortably in his seat before helping himself to some ramen. He groaned, albeit rather quietly, not wanting to bother the girl next to him. Captain, was it your turn cooking? A sheepish-looking redhead rubbed the back of his head, sitting at the head of the table, a beautiful brunette to his right and a crimson-haired girl to his left. It's not like there's nothing wrong with it, ya know. Ramen is a delicious dish and should be treated as such. He nodded sagely, happy with granting Tawa with what he thought was a morsel of wisdom. Tawa knew better. He rolled his eyes. Right, anyways, cleaning up the stray was a cinch to do, Captain. Honestly, you should assign me harder missions. A jet black-haired boy across from him snickered, a fire to rile Tawa up burning in his sea-green eyes. I'm surprised you know such a word. Nice vocabulary, loser. A sudden spike in temperature froze all bystanders, some irritated while others were not shocked with such a turn of events. What did you just call me? Oh you have hearing problems now, old man. I called you stupid. Or do you not know what that means? If you want, I can spell it out for you. Old man. We're both 17. Why outa? Shut up. Those two words effectively did their job, both boys heeding the unspoken warning and putting their heads down, focusing on finishing their dinner to bicker elsewhere. Thank you, Akame. Naruto slurped up the last of his noodles and smacked his lips, patting his belly while he was at it. Honestly, I don't know what I'd do without you. The simple compliment was more than enough to make her blush a shade lighter than her king's hair. She looked down, focusing on satisfying her stomach instead, unable to bear such straightforward praise. Both boys, effectively labeled as troublemakers by any normal spectator, locked and rolled their eyes, exasperated but not shocked by Akame's dramatic reaction. A quick glare promising pain shut that over quickly. Now, I have a proposition for you all. So pay attention now. Naruto clasped his hands together, now in a much more serious demeanor. We can either stay here for a bit longer and continue training and hunting strays, or we can make a trip to the underworld and meet my clan. Let's start with you, Leon. The previously smirking, green-eyed male cracked a couple of his knuckles. I guess go to the underworld. As much fun I've been having with kicking Tao's ass, the aforementioned hot-blooded youth growled under his breath, steam pouring from his ears and the smallest flickers of fire wavered over his head. I'm curious whether hell is full of fire, brimstone, and torture sessions. Besides, I gotta see your parents. Naruto's eyes dimmed fleetingly, before lightening to his normal mood. Mark. A bulky, brown-haired male quickly ran over the pros and cons of each choice. Staying here would guarantee their steady supply of food and comfortable shelter, not to mention their own private space to train their abilities. On the flip side, the Gremory estate was equally lavish and had its training field. Their library, according to Naruto, was filled with knowledge, something he could put to good use. It was a tough choice but he'd have to choose, underworld. He paused and nodded quickly, confirming his input. That's 2-0. You're up next, Tawa. Captain, you already know what I want. The fiery male rudely propped his feet up on the table, quickly earning Urza's ire. In response, he put his hands up, not wanting to endure one of her punches. Let's go to the underworld already. It's so boring out here and there might be some interesting opponents down in hell. Naruto couldn't help but sigh at the boy's need to fight strong opponents. It was a given, unfortunately, that the brash individual would want to test himself in preparation to kill Kabil. Akame. I'd also like to go to the underworld, Naruto. The red-eyed female said in a monotone voice before shyly smiling at her king. What an unusual change of action. Mocha. I suppose I'll be fine with going underground. She slowly flexed her fist, gaining shivers all around, reminding them exactly why she was a rook. And Tawa brought up a fair point. I do need a challenge. And you, Esdeath. Naruto grinned at his increasingly sadistic, cruel, but still kind to them queen. The striking lady played with an ice dagger. She materialized instantly, cleaning the underneath of her nails. Underworld. Was her curt response. Esdeath stretched her legs and placed her hand on her cheek. I'll abstain from voting for now, so how about your opinion, Urza? Naruto began to stand up and carry his plates to the sink, where he could still hear the rest of their conversation. Wherever you go, I shall follow, Naruto-sama. Urza nodded, her arms crossed and satisfied with her example of loyalty. A certain black-haired girl glared at her, thinking negatively of their rivalry. Ooh, that red-haired vixen thinks she's good enough for Naruto. TCH. He's done so much for me, I can't help but fall for him. Oblivious to his friend's thoughts, he stroked his chin. Naruto couldn't help but be grateful to Urza's devotion and unwavering loyalty. Sometimes, though, he desperately wished that she had a will of her own. Often, it made voting decisions skewed to his odds and he wanted everyone's opinion to have a fair chance of making it through. Meliodas, Elizabeth. Well, I'm fine with traveling to hell. Elizabeth started. Going to new places is fun, after all. Her tone grew much more exuberant, and the silver-haired beauty clapped her hands in elation. Next to her, the ever-so-youthful-looking Meliodas kissed her on the cheek before agreeing. Then it's decided. Naruto concluded. We'll head to the underworld tomorrow, so get a good night's sleep. Akame, the questioned girl glanced up, holding her book in one hand while listening to her king's orders. Feel free to punish anyone making unnecessary noise. The quiet girl nodded. Of course. She swept her gaze to everyone, lingering on Urza before picking up her book and flipping each page at its own pace. Oh, and summon Hawk, will ya, Elizabeth? Naruto called back. I saw all your bowls and they're awfully full. I don't wanna waste anything, so tell the captain of the Order of Scraps Disposal to do his duty. With his impromptu proposal all wrapped up, Naruto shot one last glance at his family before walking up the well-polished stairs and into his bedroom. Shutting the door behind him, he attempted one more time to contact his friend, mentor, accomplice. I'm so lucky to have such bonds, wouldn't you say so, Yami? For some unknown reason, Yami had stopped talking to Naruto, starting last year. Even after all these years, he had failed to determine what Yami was, though he did have theories that were never confirmed. It was truly unfortunate. Yami had grown on him, with his snarks and bits of advice on new techniques, only to vanish if he wasn't there in the first place. Still, even with Yami gone, I have more and more people by my side. Leon, Mark, Akame, all these new people I've met and convinced to join me. Naruto stripped himself, his black muscle shirt tossed into his laundry basket followed by his gym shorts and underwear. Cracking his neck, he slowly entered the bathroom, flicking on the lights and turning on the water in the shower. The steaming hot liquid battered Naruto in the form of thousands of water droplets, earning a hiss of pain as the redhead grew used to the heat. I've traveled to so many places, yet I've never been as nervous as I am now. Is it fear of Benelana? Is it the possibility of disappointing Sairaorg and other devils? Or am I mistaken? Is it excitement I'm feeling? He picked up the body soap and rubbed it against the dripping loofah, using the bath item to cleanse his lean body. His thoughts drifted to the past, reflecting on his peerage members without even meaning to. Tawa, he's come far from the revenge-obsessed maniac he once was. He still hungers for revenge, without a doubt, but Meliodas had ingrained valuable lessons in him. His anger is now focused and controlled, no longer a turbulent raised fire that threatens to consume everything but now a calm deep sea that swallows everything he so chooses. His sacred gear and artificial Phoenix powers are now completely under his control. He tossed the loofah to the side, now squirting a glob of shampoo into his hand and rubbing it all over his hair. I believe Leon was next, wasn't he? The descendant of Bellerophon ignited a fiery rivalry with Tawa, pushing himself and his self-proclaimed rival. Something about how water always beats fire, or something like that, no. I knew visiting other pantheons was a good idea. Besides, fighting those Greek monsters was a refreshing challenge, something Tawa was rambling on about. The water slid down his back, washing away the soap suds and cleansing his flawless, tanned skin. Mark was there too, in Greece. He's pretty quiet but we've all gotten him to open up a bit. Nevertheless, he's a good person and I'm glad he's with us. He chuckled, reliving some of his light-hearted experiences with his friends. Finishing with his shower, he turned it off and stepped out, drying himself with a towel. And Akame, she was so broken when we found her. I'm glad we reached her when we did. A few more days and she would have lost her mind. Naruto looked at the mirror, reviewing the changes in his body. It only seemed like yesterday when he was 11 years old, venturing with his queen, Esdeath, and training with Meliodas. Gone was the slim, fit youth. In his place stood a 6'1", 18-year-old boy. Through years of training himself to half-death, his baby fat burned away from his face, giving way for a hard-cut jawline. While he retained a skinny, slim body, he was not at all lacking in the muscle department. His entire body flexed with tight, dense muscle mass, showing off his years of dedication in the art of combat. His hair was even messier than in his preteen years, the shoulder-length crimson tresses tickling the nape of his neck. I wonder, Naruto mused while dressing himself in only boxers, preferring to sleep like that. Of course, he never took off the weight seals covering his entire torso, maintaining his belief of training every minute of the day. If little Rias is the same, is she the same little, spoiled princess, or has she finally grown up? DxD. Another dreamless night, Naruto mumbled, throwing his sheets to the side. Or did I just forget what I was dreaming about? A large groan later, he was up and stretching while pacing around his room. Quickly getting dressed in workout clothes, the messy-haired boy made his way to the basement, their training area. There, he went through his light exercise routine, push-ups and pull-ups, all with one hand and weights still on him. To finish it off, he breezed through a quick 10-mile run around the room, leaving footprints imprinted in the concrete floor due to how fast he was moving. Walking up the stairs and opening the door, he was introduced to a slight hissing oil and the slicing of vegetables. Curiously, he peeked his head into the kitchen, though he already knew who the culprit was. Oh. A certain silver-haired girl jumped in fright, before clasping her hands together. Naruto tilde, you know better to scare me like that. Naruto chuckled uneasily and rubbed the back of his head. It was a habit he never could break out of. Sorry about that, Elizabeth, I'll see you later after I hit the showers. Hope you're cooking up something good tilde. He grinned at her before walking away and up the stairs. Always. She called back, cracking several eggs into a bowl while pouring the diced veggies with it. DxD. Azazel. A certain 12-winged fallen jumped in his seat, accidentally sending pieces of paper fluttering in the air, provoking a large moan and an equally loud slam on the table with his head. What the hell was that for, Shemhazai? My apologies, the silver-haired fallen was annoyed, which was evident due to the way he spat out those two words. But some of your subordinates are causing some trouble in Kuo town. Azazel sat back in his seat, absently scratching his black and golden hair while sipping on red wine. Is that so? Why? Shemhazai gritted his teeth. Are you being so calm about this? Did you forget that Kuo town is under the jurisdiction of Rias Gremory, the sister of the current Mao? Maybe if you did your goddamn job for once, you'd know that the fallen have already killed the boy you told them to watch over. And once he was revived by Rias, he was attacked. Again. By one of our kind. At this point in his rant, Shemhazai was practically howling at his leader, the Governor-General of the Gregory. Unperturbed, Azazel continued to savor his alcohol while amusedly looking over at his friend. What are the names of these subordinates? Rainer is the leading rebel and she has Donasik, Mittelt, and Kalawarner alongside her. She's also amassed several rogue exorcists, including the notable Fried Selzen. Azazel shrugged. I've had my suspicions for a while now. Contact Akatsuki to send one of their members to get on with it. Inform them not to kill my subordinates, though. I want to confirm Kabil's schemes. DxD. A cold, refreshing shower later, Naruto was wide awake, his internal troubles from yesterday settled. He quickly slipped into simple dark blue pants, over which he hung a blue cloth that covered him from his stomach to his knees, secured with a purple rope belt. From the top, he complemented this with a white long-sleeved shirt kept open at the torso. Finished with putting on his clothing, Naruto opened the door, exposing himself to a minor squabble between Leon and Tawa, the two rivals slamming each other into the walls and generally making a racket. Luckily for everyone, Akame opened the door at the same time Naruto did. A dark aura covered around the girl, her knee-length obsidian hair floating to the sides, presenting her in an ominous light. Immediately, both boys were alerted to the girl's suffocating intent and briefly saw a different side of hers. Red markings covered her body and her sclera was pitch black, clashing with her spinning, red iris. You're being loud. She unearthly growled, eliciting an eep from Leon. Shut up. The demonic visage behind her was scary enough, but her chilling words were the cherry on top. Tawa and Leon shoved each other away and made a mad dash in the opposite direction, clumsily stumbling on top of each other, resulting in an undignified heap at the bottom of the stairs. Naruto trailed off, observing his pawn's behavior and deciding to keep quiet and not laugh. That was effective. In response, a light rosy hue glossed over Akame's pale cheeks, and she looked away from her savior and quietly mumbled a few words in a dazed manner. All ready. She nodded in confirmation and followed Naruto down the stairs, eager to sit and eat next to him for breakfast. Nearly everyone was downstairs, including Meliodas, Mocha, Mark, and Urza, who all freshened up and came downstairs during Naruto's shower. Esdeath isn't here. Naruto dumbly sat down in one of the chairs and Akame took the seat next to him. In her room, Esdeath sat on the foot of her bed, thinking about a certain, annoyingly intricate topic. Love. For her, what she desired most was battle. Over years with Naruto, she had fallen in love with the adrenaline rushing through her veins as she fought for dominance and survival. It was something she simply couldn't live without, and she enthusiastically killed any threats to her and her king. It was only recently that she developed an interest in love. After discovering Urza's love for erotic novels and Elizabeth's obsession with love films, she couldn't help but wonder what love was. After watching another fictional man swoop in, save the day, and dashingly save his romantic interest, Esdeath broke. Throughout numerous months, she had drawn up a list of requirements of a potential lover. A strong, fearless, handsome male that possessed a blinding, dazzling smile she could drown in for eternity. Of course, with the list finished, Esdeath, in her allotted free time, ventured out to look for such a person. It turned out that both the human and supernatural worlds were disappointments. All she found were some sniveling perverts that desperately wanted a chance to share a bed with her. As if she would allow such weak, pitiful males for such an opportunity. It was only inevitable, after innumerable failures, that she would turn her gaze to her fellow devils. Only then did she realize that her king had such a captivating smile. Still, she'd kept an eye out for other potential suitors, only to come up short. Sure, both Leon and Tawa were both strong in their own right, but their constant rivalry was a major turn-off. Mark was powerful as well, being a half-titan, but he was a little too subdued and reserved for her liking. In fact, she's never even seen the bulky male smile once. So she focused on Naruto, contemplating his pros and cons while simultaneously wondering about her feelings for the redhead. She hummed, "Am I really in love with Naruto?" Dressed in simple light blue jeans and a white blouse, Esdeath made her entrance at the dining area, greeted by the sight of a drooling Akame in anticipation of the meal, a half-asleep Meliodas, and two hot-headed rivals duking it out once more in the form of an arm wrestling contest. To most, this sight would most certainly not be considered normal, but for Esdeath, it was. Urza quickly pulled those two apart, acting in Akame's stead, the black-haired girl too busy drooling over the aromatic breakfast, as she waited for Esdeath to come down. With two well-placed hits on their heads, Urza glanced at the now-ready brunette and gestured for her to quickly sit at a seat. "We've been waiting for you." The former Templar was, for some reason, dressed in armor, a traditional breastplate composed of a single piece of metal and decorated with curved lines, covering her rather large assets. Her shining red tresses fell on her face, covering her right eye. "Please don't make us and Naruto-sama wait. Being late is not a good habit, Esdeath," she chided as she sat down next to Naruto. As usual, Esdeath ignored her and chose the seat next to Akame, not wanting to hear Urza's nagging all meal long. Forgetting to say the customary, "Itadakimasu," she half-heartedly dug into her plate, losing herself in the thoughts of love. DxD. In Kuo town. Please get up. If you don't, I'll kill you. A certain, brown-haired boy that embodied the word lust woke up from his unorthodox alarm clock's yandere voice. That dream. I had another strange dream. If I remember correctly, I was heading after that porno marathon with Matsuda and Motohama when I was attacked by a guy with wings. It was just then that Issei Hyodo realized his unusual state. Goo. Did I fall out of the bed again? Why am I naked? He scratched his head, trying to recall what exactly caused him to fall off his bed. It wasn't long before he remembered his nudity. And where's my underwear? What the heck is going on? A soft moan drifted behind him, prompting him to turn around, and his eyes fell upon a sight he would never forget. The view of Rias Gremory laying in his bed, with no clothes whatsoever, would forever be ingrained within his non-redeemable, perverted mind. What? Rias Senpai. Unable to hold in the blood flowing from his nose, he dumbly gazed at the free show she was giving him, questioning whether anything was real at this point. I need to calm down. This is my imagination, an illusion, a government conspiracy. This is impossible. Why would one of the great Ojo-sama of Kuo Academy sully herself in the presence of one of the members of the infamous perverted trio? Issei, are you up? When did you get home? You better have a good explanation. The sudden barks from his mother snapped him out of his shock. In an attempt to cover his modesty, he placed both hands over his crotch. Wait a minute. Don't come in here. I'll be down immediately, so there's no need to come in. While Issei waddled around in a dazed manner, desperately coming up with an explanation that would cover up his mother's suspicions, the Rias Gremory woke up. Is it morning already? He was once more alerted to Rias's presence and treated to her beautiful, voluptuous body that granted her such prestige at their school. Kya. Senpai, please put on a blanket first. Issei, acting quickly, threw the blanket over Rias, only to be tripped by the same blanket, planting him head first in his senpai's, opai. This was the sight Issei's mother was greeted with as she opened the door to Issei's room. Hurry up and get ready. DxD. I thought hell would be, I don't know. More hellish. Leon suggested, dressed in black combat pants and a gray tank top, his green eyes crying out in disappointment. I thought I told you this, Leon. Naruto sighed, hand over his face. Look, ignore all that for a second, will ya? His tone grew serious at the end, alerting his fellow devils. In a drastic change of behavior, they all hardened their faces and listened for what their king had to say. While Naruto's peerage, or his group of friends, he insisted on calling it, was generally playful and constantly making trouble, their professional side would arise when needed. Look, I've never had the best relationships with anyone really, so be prepared for some hostility, especially Venelana. She hates me and I hate her. It's a mutual dislike, he explained. So just be on guard for that. And be on your best behavior. A quick warning was tagged to the end of his sentence. A phone vibrated within Naruto's pants, effectively ruining the serious atmosphere. As he picked up the phone to see the messages, Tawa and Leon had devolved into a fight. Again. Fallen angels. Naruto narrowed his eyes. In Kuo town. Honestly, Azazel is lax in his rule over his faction. It seems our meeting will be much sooner, Rias. Though you won't know it's me, I'm interested to see how our first interaction goes, he sighed, planning to get on the issue personally as soon as his meeting was finished. For now. Their trek to the Gremory estate had begun. DxD. Captain, this is one killer mansion. Tawa whistled, observing the much larger, much more lavish and much more expensive-looking mansion, at least compared to theirs. Are we gonna be living here from now on? Absolutely. Tawa's eyes brightened, his excitement visibly high. Not. And just like that, his happiness was brought to an end. As soon as I meet Zeoticus again, we'll be heading back to our home. Then what was the point of bringing us along? Leon protested. Well, Naruto rubbed the back of his head, remembering his abrupt departure. The reason why I left in the first place was to look for guys like you, ya know. And I was so excited, I left immediately after getting my evil pieces, so I just want to meet up with Zeoticus, let him know I'm alright and introduce you guys. That's it. Everyone sweet-dropped, imagining the reaction of his father and brother when he so eloquently announced that he'd be leaving for the human world. Here we are. Don't get too comfortable. As Naruto stepped before the gates of the estate, the guards patrolling the area were alerted to their presence, ready to strike down the potential trespassers. Halt. Who are you and why? The armored devil, upon seeing the red hair and blue eyes, formulated a quick theory as to who the person standing before he was. Naruto-sama. He tentatively asked and in return, received a warm smile and a nod. A frenzy was upon the two and they threw open the gates before heralding the news of his arrival to passing maids and guards. It was common knowledge that the once young boy was an extremely polite individual, continuously telling the maids and servants to not address him with such honorifics. His sudden leaving was met with forlorn looks and whispers of his potential return. And now, here he was, with 5 stunning, radiant women and 4 strong-looking males by his side. One servant took off at blinding speeds, no doubt to inform his master of such news. Wow, Naruto observed all this commotion with great interest. I didn't know they'd make all this commotion just for me. Well, I suppose Zeoticus is going to come out soon enough, no? He will. From seemingly nowhere, a stunning and familiar woman with back-length silver hair featuring 2 braids popped up, bowing all the while. It is a pleasure to finally see you again, Naruto-sama. Right, Naruto knew the strongest queen and Seer's ex-wife meant well, but her cold, professional attitude coupled with her monstrous strength always made her hard to talk to. While Naruto was significantly stronger, he couldn't help but grimace at his early memories with her. It's good to see you again, Grafia. The rest of the peerage had different reactions. Some were neutral, others were interested. 2, however, stood out the most. For a brief moment, Esdeath couldn't help but let some of her battle-hungry look crawl to the surface. This woman would make for a worthy battle. Contemplating how they were both ice users, Esdeath stubbornly held on to the belief that she would triumph. One day, we'll battle for the title of Ice Queen, though if I did manage to win, it would be from a hard-fought battle. Tawa was having eerily similar thoughts, immediately deeming her as worthy enough to face him in battle. She's strong, I wonder if I can get Captain to schedule a battle between the two of us. Grafia regarded the entirety of them with an impartial gaze before bowing to them as well. You have chosen well servants. I sense immense power and potential within them. Sorry to disappoint ya, Naruto thinly smiled. But they aren't my servants. They're my friends and will be regarded as such. Understood, Grafia. This was one of the main reasons why most of them chose to follow Naruto. Even though he held power over them and had the right to force them as servants, he, time and time again, refused to do such. Instead, he treated them with deference, foregoing all the potential power and authority. It brought a smile to all their faces. As you wish, Naruto-sama. DxD. Zeoticus-sama. One of the many servants of the Gremory estate used one hand to prop himself against the wall of Zeoticus's study. Still huffing and puffing for air from running at such speeds, he looked at Zoticus with obvious glee. Your son, Naruto. He has returned to the Gremory estate. The red-haired father of three didn't bother staying to listen to the rest of the sentence. Leaving his chair vacant and spinning, Zeoticus tore through the hallways, unlike his usual composed self as all high-class devils should act. Bursting through the doors, he nearly slammed into Naruto with his frame. With extreme strength and balance, he managed to not plow right over Naruto, although looking at his son's muscular frame, he'd be more than capable of catching him. And Naruto, the reason for his falter was simple. His son may have not inherited the power of destruction, but his vast reserves of magic were a clear indication that he was a part of the Gremory household. It was frightening, to say the least. A young devil at the age of 18 with such reserves, no doubt, his control over magic would be equally frightening. Based on power alone, Naruto exceeded him, Zeoticus, a high-class devil. With the initial shock wearing off, Zeoticus plastered a genuine smile, heartwarmingly shaking his son's hand before berating himself and wrapping him in a hug instead. When you vanished just like that, I was so scared. He pulled away, now taking in Naruto's handsome, mature looks and noticing, but not commenting on, the people before him. And look at you, all grown up. Zeoticus laughed heartily before turning to the mansion's doors. Now come inside. I'll have the chefs prepare some ramen and we'll talk over lunch. Everyone, with the exception of Naruto, groaned, having to ingest the salty broth and noodles once again. DxD. And yeah, that's it really. Naruto had omitted plenty of important details from his story, not wanting to reveal his sacred gear just yet. Nor did he want to reveal his partnership with Azazel and his mercenary business. He did introduce his peerage members, as he planned and vaguely mentioned his travels throughout the world. Thanks for not raising hell. Of course. Zeoticus laughed, placing the bowls to the side, amazed by his son's incredible digestion of the ramen. Grafia wasted no time dilly-dallying, efficiently doing her job as a maid, and taking the bowls and plates to the sink, where it'd be washed by the other servants employed by the Gremory family. Naruto. His tone grew serious, shifting his focus to another topic. I wanted to bring your attention to something else. You may or may not have heard this, but your sister, Rias, is engaged to Riser Phoenix. While I initially believed he would grow up as a fine, young man and unite the houses of Gremory and Phoenix, his behavior is, not something to be desired by Rias. Naruto snorted at the understatement. Due to his training, he constantly locked himself in his room, working out the kinks of Godspeed, and didn't interact with Riser that much. However, the few times he met Riser, he was disappointed. The man was arrogant, self-centered, and every sentence that dripped out of his filthy mouth had something to do with claiming Rias or his harem. Not only that, he sometimes insulted and sometimes patronized Naruto's half-heritage. Naruto didn't consider Rias family, but even he could sympathize her situation. Zeoticus folded his fingers. I know it must be asking a lot from you, but can you please watch over her? As her father, I'm constantly worrying over her. Sure, You're both the same age, but you've experienced the real world and its danger. Rias still lacks experience, and while she is strong in her own right, it wouldn't help to have you watch over her. Don't worry, Naruto sipped on his water, holding back a mighty belch. I was planning on meeting her anyways, so it's not a big deal. Just don't tell her I'm coming. He winked. I want it to be a surprise. Zeoticus chuckled. Very well. He stood up, rubbing his short stubble of facial hair. I'm glad you're much livelier now. You've grown from a distrusting little boy to a charismatic, playful boy. Though you still retain that fiery determination in your eyes, I'm glad you opened up to others. Naruto didn't respond, choosing to nod instead, making his way out of the mansion with his friends behind him. DxD. So now what? Once out of the confines of the Gremory mansion and well out of earshot, Tawa angrily grumbled, kicking at a stray rock on the road, irritated with not being able to spar with Grafia. What are we gonna do now? I have one last stop to make, Naruto announced, stopping suddenly, his peerage members turning around to look at him. None of you have to come with me, so just make your way to our mansion for now. If you want to come with me, I won't say anything. Noting that Tawa was still ill-tempered with how everything turned out, he quickly added, you and Leon can spar all out. Tawa stopped dead in his tracks. All out. His eyes begged for this not to be a joke. For as long as he could remember, Naruto had forbidden him and Leon fighting at full power. He had allowed it once and regretted it immensely. With Tawa's sacred gear enhanced with his artificial powers and Leon's legendary summoning and water manipulation, the result was merely cataclysmic. The many barriers that were set up had been strained to its utmost limits. Yup. Make sure to set up strong barrier spells, but other than that, go crazy. Naruto shrugged nonchalantly, placing his full trust in the others to act accordingly. Instantly, Leon summoned his bow and his quiver of special arrows. You better be ready, or you'll be seeing hell, hothead. I've designed some unique arrows with Naruto, you won't see anything coming. Tawa scoffed. You know how my Inferno's wrath works, idiot. Are you sure you're ready? I've been charging for a while now. Bring it. Oh, I will. Before the two started brawling all out in the middle of the road, Urza lightly slapped both of them. I will go with them to make sure they don't destroy the mansion. I'll set up the most powerful barriers and step in when necessary, so there's no need to worry, Naruto-sama. I gotta see this. Meliodas cackled, one hand pumping in the air and the other grabbing onto Elizabeth's left breast. Ignoring her cries of protest and not to do so in public, he quickly summoned a large enough teleportation spell. I've been waiting for you to permit the rematch. I'll see you later, Naruto. A quick wave later and the fallen devil couple vanished along with Urza and the two rivals, salivating at the prospect of fighting. I'll follow them. Sorry, Naruto. Mocha summoned a teleportation spell, Mark silently following her. He sent an apologetic look at his king but made no further comment. Naruto could only shrug in response. He didn't particularly care whether his peerage came with him to visit an old friend or not. Though, seeing Leon and Tawa go at it was tempting. Nearly tempting enough for him to postpone his long-awaited reunion with his rival. Naruto. Hearing his oldest friend and companion alerted him back to reality. I'd like to talk to you later if you don't mind. She was posing her offer as a question but Naruto knew better. He learned the hard way if Esdeath wanted something, she'd get it. Sure. I'm guessing you're going back as well. Naruto questioned. Esdeath nodded, casting the Gremory magic circle and stepping within its radius. The bright light consumed her, apparating her back to the mansion, just in time to see the two rivals fight to their limits and further. I'll go with you. Akame popped up, her shining black hair fluttering in the breeze. Her normally apathetic eyes shined with some light when looking at Naruto. I don't mind missing the match, she said slowly. Thanks, Akame. But you don't have to come with me, Yano. I don't want this to feel like a requirement. I understand. She bowed her head up and down with her ever so curt response. But I still want to come. Your loss. He put one hand around Akame's shoulders, making her lightly blush at the close contact. He's so close to me. Would Sairaorg mind if I just popped in? Naruto mused, unaware of his bishop's delight at being in such proximity with him. Who cares? Just roll with it, right, Akame? The red-eyed bishop nodded, and in a flash, there no longer remained any members of Naruto's peerage in the road. DxD. In the countryside of the Bael territory, a handsome young man with black hair and violet eyes stands at an impressive height of 6 feet 3. His muscular body, even more so than Naruto's, was hunched over as he tried his best to catch his breath. Must you push yourself to this extent? A beautiful girl with blonde hair tied in a ponytail and green eyes watched from the sidelines, not that far from her king. Shaking her head, she walked over with a bottle of water, which he took gratefully, chugging down the cool liquid. If I never push myself, how will I grow stronger? Sairaorg Bael, the exiled son of Lord Bael, stood up, proudly displaying his body. All I have is my body, Kuisha. You of all people should know this. He looked down on his hands. I have no powers to the likes of Rias or Searzex. Thus, I must train my body to the fullest extent, reaching my limits and then breaking them. Even so, Kuisha shook her head, puzzling over her king's will and conviction. How you possess this fiery will is beyond me. For such a fearsome, fear-inducing body, Sairaorg had a soft smile. My rival, he was the one who gave me this conviction. Even now, I know he is doing the same. He once saw me in such a pathetic, vulnerable position. I promised that I would never appear that way before him. I would never disappoint him. I would always be there to challenge him, and he would be there to do the same. Well said. A quiet thump asterisk of contact sounded, shortly followed by the sound of clapping, reaching both devils' ears, the king and queen jumping to their feet warily as a result. How did this presence elude my senses? To cover oneself so masterfully, whoever this person is, she is strong. A redhead standing at a similar, yet shorter height approached the young Bael, neck tilted at a slight angle while his piercing blue eyes flashed with mirth. I'm glad I inspired such will in you, a familiar face grinned at him. Sairaorg. NN Naruto. Sairaorg sharply inhaled, hurriedly observing the changes between the younger version of his rival and the present version. What a drastic change. He's grown so much, only 2 inches shorter than me. Not only that, but he's also been working on his strength if his muscles are any indication. And his magical presence, oh, Mao. What kind of monster? Yo Sairaorg, the red-haired male waved his hand in front of Sairaorg's face, wondering if his rival and best friend had passed out. I appreciate you admiring my face, but I don't swing that way, ya know. Sairaorg snapped out of it, swatting Naruto's hand aside and lunging his hand forward for a bone-breaking punch. Before his fist could make contact, a stunning, black-haired girl he had not noticed from before, melted from the shadows, grabbing his fist, halting the offending appendage in its tracks, and effectively saving Naruto from a broken nose. You are a threat to Naruto. She narrowed her red eyes and pushed the fist away, readying a counterblow with a dagger she had materialized from seemingly nowhere. Eliminate. Thinking quickly, Naruto grabbed onto his bishop's forearm, stopping her thrust. Now, that's enough, Akame. He's not a threat. He's my rival and friend. He explained, letting go of her hand. Isn't that right, Sairaorg? The disgraced Bael grinned. Ho. Not too shabby, to block one of my punches like that. That's a strong grip you've got there, Akame, was it? She merely looked at him with no emotion. Cease the empty praise. You relinquished your strength once you realized Naruto was not the one responding. What monstrous strength. He shrugged, still grinning. Doesn't make you any less weak. Are you a rook? Bishop. Sairaorg couldn't help but raise his eyebrow. You sure? Akame, looking disinterested about everything besides Naruto, stared at him with serious, crimson orbs. I am. He whistled, silently applauding Naruto's brutal training methods. To increase a bishop's strength to the point he mistook her as a rook. Still, he shouldn't have expected anything less from Naruto of all people. Look at you. Deciding to put aside the discoveries, Sairaorg hugged Naruto, crushing the poor redhead in his unyielding grip. Making jokes now, huh? You've lightened up a lot, a far change from that book-reading worm holed up in his room, trying his best to beat me. Where have you been? Naruto chuckled softly, still in the embrace of his longtime friend. I've been all over the world, looking for friends. Long accustomed to Naruto's odd, but honorable, choice of words. Sairaorg instantly translated his statement to, I was looking for potential peerage members. It was one of the many things both rivals agreed upon, the fair, impartial treatment of their peerage. While Sairaorg didn't refrain from using the word peerage, Naruto had always insisted on calling them friends and comrades. Knowing the young devil wouldn't disclose any more information, Sairaorg pulled from the manly hug he initiated. Man, I'm curious to see how you've grown. Are you up for a spar? Sairaorg suggested, wanting to know more about Naruto's progress and how they stacked up against each other. To Sairaorg's heartbreaking dismay, Naruto shook his head. Sorry to disappoint you, but my queen wishes to speak to me in private. It's best to get to her as soon as I can. I just dropped by to let you know I'm back. A shame. Sairaorg slapped his rival on the back, trying his best not to convey his despondency from the prompt rejection. What were you doing hiding yourself, huh? Were you trying to spy on my peerage? Trying to get a heads up on who's stronger? Naruto winced, feeling the blow to his back. I was trying to surprise you, but I couldn't help myself after hearing those words about me, ya know. It just made for a badass entrance. Naruto nodded, hoping that his entrance appeared as cool as he had hoped it for. Spying on your peerage. Ha. As if I would lower myself to such tactics. I don't need extra information to beat you and your peerage, Sairaorg. And just like that, Naruto had reignited the long-lost rivalry between them. While both devils trained to their utmost limits, knowing each other would do the same, it wasn't the same as sparring and seeing their progress firsthand. Getting cocky, aren't you? Sairaorg smirked, not wanting the jab to get to him, though on the inside, his instincts yelled at him to bumrush Naruto and duke it out to see who was the stronger between them. Well, it'd be rude to not introduce my queen, so why don't you introduce yourself, eh? The girl with her blonde hair in a ponytail bowed in response, evoking a grimace of exasperation from Sairaorg, a devil that never won for such acts of respect directed towards him. It is a pleasure to meet you, Naruto-sama. My name is Kuisha Abaddon and I am a queen of Sairaorg. Likewise. Naruto grinned from ear to ear, noting her acts of caring and affection from earlier. Shooting her a welcome smile, to which Akame slightly frowned, he rubbed the back of his head. And no need to address me with such formality. I was never one for such honorifics anyways. Internally, Naruto was already dissecting the small nugget of information Sairaorg gifted him with. And Abaddon, huh, the House of Abaddon has the power of Whole, an ability which allows the user to create and control portals that expand and retract. Thus, they can absorb attacks and reflect them as they choose. It's not too different from Meliodas' full counter, though the Rook's attack doubles the incoming magic before reflecting it. A fearsome power indeed. Well, Naruto checked the time on his non-existent watch, before taking one last look at Sairaorg. It was nice meeting you too, but I have a certain fight I'd like to see. And don't worry, Sairaorg. You'll get that fight soon enough. I have a feeling I'll see you soon. Naruto waved at him, before stepping away, Akame by his side. With the Gremory crest expanding to fit the two on the floor, the king and his bishop vanished. After a brief moment of silence, Sairaorg spoke up. Did you feel it? He asked the question directed to his queen. His power, I mean. Kuisha nodded ever so slightly, her anxiety levels reaching an all-time high. If this is the man waiting for us at the young devil's gathering, no. Kuisha shook such mutinous thoughts out of her head. She knew better than to doubt her king's strength. Whether his reserves were abnormally high for one his age, it would make no difference when faced with Sairaorg's strength. With Regulus Nemea and his Tuki. Yes, we'll triumph in the end. I know we will. Ha. Ha 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 ha. Sairaorg's light chuckle evolved into a great, bellowing laughter while chugging down the rest of the water. As expected from my rival. I would not settle for anything less. I'm glad you haven't diminished in power at all, Naruto. DxD. The mansion, thankfully, was in good shape, so they at least had a place to sleep and eat it for the night. The training area, on the other hand. As the Gremory crest materialized in the smoking, cratered basement floor, which resembles more of the moon than Earth, Urza shook her head in disappointment, readying herself for some kind of punishment. She had taken the responsibility of keeping the mansion in pristine condition and stepping in when necessary, and here they were. Tao was on the floor, his Phoenix powers barely keeping him alive and breathing as the deep gashes on his chest and arms greedily sucked more of his powers to heal. Leon was a fiery mess, the small puddle of water he was lying in boiling but doing its best to heal the descendant of Bellerophon and thus, Poseidon. Who's winning? Naruto had one hand on Akame's shoulder, looking around the wrecked training basement and whistling in amazement, even though he predicted this outcome. You guys. Naruto-sama, I have failed in the task you entrusted me to complete. I fed you false promises of keeping the damage to a minimum and thus, I deserve harsh punishment. Urza bowed her head in shame. Please, hit me. Naruto sheepishly shrank away from the armored girl, sighing once more about his knight's way of acting. It's quite alright, Urza, those two are quite destructive when they go all out, so don't worry yourself over this. He curled his lips upwards, looking at the two exhausted boys, one charred and the other healed but dropped dead tired. I'm assuming you two tied, right? Meliodas laughed, prompting Naruto to look over to this mutated rook. What did you expect? These two, you should have seen the match, Naruto. Naruto softly groaned in disappointment. I thought I'd make it back on time. It seems to talk to an old friend took up more time than expected. Frost slowly crept along the cracked floor, effectively lowering the uncomfortably burning temperature and putting out any stray flames. Naruto mentally thanked Esdeath, shooting her a look of gratitude. With one hand outstretched, he began helping Esdeath with small spurts of water dousing the ground. Urza, he called out, the loyal knight snapping her head up in attention. Will you please carry these two to their respective rooms? Of course. The redhead hefted both boys over her shoulders, provoking a small moan due to the uncomfortable metal plates on her armor. Your wish is my command, Naruto-sama. She marched away to the stairs, Tawa and Leon bouncing up and down like sacks of food, generating an oof from both of them every time she roughly walked up to each step. Is there anything you want me to do? Akame tugged on Naruto's sleeve, speaking in her usual monotone voice. I can help too, Naruto. It's quite alright, Akame. Naruto smiled gratefully at her before turning to a certain brunette. I have someone to talk to anyway, so just do whatever you want. The red-eyed killer nodded before following Urza. The rest of his group began to file out, knowing that whatever Esdeath wanted to say was going to be said in private. When the last of the devils reached the door on top of the staircase, Naruto turned to Esdeath. You wanted to talk to me about something. Instead of answering, Esdeath stared at him. Stepping around him, not unlike that of a lion stalking his prey, in a circle, the brunette continued to look over her king. Naruto could only stand there uncomfortably, squirming a little when her cold aura caressed his body ever so lightly. Esdeath. Again, there was only silence. At this point, Naruto felt like a piece of meat dangling from the edge, a pack of starved wolves clambering around, waiting to get a bite to sat their hunger. Suddenly, Esdeath stopped her pacing without warning, the faint taps of her feet treading the fissured flooring fading away. Just in time, Naruto caught a well-sized spear with his hand, veins bulging as his forearm flexed, shattering the projectile into pieces. What is the meaning of this, Esdeath? Not getting a verbal response, Esdeath instead concentrated her power on her arm before a shining rapier poofed into existence. Taking that as a sign of hostility, rightfully so, Naruto did the same, a katana popping into existence. Esdeath. Naruto carefully thought over why Esdeath was fighting him so suddenly. Was it some sort of mind control? No, he didn't feel any external magical source tainting her movements. Why? A personal reason. Esdeath flung feather-shaped ice shards at her king, a futile distraction as Naruto quickly used his sword to slice said shards into pieces, all the while never taking his view off of Esdeath. Clang. The two blades met in a clash of steel, Naruto using his superior physical strength to push Esdeath back before concentrating on a certain technique Yami taught him. Lightning Clone. A near replica of Naruto was summoned to the right of the original, both of them running in a pincer formation to trap Esdeath. A new technique, she murmured before throwing her hands to the side, choosing to not backtrack. Responding to her call, two pillars of ice lunged to their respective opponents. Shockingly, Naruto did not show any signs of mental fatigue, as both he and his clone skillfully dodged the main pillar and the sprouting spikes that attempted to impale them as they ran past the pillar. So the clone is thinking and acting independently, huh? What a fascinating technique. I've never seen Naruto use this before, hiding things from your queen, Naruto. Just managing to get close to her, the original and replica both lunged at her at the same time, aiming at her non-lethal points to incapacitate her and get an explanation. Before either could land their stab, beneath them erupted yet another pillar. The original had the foresight to use his sword to block the edge, while the replica merely burst into lightning, avoiding the impalement completely. Before Esdeath could react, Naruto had entered Godspeed. However, his appearance using such a technique had changed. Through more, longer, and intense electrical training sessions and familiarizing himself with the element, Naruto was now able to enter Godspeed, in an instance, releasing a powerful bolt of voltage he previously was unable to handle. Now capable of handling such potent lightning, Naruto harnessed a shroud of lightning, covering himself in a perceivable aura, his hair spiking up but not changing color, instead, remaining in its stunning crimson color. Within milliseconds, Naruto focused his power into his hand, performing a Chidori. Why is he doing that? He's too far away to use such a technique, so why? Wait, Naruto smirked at his queen, pulling his hand back and harnessing the electricity his clone had burst into. He's guiding the lightning of his replica. It's the same concept as his Kirin, just on a smaller scale. Not sparing her any time, the electricity flowed into her body, effectively numbing her muscles, rendering her vulnerable to any action Naruto chose to take. He defeated me without his sacred gear. I know this is the first time we're sparring in years, but to defeat me with such lack of effort, you are truly made for me, Naruto. All of this happened within mere seconds, Naruto finishing the impromptu spar by pushing Esdeath to the ground, his sword tickling her neck. What's your game, Esdeath? If you wanted a spar, all you had to do was ask. Why didn't you? She gave him an answer, just not the one he wanted. Smile for me. She softly asked, no demanded. Naruto was at an utter loss for words. What could he say to that? What could be the right response? Surely, Esdeath was playing some kind of game. The question was what? What was her motive? Stop thinking about all of this and just smile. Esdeath's sky-blue eyebrows crinkled in annoyance, cursing her king's habit of an analytical response to anything remotely suspicious or strange. I want to see how you look when smiling. Naruto tried. He really did. But there was just something about Esdeath that threw him off. Why all this fuss to see him smile? As far as he was concerned, he'd smiled before. Why was she so interested in his smile now? All of these factors and unanswered questions tainted his otherwise blinding, pure smile. No. Esdeath shook her head, refusing to believe that her potential lover would have such a weak smile. Try, Naruto. After all, we're not leaving until I'm fully satisfied. So stop thinking and just smile. Ignoring his questions, Naruto thought back to his forever treasured memories, training with Esdeath, joking around with Meliodas, eating and making dinner with all his friends, his awkward but light-hearted interactions with Urza, Akame talking in her soft, monotone voice, Leon and Tao's infuriating but youthful rivalry. There was so much to choose from and Naruto found himself thinking back to his encounters with all of them. From the outside, Esdeath looked. She looked and looked and looked until she found what she was looking for. The upturning of the corners of his mouth. A ray of sunshine painted itself across Naruto's face, shining upon Esdeath, revealing all his emotions, happiness, satisfaction, joy. This was it. This was what she was looking for. Esdeath patted herself on the back for finding such a suitable lover. Naruto was already strong, yet his full potential was untapped. His initially cold, analytical attitude was much more exuberant now, drawing in anyone who wanted refuge from the cold, cruel world, the unfairness of life. She was still sifting through the innumerable aspects of Naruto she admired when the person of such admiration had ceased smiling and instead, looked down with curiosity and some disbelief. You did all this, for a smile. He shook his head, sealing his katana into his arm. If you wanted a smile, all you had to do was ask, Yano. You didn't have to worry me by attacking me out of nowhere. Esdeath was still in the process of confirming Naruto as her lover while the redhead helped her up. And don't worry too much over the loss. If you used some of your more destructive techniques or killing techniques, like frigid necrosis, the fight would have gone a whole lot differently. He cheerfully patted Esdeath on her back, both now walking out of the basement. I'm glad I ran into you from all those years ago, Naruto, she softly muttered, offering her thanks to the universe for such a fateful encounter. Did you say something, Esdeath? You're going to be my lover from now on, okay Naruto. Wait, what? You belong to me now. I don't even know what to say at this point. DxD. Dinner was interesting to say the least. Esdeath had dropped the bombshell on his peerage immediately, not wasting any time on marking Naruto as hers. There were mixed reactions all around the table. Meliodas immediately shot Naruto a perverted wink, sending a napkin with the words, "If you need help pleasing a woman in the beds, just ask anytime." And a chibi version of himself with a thumbs up written on it. Elizabeth then proceeded to sigh in exasperation to her lover's antics before congratulating Naruto with a red face. Mocha had narrowed her eyes before focusing her attention back to her food. While she acted as if nothing was said, her hyper-attention and abnormal fascination with her knife was frightening. Mark, as usual, said nothing, choosing instead to bob his head ever so slightly in pride of his king. With that over, the bulky boy went back to his normal behavior, silent and not interacting with anyone. Urza was curious, asking what it meant to be a lover, with a straight face while carving into her strawberry cake slice. Upon hearing what it meant, she too asked to be Naruto's lover, wanting to show him the extent of her loyalty and devotion. Esdeath vehemently denied such a request, evoking a slight look of disappointment from Urza, before her stern visage returned. Leon and Tawa barely heard the announcement, acknowledging their king's love life before brushing it off with surprising ease. Withholding any congratulatory words or looks of awe, the rivals focused on their contest of the day, eating as many bowls of meat they could. Because neither devil had prevailed in their spar, they chose to settle their rivalry over an eating contest. Akame had the weirdest reaction of all. The usually composed girl shifted into her other form, the familiar red markings, and black sclera reappearing. An aura of death did not go unnoticed, as even Esdeath eyed her with caution. Within seconds, Akame reverted to her usual self, gobbling down the legs of meat and filling up what everyone called her black hole of a stomach. Every so often, she'd send Esdeath hate-filled glares before tightening her face in determination. How strange, Naruto, the male uneducated in the art of love, sat back on his bed. What could cause such a reaction from Akame? Curious. DxD. The summoner this time, is this the place? Issei asked himself, pedaling on his trusty bike. Stopping at the gates, he gave the house one more look before announcing, "I have to get the contract today." The last couple of days had been hectic, to say the least. It wasn't every day you woke up with a beautiful girl next to you, explaining how you were now a servant and a devil. Bushu had explained to her young pawn that contracts were one of the ways he could achieve his dream, becoming a harem king. Unfortunately for Issei, he wasn't very popular among the clients, garnering not enough attention to sign contracts with anyone. If I get a contract today, maybe, just maybe, Bushu will let me rub my face in her breasts. Yes, her soft, pale twin pillows topped with beautiful. With these perverted thoughts swirling through Issei's mind, he opened the gates and made his way to the door, which was already open for some strange reason. Hello. He nervously called out. I'm Gremory-sama's underling. Is there anyone here? Deciding to enter without permission, he stepped through the entrance, walking over the wooden planks. I can't believe, as a devil, I'm riding a bicycle like a normal person and using the front entrance to come in. Issei's piteous moans could only be heard in his mindscape, as his mental complaints of the lack of magical energy plagued him. It's dangerous for the door to be open like that. As Issei's foot stepped into another room connected to the hallway, his nose picked up a terrible, familiar scent. This smell. It's like when we encountered that stray. Looking into the interior, he noticed a man, hanging upside down and nailed to the wall. His insides were slowly oozing out while his entire corpse threatened to fall over, held up only by the nails piercing his hands. Blood. But what the? Welcome. What do we have here, Devil-kun? Issei turned his head, now taking in the sight of a silver-haired man with a disturbing grin, tongue hanging out of his mouth and red eyes flashing with murderous intent. How blessed am I to be a priest, a young priest tilde cutting down all the devilish fiends with delight. Issei looked on with dread and astonishment. Is this a priest? Bushu told me to stay away from them, but what is this guy even saying? Is he a priest? In a sudden change from his playful, eccentric behavior, the man flashed right in front of Issei with a burst of speed. I'm Father Fried Selzen Tilda. Issei backed away, not liking the grin on the priest's face at all. What are you doing? He cried out, not understanding how a priest could be so cruel to humans. Reverting to his playful nature, but not ceasing his bloodlust, Fried began to explain what he was. I'm the last ranking member who belongs to an organization that hunts down devils. Ah, just because I told you my name doesn't mean you have to tell me yours. It's fine since you'll be dying soon. It'll hurt a lot in the beginning but it'll feel so good in the end, you'll be crying. Now let's open a gate to a new world. What are you doing? Issei, not taking in the fact that Fried was going to kill him, demanded an explanation. I don't understand this. Why would you do something like this? In response, Fried laughed. Yes. This one is a repeat offender signing contracts with devils, they've forsaken their humanity. There's no reason for them to live on. And besides, taking his leg, he slammed his foot into the skull of the recently deceased man. You devils feed on human desire, right? The humans who provide you sustenance can't be called human anymore. Therefore, I kill them before they're tainted further and give you shitty devils more strength. It's a win-win situation. Fried cackled, slamming his foot like a jackhammer, exploding the already cracked skull into bloody bits. You, devastated with such treatment of humans, Issei glowered at the rogue exorcist. I'm gonna fucking beat your ass. He roared, charging at the still laughing priest. Good. That's a nice look on your face, Devil-kun. Wielding a light sword and a pistol, Fried met him head-on, attempting to behead Issei with a horizontal strike. So close, Issei gasped, barely evading the swipe before groaning in pain. I got shot. My leg. How's that? The power of devil exterminating bullets. Fried slid his tongue over the barrel, taking in the delight of inducing such agony into a filthy devil. This pain, Issei kneeled on one leg, clasping the area of pain. His mind flashed back to Danasik stabbing him with a spear made of light. The pain he suffered when trying to take out the projectile, its light. Correct. Fried danced with joy, looking at the gun with such affection that one would mistake the firing weapon for a baby and Fried for a loving, doting father. These are bullets of light. Does it hurt? It hurts, doesn't it? Holding the sword recklessly, Fried charged towards Issei, screaming in anticipation of yet another kill. Die, you shitty devil. Issei's eyes widened, his leg protesting as he tried forcing himself to move out of the way. I'm going to be killed. His limb refused to budge and Issei could only sit there, his last regrets of not being able to have sex or touch Bushu's boobs making him despondent. One familiar nun jumped between Issei and Fried, making the latter stop in his tracks, growling in protest. Hey. That was dangerous. You could have been split into two. Fried fumed at the girl, upset at the interruption. Have you finished preparing the trap, Asia-chan? Please stop this. She cried out, spreading her arms as if to shield Issei from danger. Why do you have to do this to Issei-san? Asia. Fried scratched his head in confusion. Is this some kind of forbidden romance between a devil and a nun? Asia briefly faltered, comprehending what Father Fried just told her. That's right. This guy is the shittiest of shitty devils tilde. He cruelly grinned, and for the first time, Asia's faith in the supposed priest began to wane. Don't worry. I'll turn this guy into a similar work of art. He gestured to the corpse hanging from the wall. What? Asia gasped in horror, holding back her bile at such a horrendous sight of the mutilated body. Is this Asia-chan's first time seeing a corpse? Take a good look. Any human waste taking contracts with shitty devils will be sent to hell this way. Fried cackled in delight, while Issei clenched in a fist in a fury of seeing such an innocent, pure girl witness death in its worst form. That's the way it is. Fried yelled at the nun, his deranged eyes focused on her with such intensity. If we don't cut down this devil, we won't be able to finish the job, so hurry up and deploy the trap, Asia-chan. With newfound determination and resolute eyes, Asia steeled herself, putting herself in front of Issei, earning a tick mark from Fried. Asia-chan. The demented priest looked at her, placing the barrel of his pistol at the back of his head. Do you know what you're doing right now? I understand, Father Fried. But please, let this person go. Her bangs covered her eyes, reflecting her inside emotions. I don't like this. Just because a person was led astray by a devil and using that reason to kill people and devils, her tear-filled eyes begged Fried to stop his actions. This is wrong. Ah. Fried picked up the nun by grabbing onto her clothes, lifting her into the air. What the hell are you talking about, you shitty nun? All devils are shit. Shit. Specks of spit sprayed into the poor nun's face, Fried showing his psychotic personality to Asia. Didn't you learn that in church? Are you suffering from some kind of brain damage? Not wanting to waste any more time, Fried unceremoniously threw the girl to the side, drawing some blood but not caring at all. Listen here, girl. Nay-san told me not to kill you. Fried traced his pistol up Asia's clothing, exposing parts of her body. But that doesn't mean I can't mess up your insides. Something like rape would be possible, okay? Cut it out. Issei, while perverted and would certainly enjoy such a view Asia was showing any other day, had a line. He was a pervert and he admitted that freely, but he would never violate another girl and force himself upon her. That was a line he would never cross. You sick son of a bitch. He forced himself upright with a will he didn't know he possessed. Oh right, Fried flicked his sword at Issei. I still have to kill this shitty devil. Fortunately, or unfortunately in Fried's case, the shining crest of the Gremory household emerged on the floor. This pentagram. Issei sighed in relief, knowing that the cavalry was here. 3 pairs of shoes appeared on top of the materializing circle. Hyodo-kun, we're here to help. Kiba. Ah, it looks pretty bad for you. Akino. Priest. And Kaneko. Issei relaxed, his legs still bleeding onto the floor but the pain no longer bothering him as much. Just leave everything to us. Akino put one hand on her cheek while muttering, how shall I deal with this one? Greetings, shitty devils. Fried assumed a sword stance, now ready to do battle in a moment's notice. Oh, this must be the way of God. Giving me more shitty devils to slaughter. His tongue rolled out of his mouth as he clashed blades with Kiba. Attacking just like that, Kiba's night speed allowed the handsome devil to intercept the impromptu attack. How unseemly. Retaliating with a strike of his own, Kiba began to chase the priest, Fried graceful dodging each strike. My apologies, but I cannot allow you to kill Hyodo-kun in such a place. That's hot tilde, so what's this relationship between you two? Fried's priest cloak fluttered as he evaded each slash. Who's the pitcher and who's the catcher? Issei choked at the sound of this. How dare he? To suggest such a thing, he was going to be a harem king but he was perfectly straight. There was nothing between him and Kiba. What a vulgar mouth you have. Are you a stray exorcist? Kiba blocked a strike with one sword while attacking with another in his hand. Sorry about being vulgar. Fried's tongue and murderous eyes put together a lunatic image, one that made it clear that he was not sorry at all. So what if I'm a stray? If I get to kill you, shitty devils, under the protection of fallen angel Sama, I'll be satisfied. Upon hearing the mention of the opposing faction, Akino's stare began to be tainted with bloodlust and disgust. Overzealous in hunting devils and a lack of faith lead to excommunication of exorcists. Your type is the most dangerous for us. There's no point in talking to your group of bloodsucking shit bugs. Fried tilted his head, ceasing the fight between him and Kiba. Even so, we devils have rules. Akino's usual playful, yet sadistic look shifted to something else. Ooh. Oni-san's stare. What an intense look directed to me. What bloodlust. I can't help it. Fried screamed in delight, quivering while placing his hands on his cheeks. Shall I turn you to ashes, then? The leader of the peerage walked from the hallway, showing her crimson hair and voluptuous body. Issei found himself admiring once more. One after the other. Fried placed his hands over his hips. Can you shitty devils line up in one line for me to kill? Ignoring the exorcist, Rias walked over to Issei, steadying him in place. I'm sorry Issei, I didn't count on an exorcist showing up in a summoner's home. Are you hurt? She tenderly held his arm, ignoring his eyes drifting downwards. Ah. Sorry, but I got shot. He rubbed his head, still ogling Bushu's wonderful body. Seems like my underling got hurt. Rias stood up and summoned the trademark of the Bael clan, the power of destruction, which was then passed on to the Gremory clan through marriage. For me, I can't allow anyone to harm my property, especially a vulgar person like you. Fried dodged death, his head inches away from the hole in the wall. Before she could go any further, Akino called out to her. Bushu. A group of what appears to be fallen angels are approaching. If this continues, we'll be at the disadvantage. Cursing, Rias called out her orders. Akino. Retrieve Issei. We're going, get the transportation ready. Shouting in response, the dark-haired girl summoned a pentagram for all of them to step in. Wait. Before Issei joined them, he had rushed to Asia's side. Let's take this girl back with us. He didn't want Asia to remain in Fried's clutches. Who knows what would happen with such a pure, innocent girl staying at the side of such a despicable, vulgar barbarian. To Issei's disappointment, Rias shook her head. That's not possible. Only my underling devils can use this pentagram. And no. Issei refused to believe there wasn't a way out. I can't just leave her behind. She protected me, even when she realized I was a devil. She's my friend. If you have to, then leave me behind. Issei shouted, still cradling Asia in his arms. The brown-haired sacred gear wielder got a slap in return. You're mine, Issei. I won't let those fallen angels touch you again. Right now, we have to retreat. She tugged on her pawn's arm, pulling him to the prepared circle. Asia. Issei outstretched his hand, not wanting to leave Asia but accepting that Bushu would not have any other way. We'll meet again. I swear it. We will. Issei-san. Asia smiled at the boy, clutching to her cross. I know we will. Surprisingly, the nun was smiling, even with the dead body nailed to the wall and the knowledge that Fried had the power to force her to do something unsavory. Kaneko threw a couch at Fried, the furniture providing ample time for the devils to escape in a blinding light. I promise. Issei's cry of determination was the last thing Asia heard before the fallen angels converged upon the ruined house. DxD. So this is Kuo Town. Naruto walked in the streets, masking his power and scent. Not a bad place to have control over, Rias. Noting the spike of power in a certain area, the redhead made his way over there, his hand ready to summon his katana from his seal, in case there was any violence. His feet screeched, stopping his momentum as he looked at the ruined house. This power and scent, there was something supernatural going on here. He looked at the hole in the wall, noting that there must have been some kind of skirmish. If the remaining energy wasn't enough evidence, well, we've got some right here. Naruto mumbled before wincing at the sight of blood. Someone was injured, this blood is fresh. Naruto dipped a finger in the puddle of red liquid. His eyes caught sight of dark feathers, his devil eyes allowing him to see such items, even with the lack of light. Fallen angels. Naruto grabbed the feathers before making his way out of the house, not wanting to get caught by the human authorities. Rainer, was it? What are you planning? All this. Asia clutched her cross. Issei-san, I always wanted a dream. The blonde nun took out a handkerchief to wipe the tears from her eyes. To be able to go out with my friends together, shopping normally, chatting normally, the handkerchief proved to be futile, the tears freely streaming down her cheeks. The cloth fluttered to the side, forgotten. To be friends, to be able to. Then let me be your friend. Issei shouted, jumping from the bench he was previously sitting on. Her heartbreaking tale of being cast from the church and ultimately being taken in by the fallen angels wasn't ineffective in drawing tears. He too was silently sobbing, troubled by Asia's past. We're already friends. We've chatted and played together today. He pounded his chest, signifying his devotion to the girl, for once in his life, not showing any pervertedness to the innocent girl. I told you, didn't I? I made a promise that I'd meet you again and here we are. So I'll make you another promise. Asia looked up, halting the flow of salty tears down her face, wanting to hear what Issei had to say. I promise that you won't ever have to go back to that bastard Fried again. I promise to free you from those blasted fallen angels. And I promise that once this is all over, we'll go out as friends, shopping normally, and chatting normally again and again. As many times you want. Issei-san. Asia cried out, clutching at his sleeve in happiness, believing that Issei would truly do so. I'm afraid that's not possible. The wind shifted the black bangs to the side, briefly covering her violet eyes. A familiar fallen jumped on top of a nearby street light, looking down on the two humans. Why Yuma-chan? Her sudden appearance brought up memories of him getting slain on his first ever date. Issei full-heartedly believed that he would lose his V-card that day. Bragging to his friends non-stop, he was confident that he and Yuma would do it shortly. At the end of their first date, with the sun setting in the distance, Issei thought he would receive his first kiss. From there on, they would further their relationship until Issei would earn her affection to rub his face all over her magnificent boobs. How foolish he was. He took a spear to his gut. How can you still be alive? Yuma glared at him with further disgust, making Issei feel like a worm wriggling on the ground, ready to get stomped to bits by a big, black boot. And you're a devil now. How disgusting. In shock, Asia looked up, trembling in fear, wondering if she would be punished by the fallen angel. Rainer-sama. She moved closer to Issei, craving some form of protection. Rainer. Issei said out loud in confusion before remembering that Yuma was a fallen angel. Come, Asia. Rainer looked at the nun with half-lidded eyes, almost tasting the essence of the sacred gear being implanted within her. Let's go back. Don't waste my time. To her shock, the nun protested, showing that she did indeed have some sort of backbone. No. I don't want to. Helping you kill all those people and me. She clutched onto Issei's arm, showing surprising strength in her grip. Ah, Rainer sighed, putting one hand over her face after jumping down to the ground. Are you going to make me take you with force? Oh, wait, it all works out. A bright light encompassed the park, shaping into a spear in her hand. Yet another sacred gear in the hands of the devils, unacceptable. And once I kill you, there'll be no one in my path to take Asia. I'll make sure you stay dead this time, Issei. That spear of light again. Fear grasped at Issei's heart, a bony hand of despair clenching his body, knowing that he was against someone stronger than him. Despite that, he had to protect Asia at all costs. It was his duty and responsibility to preserve her safety. Besides, he wasn't even able to grope her once. How could he do that if she was dead? In that case, I'll have to make the first move. He raised his fist in the air, a red gauntlet materializing on his left arm. That. The slight disbelief on Rainer's face was enough to fill Issei with some hope. Get back, Asia. I'll take care of. He failed to finish his confident statement, Rainer's laughter filling his mind with dread once more. Last time, I killed you because your sacred gear was too dangerous. That's why I accepted the order to kill you. She chortled once more, her black wings shaking in a symphony. But it looks like the higher-ups miscalculated. Rainer used her spear to point at Issei's gauntlet. That sacred gear is known as twice critical. For a short time, the wielder can multiply her power. But then again, looking at Issei's weak frame, she couldn't help but laugh. 0 times 2 will always remain 0. Looking at you, I'm not afraid in the slightest. I see, I won't deny that I'm weak, but it's still better than nothing. Issei cried out, sacred gear. Activate. Let's see my increased power. Boost. Come with me, Asia. Issei grabbed onto Asia's hand, dragging her across the park. Behind them, Rainer made no move to intercept them, watching him in amusement instead. How pathetic. The spear previously in her hand flew at blinding speeds Issei couldn't process. To him, the projectile stabbed into his back in an instant, blood flying from his mouth an area of the puncture. Even after using his sacred gear, he's still so weak the spear didn't even bounce off. Without an ounce of a hurry, Rainer floated on top of the ground, slowly making her way to the fallen human. Run, Asia. Issei rasped weakly, struggling to stay up. Asia disregarded his pleas and instead focused on doing what she did best, healing. Her sacred gear Twilight Healing lit up, closing the open wound in his chest. Rainer, like the rest, was captivated by the performance. Healers were rare in the world. Competent healers that could heal nearly any wound were treasured like gold, as they were nearly impossible to come by. With this power, the Gregory will be stronger. Now in front of the pair, she made one ultimatum. Asia, it's time to come with me. Her killer intent and light energy coalescing into her pointer finger proved that she had no qualms slaying the devil in front of her. Shut up. Issei sat up, his wound now fully healed. As if she'll. I understand. But if I go with you, Issei will remain unharmed. Asia stood up, ready to leave with Rainer if that's what it'd take to protect him. Utilda making demands now, Whatever, it's not like the Gregory will be in danger because of this pathetic fool. Rainer laughed. Now come to my side. Her feet touched the ground, ready to pick up Asia and leave. Issei-san. Asia stopped one last time, her back towards her supposed savior. I had fun today, so thank you. Even facing death in its eye, she managed to sound cheerful and extend her gratitude towards Issei. How sweet. Rainer stroked Asia's cheek, relishing in her victory and eventual power in her grasp. After today's ceremony, all your pain and suffering will disappear. She cupped the nun's chin before willing her wings to lift both of them. This is your last chance, devil. If you get in my one more time, I'll kill you. Goodbye, Issei-kun. Asia clasped her hands together in prayer while Rainer greedily clutched the girl in her arms. Wait. Asia. Issei could only watch as the fallen angel took flight into the darkness. What kind of person am I? How can I even walk after knowing that I let someone like Asia down? What kind of protection was that? The recently turned boy wallowed in his despair, cursing at how weak he was. DxD. Kuo Town was a rather refreshing change of pace. While Naruto constantly trained to get stronger, taking a break once in a blue moon wasn't bad. Exploring the town under Rias's jurisdiction was entertaining. At the same time, Naruto constantly checked to sense any unnatural powers awry. After multiple evaluations, Naruto came to one conclusion: Kuo Town was a hotspot for the supernatural. With his extended senses, the redhead could name at least 4 inhuman entities wandering around that had interacted with him. It didn't impede him in his done though, as Naruto entered various shops and stores, eating and buying to his heart's content. After all, with the money that was amassed from various missions, they were not lacking in terms of monetary value. It astonished Naruto at how quickly time flew by. Before he knew it, the sun was setting in Naruto's side. I should get serious now. I think I have a small theory as to what Rainer is planning, but I'll reserve my guesses for now. I should suit up. Back at the hotel room, walking at a swift pace, Naruto made his way back to the place where he was staying, making sharp turns, and occasionally taking shortcuts to get there quicker. Now, I wasted enough time as there is. Let's get down to business. Closing the door behind him, Naruto breathed in deep before exhaling through his nose. Even if it's just a couple of two-winged fallen, I can't afford to underestimate the enemy. Especially when we Akatsuki have a spotless record, Azazel will get his money's worth. To conceal his face, Naruto fitted a plain gray mask that covered the upper half of his face, his forehead, cheekbones, and nose. For the bottom, he donned a black cloth that hid the lower half of the face. The only part of his face that could be seen was his cerulean eyes. The rest of Naruto's outfit was dark, the devil opting to use black to conceal himself within the shadows. He fitted black boots to his feet. His legs were clothed with black pants, the same being for his torso. On top of the shirt, he wore a gray flak jacket that would serve as extra protection from superficial wounds. A slight pop revealed a katana and its sheath in his hands. The sheath was then outfitted into his back, his sword following shortly, slipping noiselessly into the sheath. I'm ready. DxD. Are you going? You could die. Kiba asked Issei, his princely face twisted into confusion. Was his king trying to insinuate something? The way she explained promotion to Issei sounded like she wanted him to try and save Asia. Were she and Akano going to partake in their rescue mission? I have to. Issei walked away from Kiba and Kaneko. Asia is my friend. Even if it's suicidal, I'll save her. Kiba concluded. That's quite a bold plan. If you die, no one will be able to save Asia. The handsome male knew what he'd have to do now. His purpose was to serve Bushu to the best of his abilities, and if she wanted them to rescue Asia, he'd do so without a complaint. Then tell me. Issei whirled around, fed up with Kiba's insistent statements of how he'd stand no chance. Tell me then. What should I do? I'll go too. Kiba pointed to himself, winking at his fellow peerage member. You're also my colleague. To see a brave colleague run towards death, it's not something I wish to see. He patted Issei on the shoulder, reassuring the pawn with his slightly creepy but comforting words. Besides, and with that, the honorable attitude vanished. I personally dislike, no, hate is a better word. Yes, I hate fallen angels and priests. Turning away from Issei, Kiba placed a knight piece in the respective enemy territory, the opposite end of the chessboard. You heard Bushu, right? She said that the church was a good example of enemy territory, which means if you reach the deepest parts of the church. It dawned on Issei. The requirements for the promotion. Then. That's right. Kiba put up one finger, giving a congratulatory smile to Issei for figuring out the hidden message. Bushu approved. Behind him, Kanako's dull eyes lit up in recognition. Of course, what Bushu said to me seems to hint that I should go with you. Kaneko moved a rook piece, placing it next to the bishop piece Kiba had previously touched. Bushu. Issei clasped his hands together, smiling at an imaginary version of Rias. You're so kind. I'll go too. The quiet Neko offered a box of tissues to Issei, knowing that perverted thoughts would take residence in his mind sooner or later. As if on cue, drops of blood fell on the box, staining the pale cardboard. Issei, no doubt, thinking of Bushu and her, opai. Ko Kaneko-chan. Issei wiped his sniveling nose with his sleeve, looking at the rook with astonishment. After all, he and the girl never really got along. I'm just worried if it's just you two. To her disgust, Issei wrapped his arms around the cute school mascot. I'm so touched, Kaneko-chan. Without giving it further thought, she gripped onto his arms and threw him to the side, toppling a bookshelf and the books all over him. In a mildly dazed manner, Issei looked at Kaneko questionably, wondering why she had to use so much force. Too close. Even with the initial warning, the perverted devil ran back with his arms out, wanting to cop a feel of her toned body one last time. As if she knew what she was thinking, she landed a precise kick to Issei's gut, the spiky, brown-haired boy spitting up saliva from having the wind knocked out of him. Ah, Kiba scratched his cheek, nervously laughing at Kaneko's repeated punches and Issei's continuous attempts at getting close. Issei-kun, I said I was coming as well. DxD. In an abandoned church, a certain fallen angel stood before a cross, the very symbol she had forsaken by indulging in one of the 7 deadly sins, more specifically, lust. In a similar fashion to Jesus, Asia was chained to the cross, her arms held by restraints and hanging helplessly. From afar, Rainer watched the nun struggle before stopping submissively. Finally, you're going to be mine. Rainer chuckled in anticipation of the power surging through her body. Undressing in preparation for the ceremony, the fallen angel stood before Asia, completely naked. Let's begin. DxD. Stretching out his senses with his eyes closed, Naruto pinpointed the specific energy emitted by Rias and her powers of destruction, not to mention Akeno and her mixed fallen devil energy. They're making a move tonight, he mumbled before standing up, pushing open the window and stealthily jumping down to the ground, making no noise upon impact. Naruto began a slight jog, which to others, looked like a full-out run. What's prompting you to move so quickly, Rias? Are you planning on killing the fallen? Narrowing his eyes, he incremented his pace, sending rocks, dirt, and dust flying each time his foot touched the ground to propel himself across. I'm afraid I can't let you do that, though I do want to see the extent of your powers. DxD. Ah. This is the worst. Who knew guard duty could be so boring? A seemingly young petite girl with blonde hair tied in twin tails sat on a tree branch, swinging her legs back and forth. Can something interesting just happen already? As if on cue, a brilliant red shine filled the back of the church entrance, evoking a girly chuckle from the blonde. Ask and you shall receive. 2 figures that would constantly draw looks and leers at Kuo Academy materialized within the red circle. These two were Rias Gremory and Akeno Himahima, the 2 great Anju-sama of their school, drawing looks of admiration from students of both genders. Unbeknownst to the students of Kuo Academy, they were devils, Rias known as the crimson-haired ruined princess while Akeno had an epitaph of her own, priestess of thunder. Jumping down from the tree, the blonde prepared her introduction. Hi there I'm Mittelt and I'm the best fallen angel there is. Mittelt gave a playful twirl, winking at the newcomers. Ufufu this one is pretty full of herself, Bushu. Akeno, a black-haired buxom figure with her hair tied in a long ponytail, put her hand on her cheek, thinly smiling at the fallen, poorly concealing her hatred. Next to her, Rias, with red hair reaching her thighs and a single strand sticking out from the top, had one hand on her hip. My servant sensed you were nearby. Since you're out here standing guard, your people must be worried about an attack. Worried? She asked with a haughty smile on her face, not daunted in the face of a high-class devil and her queen. No tilde, we're just in a super-duper top-secret ritual that we don't want you devils interfering. Her hand still on her cheek and eyes closed, Akeno spoke confidently, knowing what she'd have to say would at the very least shock the fallen. I'm afraid we already have our younger members on their way there right now tilde. Mitelt's cheek puffed out in annoyance. Are you kidding me? To further irritate her, Akeno then said, and they're not being discreet about it. Successful in her task, Mitelt turned around, stomping her foot on the ground, cursing the devils for being so slippery and obvious. Finished with her little tantrum, Mitelt scoffed. Whatever. It's not like they'll do anything. There's way more of us than there are of you. She turned around, composed, and ready to face the potential threat. So why are you here? I hope this isn't some kind of rescue operation, 'cause you're not getting through me. They're on their own. Huh. Rias smirked. We won't be making any attempt to rescue them. Mitelt spluttered. So what? You're just here to watch. The short fallen's blue eyes fell with disappointment. Humph. Well, anyways, rescue or not, I can't let you go. You're the leader of those pathetic devils, and if I take you down, the rest of them will be easy pickings. Unfurling her two feathered wings, Mitelt made yet another pose. Sorry tilde, but I've brought friends to this party. A shining hole seemingly ripped through space, two more fallen angels entering the fray. With a slight gasp of surprise, Rias and Akeno turned their heads to see the fallen, one familiar and the other unfamiliar. Good work, Mitelt. Kalawarner, an alluring blue-haired woman with brown eyes and dressed in a maroon, trenchcoat-like top with a matching miniskirt complimented her comrade, floating in the air before coming down to the ground. We meet yet again, Gremory-sama. Danasik, a middle-aged-looking man with short black hair and dark blue eyes dressed in a pale gray trench coat, shook his head, looking down on the Gremory heiress. You should have kept your servant in line. Well, Akeno put her hands together, unconcerned with them being outnumbered. Your gang's all here. Rias let out a small humph at her queen's statement, staring at the fallen with little fear. It seems very clear to us that your intentions here are to obstruct our ritual, and we can't have you doing that. Danasik tilted his fedora, readying himself for yet another battle. You'll pay for it for your lives. Kalawarner leapt into the air, following Danasik's lead. Akeno. The mentioned girl's eye smiled at the fallen, her hand on her cheek as usual. Already on it. In a flash of lightning, the priestess of thunder showed exactly how she earned her moniker. Her usual Kuo Academy uniform was ripped to shreds, Akeno donning a traditional Miko attire consisting of a white haori with red accents, a red hakama, and a pair of zori with white tabi. She proceeded to raise her hands into the air, and with a small ha, several red circles encircled the area they were all in, trapping the devils and fallen in one place. A barrier. Mitelt said with fear while looking around. Oh tilde, we're screwed. Akeno now sported a red blush, licking her lips with her hands sparking with electricity. The thought of you all trapped in here with me, oh tilde, it makes me feel all hot inside. Kalawarner growled. You planned this from the start. Rias, her confident smile remaining constant, looked haughtily at the three fallen now encircling them. End of the line for you three. Both Kalawarner and Dohansik seemed to be vexed with the Gremory looking down on them, even though they had numbers on their side. We'll see about that. The fallen angels summoned a spear of light in their respective colors, Danasik with blue, Kalawarner with yellow, and Mitelt with pink. In sync, they threw their spears at once, the projectiles circling one another, forming a beautiful, enchanting sight of neon colors. Not batting an eyelash, Rias didn't move a muscle, Akeno leaping to her defense and conjuring the red crest of the Gremory household, blocking the light attack with ease. That's gonna get real old fast. Mitelt chirped, now sitting on the branch once more. Kalawarner sat next to her with Danasik standing behind them. And how long are they going to hold that shield for? The buxom blue-haired woman laughed arrogantly, still thinking they had the advantage, even after seeing how easily Akeno deflected their attack. Not a very well-thought plan, is it? That's gotta be draining. Danasik shook his head, forming another blue spear and throwing it, only for it to be blocked by the shield once more. Man, your minions must be really disappointed in you, thinking that you dropped them like the useless devils they are, huh? Mitelt cruelly mocked. Especially that pathetic brown-haired one Rainer killed already. He's probably already dead by now. If I were you, I wouldn't underestimate him. Rias interrupted, her eyes narrowing ever so slightly in anger of them insulting her servant. Let's just say, he's the most powerful pawn I've seen. Pawn? Mittelt asked with morbid curiosity. So you devils name your servants after chess pieces. How lame is that? Aren't the pawns the cannon fodder? Calawarner said with amusement. They're the sacrificial pieces, aren't they? Akino shook her head. Nonsense. We would never sacrifice one of our family. She readied herself to conjure another shield if the need arose. As the fallen continued to mock and tease Issei's tragic demise at the hands of Raynor, Rias gripped her hands, now visibly angry, her composure thrown off. How dare these pitiful crows make fun of her servant? Issei was her valuable pawn, the one that took up all 8 of her pieces. Hearing them talk ill of Issei made her angry. Angry enough to show them her wrath. The fallen attempted their combined attack once more, but in an instant, they were deflected, flickering out of existence. An eerie red glow surrounded Rias, her bloodline activated. It's not a joke. No one laughs at my servants. Summoning her powers of destruction, Akino laughed in amusement, taking sadistic pleasure in the dread of the 3 fallen. Look what you did now. Maybe it wasn't a good idea to taunt her like that. A dark red sphere shot forward, the fallen directly in its trajectory. They screamed in horror, their last thoughts revolving around how they shouldn't have poked the sleeping dragon awake. DxD. How boring. What a disappointment. Naruto was fully expecting a fierce battle between Rias and the Fallen, both using their strengths to prevail against one another. The Fallen used their experience and teamwork to try and outmaneuver the devils, while Rias would showcase her manipulation over the powers of destruction, powerful, hereditary magic that were as versatile as it was deadly. What he saw was pathetic, a waste of his time. The Fallen, while familiar with one another, demonstrated little teamwork aside from their combined spear attack, which quite frankly, wasn't too impressive. Aside from her transformation, Akino didn't do much, only thwarting their attempts to pierce her and Rias. His sister herself merely deflected the spears and showed rudimentary control over her magic. For all the praises that were showered upon her, she chose to shape the energy into a sphere. Not a weapon, not a beam, not a condensed needle. No. A sphere. Perhaps he was overestimating them. After all, Rias didn't have to show much talent on her end to eradicate 3 fallen angels that only had 6 wings all put together. Luckily for the Fallen, Naruto had concealed his presence, emitting such a low magical presence that they wouldn't be able to sense him unless physically making contact with him. Hidden in the shadows, Naruto watched over the fight before interfering at the very last second. Seen as a black blur, Naruto grabbed the 3, knocking them out, before swiftly bypassing the barrier, an action that, unfortunately, did not go unnoticed by Akino. Instead of carrying them, he sealed the unconscious grunts into scrolls to make his life easier. Now for the ringleader. Quickly making his way into the church, he hid once more, not sticking out in the abandoned building, only watching Issei and Raynor duke it out in a fight. Though he was insanely weak and only revived days ago, Issei had a flicker in his eyes, something that was noticed by Naruto. A drive to succeed in his goals. Not bad, though if you're half as perverted as the rumors go. The fight itself was just as pathetic, Raynor falling victim to Issei's boosted gear even with her sacred gear, though her strength was noticeably increased. Speaking of which, Valley would be devastated upon seeing his acclaimed rival in such a state. His reaction would be something to see. Akino. Yes, Bushu. The queen summoned a ball of water, dropping the cold liquid on the fallen, waking her up to see a group of devils. Gasping in shock, Raynor looked around in desperation, hoping her allies would come to save her from death. Unfortunately, her allies were dead, or at the very least, out of commission. Naruto's exit was bothering Akino and Rias, as it suggested that someone had been waiting for them to make their move before taking the fallen away. Most likely, this intruder was strong, as she was able to conceal themselves from both of them. The news of her comrades being gone was a hard hit to Raynor, as she slowly realized that she was most likely going to be killed. With the devils recounting their perspective, Raynor drowned herself in her misery. Bushu is the daughter of the household possessing the power of destruction, Kiba told Issei. She's known as the crimson-haired princess of ruin. Even amongst the young devils, she's hailed as a genius. Naruto couldn't help it. Even after years of disciplining himself and putting on his professional attitude he possessed when carrying out his missions, he couldn't help himself. He snorted at the ridiculousness of Kiba's statement. The surrounding devils immediately stiffened, as their senses were enough to hear such a noise. Kaneko was the first to react, using her sharp nose to locate the intruder. Devil. She pointed towards the ceiling of the corner of the church. Akeno acted quickly, sending a bolt of lightning in the direction Kaneko pointed. The attack ripped the wall to shreds, sending wood and metal everywhere. Who are you? Rias demanded. Don't think we didn't notice you earlier. This land is under the control of the Gremory household. What purpose do you have here? The devils were surrounding Rainer in a circle, Kaneko smartly securing the fallen with her hands, not giving her any chance to escape. Even so, Naruto appeared in the ranks of them, inside the circle they had formed. I'm here for the fallen. The devils all turned around, their eyes falling upon the masked individual who had seemingly teleported inside of their formation. Immediately, Akeno summoned her trademark lightning, Kiba with 2 swords in his hands, Issei with his gauntlet, and Rias calling upon her powers of destruction. The mysterious newcomer was standing right behind Rainer, his hand laid upon her shoulder. Kaneko had one hand ready to bash Rainer's face in and the other holding the fallen's neck, and thus, unable to attack the devil without giving Rainer a chance to escape. You're awfully calm with swords and magic surrounding your face. Akeno's voice was certainly playful but by no means was she in a light mood. To move at such blinding speeds and stealth was a testament to how strong this devil was. If they showed even a sliver of mercy, they'd be slaughtered or incapacitated, depending on his intentions. I suppose I am, aren't I? The build of the devil indicated his gender as male, also given the lack of breasts, height, and stature. I'd rather do this peacefully, so I'll willingly answer the questions you have for me, though my identity will have to remain hidden. Is that so? Rias looked at him with a fire burning in her eyes. The fact that a stranger dared to question and rebel against her judgment and verdict on the fallen angel made her furious. Rainer had insulted her servant's conviction and compassion for Asia. While Rias was generally a caring and understanding person, that was just something she couldn't let go unpunished. And here, a random devil refused to reveal his name and still dared to take Rainer away. I would very much so like to know what kind of person is hiding under that mask of yours. Rias narrowed her eyes, calling on more of her power to her hand. To her frustration, only one noteworthy feature was worth remembering. His bright crimson hair that was of a similar shade to hers. Red hair as shining as that was hard to come by and Rias refused to believe that he was just some no-name devil. So there's no other way. Naruto sounded weary on the outside but in reality, he was hoping that something like this would happen. His original intention was to see Rias's capabilities but he had not seen the full extent of her power. So what better way was there besides testing it firsthand? I really don't want to fight you, I'm lying. Just fight me already. I'll take plenty of delight in your screams of pain, Stranger-san. That was the only warning Naruto received before they attacked without warning. Of course, Rias withheld from attacking from the jump, as her fellow servants were in the nearby vicinity. Akeno had taken initiative and released lightning from her hands, the yellow arc of voltage hitting the mysterious devil and doing absolutely nothing, slowing him down. Naruto inwardly scoffed. He had spent countless sessions training his body to be sturdy enough to harness the element throughout his entire body. Such a weak attack like hers wasn't enough to harm him. Spinning around, he grabbed Kiba's 2 swords, crushing the blades with his bare hands, not minding the sharp edges of the weapon, as his durable body made sure he'd not even suffer from even the slightest cut. With Kiba's weapons broken, for now, Naruto leapt at speeds far exceeding the knight's and easily chopped the back of his neck, taking out one of Rias's servants. That was already disappointing. His sacred gear, sword birth, has so much potential and he settles for such flimsy blades. Not only that, but the amount of strength I put into that hit was also minimal. It seems that he can't tank hits at all. You bastard. Issei roared at him, using his fist covered with his sacred gear to try and land a hit on the male. Even after seeing his friends being taken out that quickly, he chooses to rush at me without a hint of fear. Is it bravery or just stupidity? Perhaps all of the above with anger thrown into the mix. Naruto deflected the punch easily, using one finger to push the boy out of momentum, sending him tumbling into the church floor. Upon impact, he sent wood splinters and dust scattering past the floor. He doesn't have any strength to back his anger up. This is troubling. Valley might kill himself if Issei doesn't show any other tricks. What about the basic spells every devil learns? Fire. Lightning. Any of the elemental attacks? No, wait, I'm barely sensing any magic from this kid. I've seen toddlers that have bigger reserves. Rias took a chance to attack, seeing that her servants were well out of the way. Take this. After witnessing him take Kiba out with ease, she realized that this was no ordinary foe. Instead of a sphere, she settled on a powerful beam, vaporizing everything in her path. The pews, chairs, anything that remained after Issei's skirmish with Rainer. What she saw instead was a knocked-out Kaneko, the rook's durability seemingly being no match for their opponent's strength. Rainer was now on the devil's shoulder, squirming ever so slightly and trying to stab him with a light spear with all her strength, only drawing drops of blood. What kind of monster is this? See ya. With the farewell remark thrown out there, Naruto chose to leap out of the church, to all appearances, vanishing as the two remaining girls couldn't track his speeds. Rias dropped to her knees in fury. Not only was she unsuccessful in carrying out judgment on Rainer, but she had also allowed the man to make off with Asia's sacred gear, Twilight Healing. Akeno seemingly read her king's mind, as she leaned over with a troubled look, asking, "What shall we do now, Bushu?" Rias gripped the edge of her skirt, struggling over the dilemma of whether to revive Asia or not. If the circumstances were different, she would eagerly welcome the sister to her peerage, not wanting to miss out on the chance of having a cute sister she could tease alongside Issei. However, the circumstances weren't different. She had a phoenix lusting after her body and strategically speaking, she couldn't afford to waste such any of her pieces on Asia, seeing that Issei took up all 8 of her pawns. But seeing her servant cry and cradle over Asia's body, not even taking a slight peek at her exposed breasts. Issei. The Longinus wielder looked up with a defeated look on his face. I can bring Asia back, so don't stress over it. The smile he lit up the church with was worth it. Besides, this way, she'd be securing her servant's loyalty and further cementing his love for her. In the upcoming battle, it was something she'd need. In the quietest of pops, a figure hidden up in the ceiling vanished in a small plume of white smoke. DxD. Naruto hopped from branch to branch, intending on getting a safe distance away so he could go teleport back to Azazel. What he had seen tonight was terrible. Absolutely appalling. It nearly made him want to throw up at Rias's stupidity. She knew there was a wedding coming up. She knew that she had the right to challenge Riser to a rating game, one that if in which she prevailed, would effectively cancel the proposal. She knew that Riser had a full set and she would need strength to bypass the phoenix powers of near immortality. And yet, what he saw tonight told him that she hadn't been training. Her peerage was, to his standards, abysmal. Her knight possessed such a powerful sacred gear that had nearly endless possibilities and she had the powers of destruction, a bloodline that allowed Searsex to take over as the next Lucifer. And here she was, limiting herself with mere beams and spheres of magic. It was lazy. Would you kindly stop that? Naruto said, propping his shoulders up so Rainer would understand he was talking to her, not that there was anyone else he could be talking to. It's quite annoying. And what? I'm just supposed to let you take me away and do whatever you want to me. She snarled at him, renewing her efforts with vigor, though it was futile. Her spear barely dented the flak jacket he donned, her earlier fight with Issei now taking a toll on her. I'm pretty sure I rescued you back there, Naruto sighed, rubbing his forehead as he came to a halt, deeming the distance he traveled as substantial. Unceremoniously, he dumped her on the ground. Naruto didn't understand how intimidating and powerful he looked, standing in front of her at a threatening height that was above average for one his age. The commanding aura exuding from him, his muscular stature and performance from earlier didn't help either. In a world where power meant everything and attracted beings from the opposite sex, or same, Rainer felt her core heat up, mouth drying, and her face flushing a deep red, even though she despised devils. Oh. Naruto looked up, looking through the memories of his clones provided him with. Maybe you aren't just a greedy devil, Rias. To revive a powerless nun just because your pawn was crying over her body is respectful, though there is a chance you did so to reinforce his loyalty to you. Either way, it was a respectable action, one that I can acknowledge. Just wait for a second. Naruto held out a hand and a circle encompassed the two of them, teleporting them to an unknown location. DxD. In one of the many bases of the Gregory, Azazel sat in his chair, observing Valley go through yet another one of his training tests. The fallen angel had set up several machines, all shooting at the Lucifer descendant with arrows and bullets, while Valley had to catch all of them without the help of his sacred gear. Azazel started laughing out loud as he witnessed the young boy get hit in the groin with a blunted arrow, Valley wincing and limping as he tried his best to walk off the pain. Ha! That's gotta hurt. Not like it matters since the boy's practically asexual. Azazel reflected, talking to the reflection of him in a wine glass. It's one thing I failed to do, teach Valley the greatness of boobs. Pinching and suckling on them is such an art, a way of life Valley refuses to accept. All he does is train and train, he's gotta loosen up. Azazel had tears streaming down his cheek as he ranted about breasts. In a flash, Naruto and Rainer appeared by the fallen leader, the latter's face blanching in fear as she quickly began thinking of ways to get out of this situation. Azazel-sama. This guy is involved with him. Poof. Rainer whipped her head to the side, watching in shock as her comrades appeared next to the still masked individual. They're alive, she exclaimed, relieved that they were still breathing. As if asked. Azazel stood up, tilting the glass and drinking the rest of the alcohol. Naruto-kun, how was the mission? Rainer ran the name over his lips before wondering, isn't Naruto a ramen topping? Wait, that's Naruto-maki. Still, I can't help but feel like his parents drew inspiration from that. Without answering, he deftly summoned balls of water, dropping them on the knocked-out fallen. The three of them woke up similarly to her, spluttering in shock as the cold sensation hit them hard. Where are we? Calawarner managed to get out before seeing the 12 wings. Her face lost all of its colors, the other two soon following suit. It was disappointing. The newly identified Naruto ran his hand through his hair before unhooking both masks from his face, revealing what he looked like. Rainer gulped. He's good looking, for a devil that is. Her hatred for devils was quickly remembered and she tried forcing herself to bring her attention to other matters. But as hard as she tried, she couldn't forget his tanned skin, well-defined cheekbones, perfectly aligned features, and his piercing, soul-searching eyes that gleamed with the bluest blue she had ever laid her eyes upon. It was comparable to the color of the sky up in heaven, back when she hadn't learned the pleasures of procreation. She couldn't be distracted now. Not when Azazel was right in front of the four of them, sporting a malicious grin. Oh I don't believe you've been formally introduced to Naruto. Azazel pointed to the redhead. Meet Naruto Gremory, brother of Rias Gremory and the leader of Akatsuki. Akatsuki. Where had she heard that name before? That's right, Kokabral was mentioning them with a bulk of colorful words, calling them troublesome and a ragtag group that constantly got in the way of his plans. If he was the leader, not only that, but he was also the brother to Rias Gremory. We never stood a chance, Rainer whispered, before blushing as she realized she said those words out loud. Naruto looked amused, chuckling at the now flustered Fallen's embarrassed face. Azazel, are you going to start the questioning? The Fallen looked at him with a questioning look in his eyes. You're staying here. I thought you didn't care about these kinds of things, no. Naruto shrugged. Zeoticus asked me to watch over Rias. Besides, Kabil is thirsting for war. Whatever he has planned isn't going to spare the inhabitants of Kuo town. I may not care too much for Rias, but preventing the loss of lives for innocents is something I'd like to do. How cold, Azazel smirked. Referring to your father by his first name. Just get on with the questions, will ya? Fine, Azazel cracked his knuckles, smiling menacingly at his rebellious subordinates. Alright, you four. We can do this the easy way or the hard way. Tell me everything you know about Kokabil's plans now. If you don't, he left the threat hanging and unfinished, stretching his wings to their limits to maximize his fear factor. Please, Rainer bowed once more, humbling herself in front of the leader of the Gregory. Kokabil-sama was going to kill us if we didn't follow his orders. Please. Azazel looked her over with disinterest. I don't care about that, Rainer. Tell me what I want to know and we'll go from there. The smallest bits of energy began to gather to the side of Azazel, a surefire sign of him summoning his light weapons, scaring all four of the fallen half to death. And so, Raynor spilled everything she knew. She told him how Kabil wanted them to gather strength in preparation for a new war. She told him that Kabil was planning something big concerning the church. She told him that Kabil wanted to start a new war right in Kuo town. She even told him about Kabil's new ally, an unknown fallen angel that possessed a sacred gear and was around Kabil's level of power, if not greater. Interesting, Azazel stroked his chin, wondering what he could do with this newfound information. Sure, he could send Valley as a preemptive strike, but the fallen truly wished to bring peace to the biblical faction. Not the current ceasefire. No, true peace. Unfortunately, for this to happen, he needed an event at a cataclysmic level that would attract the attention of the other two faction leaders to start the talks for peace. What do you make of this, Naruto-kun? The handsome devil stood there silently, not betraying any of his emotions or thoughts, something Azazel found extremely impressive. Finally, he spoke. It's certainly something we should be on the lookout for. After all, Kabil is a cadre-level threat, though this unknown factor is even more dangerous. Raynor, he turned to the beautiful, sadistic raven-haired fallen. Do you know what sacred gear he possesses and the full capabilities? She shook her head, slightly captivated by Naruto's features. He barely showed his face to us. We only know his name, Estarossa. Azazel sucked in a sharp intake of his breath, inducing a look of curiosity from Naruto. Estarossa, that's a name I haven't heard in a while. Naruto raised an eyebrow, slightly shocked at Azazel's carefree attitude disappearing so suddenly. Azazel explained, when he was still in heaven with us, he was known as a merciless killer, the one who would cast divine judgment, striking down the devils without discrimination. He was one of the first angels to fall, too zealous in eradicating every devil from the earth, completely abandoning Father's teachings in favor of waging war on the devil faction. If he's back now, rearing his head after all those years in hiding, this is not good. Naruto exhaled. Just what we need. How many wings does he possess? Azazel shook his head. Naruto-kun, like Kabil, Estarossa has 10 wings. However, he was renowned across heaven for his unique abilities, tailored specifically to counter devils and their powers. Even if he has fewer wings than me, he's much closer to my level than you'd think, especially if he gained a sacred gear. To a devil like you, he's well suited to killing you. Do you think we can handle it? Naruto tugged on his flak jacket, slightly irritated upon hearing the arrival of yet another powerful entity hellbent on destroying his kind for good. All of Akatsuki included, I mean. I don't know, Azazel confessed. I haven't gotten a full read of all your members' abilities, so I can't be sure. I do know that you've been holding back, so it's possible. He huffed, annoyed at Naruto's constant hiding of his capabilities. Right now, I'd estimate you to be on the higher end of the high-class level, possibly even ultimate class level. After all, I have a feeling you're still withholding some of your abilities, even in your base form. However, Azazel stared into Naruto's eyes, searching for any sign of surprise and trying to get a read on his emotions. I know you have a sacred gear of some sort, a unique one. Based on that, well, let's just say you're very interesting and powerful, Naruto-kun. Naruto closed his eyes, smiling slightly at the man's attempt at scaling his power. I see, just something you should know. Naruto opened his eyes, the cerulean orbs burning with fire and killer intent. If you plan on hiring us Akatsuki to clean up your mess, he emphasized, you're causing Azazel to look away sheepishly. I will not hold back. Kabil and Estarossa, they will die. The fallen nonchalantly shrugged. They've made their choice. If they intend on starting another war, you have my permission to kill them. Though it hurts me to see such a young man like yourself speaking of killing so easily. Naruto's eyes died down, the bloodlust dimming, allowing the four fallen on the ground to breathe easily. Ignoring Azazel's latter part of the sentence, he said, so you're hiring us. Again. Azazel shrugged again, emphasizing his lax attitude, leaving Naruto wondering why he was fit to be Governor-General of Gregory. A fair price to pay to see your sacred gear, jack of all trades, in action. Naruto, holding his two masks in one hand, scratched his scalp, fingers running through his fiery hair. How cold? Do you need me for anything else? Just as Azazel was going to wave the mercenary off, he was struck with a great idea, a veritable light bulb popping on top of his head. Naruto warily regarded the man's excited look, knowing from experience that when Azazel had that certain look on his face, it was rarely good for everyone else. I do. Naruto-kun, how would you like to be a part of paving the way for peace for the three biblical factions? Naruto stood up straight, now paying attention to Azazel's entire figure with vigor. What is he planning? I would be honored. Well then, as a peace offering to the devil faction and as a way to atone for my subordinates' sinful actions, I offer to you, Naruto Gremory, Rainer as a member of your peerage. Azazel finished triumphantly, though his tone was well disguised with serenity. Rainer looked at her leader incredulously, wordlessly gaping in protest before closing her mouth after Azazel gazing back at her. So that's what he's playing at, really, Azazel. Could it be more obvious? Naruto scratched his head, looking at Rainer with a questioning stare before looking back at Azazel. If you really want to extend a hand of friendship to the devils, shouldn't you be asking that to Rias Gremory? After all, I've heard that she's going to be participating in a raiding game pretty soon. So he knows about that. Azazel cursed his stupidity, letting his excitement in seeing Naruto's sacred gear judge his actions. He could have waited until Kabil made his move, but there was a lingering fear that Naruto would remain secretive of his abilities. I'm sure Rias would love to welcome a fallen angel into her peerage. However, you know Rainer's actions have caused severe trauma to both Issei and Asia. After all, she's slain both of them. I believe she'll be a better fit with you, as you have connections with me and I can even check up on her from time to time. She'll be like a messenger or an ambassador between the two factions. That was a flimsy excuse, something both of them knew. While Azazel made valid points concerning Rainer's rash actions, Rias would still use a piece on the fallen, her experience, and light manipulation coming in handy against a Phoenix. Still, should I point all this out to Azazel, or should I play his game? After all, Rainer has a hunger to grow stronger, ambitions to move up in the ever-changing food chain of the world. It'll prove valuable and show in her training with us. What to do? While you were right in that perspective, bullshit, both of them thought. Rainer, in my opinion, is a flight risk, a potential betrayer or backstabber. I fear that once she gains enough power to satisfy her needs, she will betray me. How will you respond, Azazel? I highly doubt that Naruto-kun, Azazel said, throwing away the notion of Rainer even touching Naruto. Though if it makes you feel any better, Rainer will not do such a thing, will she? He looked over at his about-to-be former subordinate, daring her to say anything contradictory to his promise. She shook her head, weakly smiling at Naruto, the redhead trying his best not to ridicule the fallen's fake emotions. Azazel will most likely be asking Rainer to spy on me, trying to find more information on my sacred gear. Honestly, the situation is in my favor. After all, I'll have no choice to reveal my sacred gear, since this Estarossa doesn't sound like a pushover. Not only that, but the Young Devils Gathering will also be taking place soon, and I've already planned on debuting with my sacred gear then. Naruto unsealed a black box, revealing his glowing pieces, jagged lines, and veins of liquid lightning, shining ever so brightly. However, through the awakening of his sacred gear and further practice, the appearance had changed yet again, the pawn piece he took out now sprouting arms and holding a sword and shield in each hand. Incredible. Azazel thought. The amount of power I sense from the evil piece, Rainer might even sprout another set of wings. Rainer, Naruto spoke up. I'm not one to force anyone into my peerage, so I'll give you a choice right now. I'll give you my word that Azazel will not touch a single hair of your pretty little head, so speak honestly. Do you or do you not want to join us? The violet-eyed fallen nervously glanced at Azazel, who had an impassive look on his face, neither confirming nor denying Naruto's statement. In her mind, she rapidly balanced her hate of devils and lust for power. There was no denying that Naruto was strong, and if the rumors were right, the evil piece he was currently holding would grant her strength, something she needed to flourish in this harsh world. Not only that, but she'd also be meeting the infamous Akatsuki, a group filled with warriors that were surely disciplined and trained to their utmost limits. If she did join the peerage, she would have access to their wisdom and power, an option few people could boast of having. Still, it went against everything she stood for. From the day of birth, she was told that devils were the enemy and her loyalty should be to the Gregory. Her fallen comrades that abetted in her scheme looked at her with wide eyes, not saying a word in fear of Azazel smiting them all to kingdom come. Azazel looked calm as ever, his cool and laid-back attitude seemingly out of place in such a tense atmosphere, but normal to anyone who even briefly interacted with the fallen. Naruto smiled at her encouragingly, surprisingly not showing any animosity to her for killing two innocents. His perfect features shined under the artificial light hanging from the ceiling. I accept. She gulped, not trusting herself to speak after those two words, her resolve in becoming a devil not completely ironclad. That's great. Naruto resealed his black case before focusing on Azazel. I do have one request. Shoot. The sacred gear Rainer possesses right now, Twilight Healing. I want it removed from her. Naruto stood resolute in his plea, acting deaf to Rainer's cries of indignation, which were promptly quieted with a quick glare from Azazel. It belongs to the nun, not Rainer. If I am accepting you into our family, your strength will be earned, not taken from others. Rainer wanted to yell at the hypocrisy. According to Azazel, he possessed a sacred gear, which meant he was born with that kind of power from the start. Why should she have to earn that power when someone like him was born with it? A moment later, she realized that these thoughts have been voiced out loud. Naruto didn't give Azazel a chance to reprimand her, taking the matter into his own hands, chuckling at his future pawn's boldness. That's certainly true. I've been blessed with that power from birth, something not many beings can boast. Then why? Do you ever wonder why Azazel knows so little about my sacred gear? Naruto put a hand up, shutting up Rainer effectively with the gesture and the question. It's because I'm not reliant on it. Sure, I've practiced with it and mastered its power, yet I have a plethora of other tricks. I've worked just as hard as anyone else to obtain power. Do you want a demonstration? She dumbly nodded and watched in awe as his body exploded with an electrical aura, the light bulb flickering on and off from the power he was emitting, occasionally flooding the room with darkness before brightening up again in a seemingly never-ending cycle. Naruto's body was wreathed with a blue aura, his hair spiking up from the lightning, the bright color clashing with the darker, cooler, hue of the voltage. From a distance, Valley had stopped weaving and dodging the projectiles, alerted to the dense, yet familiar magical presence and suffered several powerful blows to his body as a result, yelping as his crotch bruised upon impact. The ground started cracking under the power emitting from the redhead as he walked towards Rainer, painfully oblivious to the fallen's arousal. Do you understand now? As quick as he had activated it, the aura was turned off, the light from above steadying and stabilizing its presence. Azazel chuckled at the display of dominance, his restrained fallen letting out a breath they didn't think they'd been holding. That was God's speed, a technique I've personally created before my sacred gear awakened. I took a step further from the usual elemental attacks every young devil learns, choosing to master such a simple element, having no other source of power at that age. Naruto cracked his neck, groaning in relief, relieving a tightness plaguing his body. Are you satisfied? Rainer had her mouth open at the amount of power he previously released, unable to even formulate a proper response. Naruto nervously rubbed his neck. I'll take that as a yes, so Azazel, can you extract the sacred gear? The fallen angel nodded slowly, rescaling his opinion of Naruto's power. That kind of elemental manipulation is scary. For one his age, this unique manipulation of lightning, even Baraquile doesn't boast such control or durability to use lightning in that way. He might even be ultimate class without his sacred gear. This kid, he's scary. Clearing his throat, he made his way over to his desk, taking out equipment Naruto didn't recognize. Now prepared, he walked over to Rainer and without warning, pulled. In a scream of pain, Rainer gripped the fallen's arm, unwilling to part with such power but unable to carry out her desire. Here it is. Azazel presented Naruto with a pair of rings, the gentle shine showing that it was Twilight Healing, the coveted sacred gear that could heal injuries of any species. Naruto quickly pressed an appearing tattoo on his right shoulder, summoning several scrolls. Taking one, he placed the rings in the middle, effectively sealing away the sacred gear in a safe location. The scroll, in turn, was sealed back into his shoulder. There. Now onto the ceremony. Placing the pawn piece over Rainer, Naruto chanted, a bright red light accompanied by the Gremory crest appearing in time. I, Naruto Uzumaki Gremory, command you to join me as a comrade. Burn bright with your will to triumph and be reborn as my pawn. At the same time, Bael burst into the room, scowling at the sight of Azazel but lessening his expression when seeing Naruto. You. That magic just now. Everyone ignored the disgruntled Longinus wielder, focusing instead on the two new wings that sprouted on top of her mismatched feathered and bat-like wings. What? Danasik momentarily misplaced his fear of Azazel, too flabbergasted at the sudden change in power of Rainer. How is? As of suspected, Azazel mused over his confirmed theory, purposely ignoring his surrogate son to rile him up. Rainer was just as shocked as the rest of them, preening over her new appendages, stroking the silkier and slightly darker wings coming from her back. Too engrossed was she in her newfound power that she too ignored Valley's presence. This power. Naruto. Valley shouted, disregarding the others' looks and glares at being interrupted over their admiration. Rainer especially perturbed at the non-empathetic member of the Gregory. A good time as ever, you're powerful, so fight me. Naruto helped Rainer stand, gently caressing her arm and holding her to his side, evoking a blush from the newly improved fallen. Well, let's head back to my base. My friends are all probably asleep, so you'll meet them tomorrow. You, Valley growled, summoning his divine dividing, ready to leap into combat with the redhead. You do this all the time. Deflecting my attempts at a spar and coming with half-assed excuses to avoid fighting with me. Not this time. I'm sorry, did you say something? And that stupid catchphrase of yours. Valley howled, his fists tightening to pound the infuriating devil's face in. Stop ignoring me. Not waiting to check if Naruto was ready or not, he flew at the devil, fist cocked and ready. See ya later, Azazel. A quick wave and Naruto was gone, his new pawn alongside him. Valley, of course, missed the punch, pounding the floor in frustration. I know he's strong. That power and sacred gear you say he possesses, why won't he fight me? I'm already fed up with Tobio and his refusal to fight seriously. Naruto too. Azazel laughed at Naruto's antics, taking much pleasure and amusement in the devil's ability to rile up Valley with ease. DxD. This is it. Naruto's magic circle appeared just outside of Akatsuki's headquarters. It was located in a rather secluded forest, Rainer not sensing civilization all around her. In front of her, a large mansion towered over the minuscule devils, at least in comparison to the building. They walked up the steps leading to a set of double doors. Naruto pushed open the brown doors soundlessly, introducing Rainer to his home. It was a vast space, Rainer noted. The mansion was mainly made from wood, with little stone and marble mixed in. As she walked across the wooden planks, she looked to the ceiling, noticing the unusually lavish chandelier, as she pegged Naruto as a person to be a modest, humble person, at least that was the vibe she got from him. Walking up the wide staircase, Naruto never faltered in his cheerful visage nor did he portray any enmity to Rainer for her actions. Keeping the noise down to a minimum, he gestured to her to follow him and they made their way to a room at the very end. Opening the door, Rainer raised her eyebrow at the bland, Spartan room, juxtaposing to the warm, yet the pleasing atmosphere and picturesque setting of the mansion. From now on, this will serve as your room. You can decorate it as you choose since I'll be giving you money to buy necessities. Naruto walked towards the bed, sitting down on the sheets, patting the position next to him, inviting Rainer to sit next to him. You'll be introduced to everyone tomorrow as I said before. No one will judge your race or your past actions, so this is essentially a blank slate for you. We'll also start training tomorrow, so get ready, ya know. Naruto's presence altered, his mood moving to the opposite end of the spectrum, the killer intent unnerving the fallen greatly. However, if you ever try to betray us, I will not hesitate to end your life. Understand? She nodded quickly, face bobbing up and down at unbelievable speeds. Sleep well, Rainer. You'll need it. DxD. In the Occult Research Building. It was a beautiful morning for Issei Hyodo, the wielder of boosted gear. Rias had revived Asia last night, reuniting the perverted boy with the innocent nun. Adding on to that good news, Rias had informed him that he was her only pawn. He had taken up all 8 of the pieces, which meant that he possessed some hidden strength. The dream of becoming a harem king wasn't far off. And if that wasn't enough, she had kissed her forehead. Sure, it wasn't directly on his lips, but then again, girls avoided him like a plague, due to his tendencies and reputation. Already, his life was turning for the better. Well then, since everyone's here, let's start the party. The word, party, excited Issei enough to interrupt his plans and pervert daydreams. That cake, could it be? Issei whispered in awe, eyes shining in anticipation. That's right. There was some leftover flour, so I baked up a cake. Rias smiled at her peerage, putting up a front so her family could celebrate without worry, her expression fooling everyone except for Akino. Ooh, Tilda Bushu handmade this cake for us. Issei pounced on the baked good, slicing and giving everyone their slices. I can feel the love Bushu baked in this cake for us. Kiba looked morosely at his paper-thin slice, sweat dropping at Issei's jealousy of him getting all the attention of the girls at their school. Kaneko looked relatively unsatisfied with her share and began chasing Issei, who still had the entire cake in his hand. Of course, this only led to a disaster, as Issei tripped over a chair, smashing the cake on the ground, painting the floor with the white frosting and juices from the delectable fruits. No. Kill. Rias observed the sight before her, Issei desperately licking at the spoiled remains while Kaneko rained punches on the pervert, channeling her inner hatred for his habits and for dropping the sweet cake. Even as Issei's face planted in the sugary treat, she couldn't muster a laugh, her mind going back to the troubles ahead. Everyone, please get stronger, for my sake. DxD. Rainer was unpleasantly awoken to the sound of the walls shaking all around her. She wearily opened her eyes and saw that something was slamming violently, sending shockwaves that could be felt by others. Just who is doing that? Rainer stomped over to the door, slamming it open to see 2 boys tackling each other while spitting profanities. To the room far to her left, she saw Naruto with damp hair and groaning at the sight before him. You guys. For the sake of everyone, a black-haired girl quietly creaked open her door, maximizing the horror of her ominous entrance. The 2 boys, strangely enough, one had orange hair that Rainer was quite sure was natural, stopped in their friendly tussle, and booked it. Shoving each other in fear, the 2 boys nearly snapped the railings of the stairs, creaking and slamming into each step. What was that? Rainer rubbed her eyes, clenching her hands in a fury that someone would dare to wake her up at this ungodly hour, before realizing that those 2 were most likely members of Akatsuki. Wait, don't tell me that's Akatsuki. That is our mercenary group name. The red-eyed petite girl informed, her eyes straying towards her kings before nodding once more and saying, those 2 are always fighting. They're rivals. As if that justified brawling at 8 in the morning, Rainer spluttered, and you guys just let them do whatever they want. What had she gotten herself into? They're a bit youthful, but it's good to let out steam like that, ya know. Naruto tousled his hair, lightly spraying water in the air. Those 2 idiots you saw now are Tawa and Leon. Tawa is the one with the orange hair and Leon is the one with black hair. And this is Akame. He grandly gestured towards the girl who had scared Tawa and Leon, the newly identified Akame emotionlessly looking at Rainer before blushing at the sight of Naruto. Let's go down for breakfast. Naruto headed down the stairs, Akame following him in dedication. We'll introduce you to others. Regretfully, the fallen submitted, coming after her new king. The large, polished table was now covered with several dishes of typical breakfast fashion with several other members surrounding the table. Edging away from a blue-haired girl who expectantly looked at him, he fake laughed, dragging Rainer and sitting her next to him, eliciting a scowl from the brunette. Morning, everyone. I am pleased to report our newest member, Rainer. Please treat her well. All the faces stopped their chatter and stared at the fallen, making her feel subconscious about herself. They're probably thinking about how weak I am compared to them, arrogant little. 93, 63, 89. Meliodas calculatively stared at Rainer, narrowed eyes flashing with lecherous intent. Not bad. Not bad at all, but these are better. Kaya. Naruto slapped his forehead with his palm, internally sighing at Meliodas's perverted antics, as he grabbed onto Elizabeth's breasts once more. This is not going too well. The little blonde pervert is Meliodas, but don't worry, that's his girlfriend he's groping, so he won't touch you. I think. Raynor stared back at him, not at all comforted with such weak reassurance. The woman he's still groping is Elizabeth. All of a sudden, after teasing and several insults from his fellow rival, Leon stood up, the chair sliding back. You wanna go? Tawa did the same. Oh, I'm up for it. I don't know if you'll be able to keep up. Alright then. Bring it. Completely ignoring Raynor's initiation, they stormed off to the basement of the mansion, the strong auras of theirs flaring in anticipation of yet another battle. Try not to burn this place down. Naruto called out, before introducing Raynor to the rest of his peerage, though he refused to call it that. The redhead is Urza. Let's serve Naruto-sama to the best of our abilities. Urza bowed her head, her hand resting on the handle of her sword, which was strapped to the side of her armor. The silver-haired, red-eyed girl is Mocha. The Dampier didn't even give her a cursory glance, focusing on her food instead. The brown-haired dude over there is Mark. Say hi, Mark. He didn't give a verbal reply, nodding instead as an acknowledgement of their new member. And, Naruto stopped his rapid-fire, vague introduction, staring at the blue-haired girl that was scowling at him earlier. Esdeath. This is Esdeath. Frost began to creep over the wooden chair she was sitting on, changing the brown color to a whitish blue. Around her, the temperature began to drop ever so slightly, fluctuating as she reined her power in. She's my queen. Raynor studied the devil's features, pale skin, blue hair and eyes, and a sizable bust. Although, what really spoke out to her was the murderous intent emitting by her, in tandem with the drops of temperature. You're late. Naruto scratched his head. I wanted to see Rias's power myself so. That's not an excuse. Esdeath's shadow seemed to loom over Naruto, making him cower away in fear. And what's this? You've brought home some random fallen from the streets. I don't sense an ounce of strength from her, so why? Hey. Raynor bristled. She knew by Kokabil's reactions to Akatsuki that she was outclassed in terms of power, compared to Esdeath. That was, by no means, a reason for her to just take this lying still. Her fear of being struck down where she was standing was outclassed by her arrogance. Do you know who I am? Esdeath didn't even acknowledge the Fallen's outburst, instead, continuing to converse with Naruto and reprimanding him of his duties as a lover. I never agreed to this. Naruto cried out. Look, Esdeath, just take in mind what I said to you days ago. Let's just calm down and take this step by step. For all we know, this might be just some sort of simple infatuation, ya know. We can't be too hasty about this. I know in my heart you're the one for me. Esdeath blushed, her face contorting to a shy smile, unbefitting of such a monstrously strong individual. But if you insist on taking this slow, who am I to deny my lover? Naruto's sweat dropped, not knowing how to handle all of this. Great, I'm going to start Raynor's training. Grabbing her arm, he dragged her across the floor, her kicking and protesting weakly at his iron grip. As soon as Naruto opened the door, a wave of heat crashed upon the two, Raynor handling more weakly. At least they held back, Naruto mumbled, letting go of Raynor's hand and stepping down each step at a steady step. Reaching the bottom, he gazed at Leon, shooting arrows at such speed that numerous arrows slammed into Tawa, even after he had already stopped shooting. Fuck. Tawa roared, the embedded arrows exploding in miniature explosions, the fire not doing much damage but the shrapnel drove deep into his skin. That hurt, you bastard. Releasing more of his power, the temperature skyrocketed, Tawa foregoing Naruto's insistence on not unleashing his full power. Leon did his best to match his rival, summoning a veritable tsunami, as much water he could fit in the training room, the icy water forming a swirling vortex that somehow retained its cool temperature despite Tawa's flaring of power. Ahem. Tawa and Leon paled at their king's voice, realizing they were caught with their hand caught in the cookie jar. Ah, Captain, we were just. Tawa fumbled his words, the shock of being caught so suddenly dawning upon him. It was self-defense, boss, Leon smirked triumphantly, having the excuse that Tawa had instigated the growing power. I had to respond to the idiot, in case I wanted to live. The devil stifled back a laugh as Tawa mustered the harshest glare that rivaled one of a basilisk, promising certain death. Look, you two, Naruto pinched the bridge of his nose, slightly fed up with their willingness to fight at such a degree of intensity, despite his earlier statement of how youthful it was. I want to start training Rainer, so do you two mind leaving for now? Not at all, Captain. I got you. The two hurriedly made their way out of the basement, relieved that they received no repercussions for their behavior. In an extreme case of cooperation, the two weren't fighting up the stairs, not wanting to push their king any further. Naruto faced the four-winged fallen. Try mustering all the light spears you possibly can and throw them at me. He sat down a distance away from her, unsealing a book and turning each page nonchalantly. He's not taking me seriously at all. This bastard. Rainer shook from the lack of attention and focused her power, summoning as many spears as she could. 5 spears came into existence, the yellow light gleaming brightly before streaking forward. Looking down on me like that, I'll fucking kill you. Naruto reacted with great dexterity, moving his head left and right to avoid 2 of the light spears. His eyes still glued to his book, he jumped up, he avoided another 2 aimed at his legs. The final spear aimed at his chest was caught easily, the light barely steaming his skin. Snapping his book shut, he looked at Rainer with his eyes. That all you got?